Inspiration. Wayne Dyer. He was an American psychologist and writer of books on spiritual growth. Inspiration. For my mother, Hazel Irene Dyer. You inspire me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. For Immaculée Ilabagiza. You could never even imagine. How much better is this world? Because they left you to count. I love you. Introduction. I love being inspired, and I trust that the idea of living an inspired life will appeal to you as well. I wrote this book with the primary idea of showing you what I have learned about this magical concept. Writing this book has been a momentous experience for me. For many months, I woke up every morning around, and after spending my personal and private moments with God, I sat down to write. Every word in this book was handwritten. I would place my hand on the table and allow ideas to flow from the invisible world of spirit through my heart to the pages. I know deep inside that I do not own these words, I am simply an instrument through which these ideas are expressed. I trust this process and it works as long as I stay in the spirit as I write. I am also confident that these ideas will work for you. This is the most personal book I have written in my years as an author. I have chosen to use examples from my own life, that is, those that I have experienced firsthand. The personal nature of this book is a deliberate choice. I discovered as I progressed that, to write about a topic as profound as inspiration, I needed to convey what I felt in the most authentic way possible. Just as one can never really know what a mango tastes like from someone else's description, I could not have adequately conveyed my familiarity with the experience of inspiration by citing case studies from others. By writing from my heart, I have been able to keep the flavor of inspiration alive here in these pages. By the way, if you're interested in why I'm on the cover of this book happily looking at a butterfly, read the final chapter, What Life Looks Like When I'm Inspired. While finishing this work, I had an incredible mystical encounter with one of God's most fragile creations. I have described that amazing experience in the last chapter, along with what your life might start to look like if you apply the insights offered throughout inspiration, that I have repeated a theme over and over again throughout these pages. I decided not to edit this replay because I see this book as an instrument to take you to a place where you really understand what it means to be in spirit. This frequently repeated theme is, live in spirit. You came from the spirit, and to be inspired you must become more like where you came from. You must live to become more like God. One of my favorite mentors and storytellers, Anthony de Mello, was a Catholic priest living in India who could turn complex philosophical questions into simple, understandable teachings using the art of storytelling. Here's a short story from the heart of the enlightened, in which Mello's father does a good job of summarizing much of what I want to convey to you about life in the spirit. The devotee knelt to be initiated into discipleship. The guru whispered the sacred mantra in his ear, warning him not to reveal it to anyone. What will happen if I do? Asked the devotee. Said the guru, anyone to whom you reveal the mantra will be freed from the bondage of ignorance and suffering, but you yourself will be excluded from discipleship and suffer condemnation. As soon as he heard those words, the devotee ran to the market, gathered a large crowd around him, and repeated the holy mantra for all to hear. The disciples then reported this to the guru and demanded that the man be expelled from the monastery for his disobedience. The guru smiled and said, "You don't need anything that can teach." His action has shown him that he is a guru in his own right. I trust that the meaning of this story will become clearer and clearer as you delve into this book. You have a deep call back to spirit. It is working right now in your life, otherwise you would not be reading these very words right now. I urge you to heed that call and come to know the sheer joy that awaits you as you make an inspired life your reality. Encourage. Wayne Dyer. The highest knowledge that man can attain is the longing for peace, for union of his will with an infinite will, his human will with the will of God. Albert Schweitzer. Every tree and plant in the meadow seemed to be dancing. Those that average eyes would see as fixed and still. Rumi. Let me have the glory with you that I had with you even before the beginning. Jesus de Nazareth. Part 1. Inspiration, live in spirit. A physical body was given to man by nature at birth. Somewhere there is the original divine spark launched by God, and that, rediscovered, will be his conscious spirit. Rodney Collin. From the Conscious Harmony Theory. Chapter 1. Live your life in spirit. When you are inspired, latent forces, powers, and talents come to life, and you discover that you are a much greater person than you ever dreamed you would be. Patanjali. In the title of this book, I have deliberately used the word calling to indicate the importance of inspiration applied to our lives. There is a voice in the universe that begs us to remember our purpose, our reason for being here now in this world of impermanence. The voice whispers, shouts, and sings to us that this experience, a being fit in space and time, makes sense. That voice belongs to inspiration, which is within each and every one of us. Inspiration responds to our attention in a variety of ways, sometimes unexpected. For example, when I started writing this book, I debated between the two titles: Inspiration, Your Ultimate Destiny, or Inspiration, Your Ultimate Calling. One day, as I was swimming in the ocean, I went back and forth in my mind, trying both titles. Still not knowing when I'd finished swimming, I called Reed Tracy, President and CEO of Hay House, the company that publishes my books, from a payphone to get his opinion on the title. As I waited for him to answer, the word called appeared on the phone's miniature screen. Nothing else, just calling. And then the word started to blink intermittently like it was trying to get my attention. When Reed responded, I told him what had just happened, and we both agreed: Inspiration, Your Ultimate Calling, for the title of my new book. This may all seem like nothing more than a silly coincidence, but I know better. Consider that the word coincidence itself is related to the mathematical idea of angles that coincide. When two angles are joined in this way, they are said to fit together perfectly. Not accidentally, perfectly. Any alleged coincidence could simply be an alignment of forces that fit together in perfect harmony. The word call that flashes before my eyes, for example, at the exact moment I was trying to choose between calling or destination, exemplifies an opportunity to notice something important. You see, what catches our attention could be more than a coincidence, it could also be a potential inspirational incident. We know that there is something deep within us waiting to be known, what we sometimes call a knee-jerk reaction to life events. We have a built-in yearning to seek our inspired selves and feel whole, a kind of inexplicable sense that patiently demands recognition and action. We could describe it as a mechanism that persistently projects the words destiny, mission, or purpose on our inner screen. It is possible that our daily behavior is so aligned with these inner feelings that we know unequivocally what our calling is. In fact, if you put this book aside and see what you are feeling right now, I suppose you will hear a part of you screaming, yes, I want to have more inspiration in my life. I want to know my vocation. I promise you that after your first reading of this book, you will begin to become intimately connected with your inspired self. I say this with such certainty because it is my calling to write and publish these words. You see, you are a component of my last calling. I think the word inspiration means to be in the spirit. When we are in spirit, we are inspired, and when we are inspired, it is because we are again in spirit, fully awake to the spirit within us. Being inspired is an experience of joy. We feel completely connected to our source and totally on purpose. Our creative juices flow and we bring exceptionally high energy into our daily lives. We are not judging others or ourselves, we are not judgmental, and we are not bothered by behaviors or attitudes that in uninspired moments are frustrating. Our heart sings in gratitude for each breath, and we are tolerant, cheerful, and loving. Being in spirit is not necessarily restricted to the work we do or the activities of our daily life. We can be inspired and at the same time not sure what vocation to follow or what activities we want to program. Inspiration is a simple recognition of the spirit within ourselves. It is a return to that invisible and formless field from which all things emanate, an energy field that I called intention in my previous book, The Power of Intention. However, in this book I go beyond understanding the inherent power of intention by describing how to live in spirit and listen to the voice of inspiration, even when we do absolutely nothing that we can call intentional. This is very different from being highly motivated. In fact, it is almost the opposite of motivation. Motivation versus inspiration. It is important to note that all that is needed to fulfill our call is part of the current process. Arthur Miller, who was perhaps America's most accomplished playwright, is an example of a man who knew this. In an interview at the end of his life, he was asked, "Are you working on a new play?" Mr. Miller's response went something like this: "I don't know if I am or not, but I probably am." This charming response suggests that Miller's writing came from inspiration, that is, something other than ego drove him to follow. In contrast, highly motivated people have a kind of ego determination that drives them to overcome obstacles and achieve goals. Nothing stands in their way. Now most of us have been taught that this is an admirable trait. In fact, when we are not achieving and showing drive and ambition, we have been told to get motivated. Lectures, books, videos, and audio recordings abound that preach that all we have to do is dedicate ourselves to an idea with actions designed to make it come true. This is a beneficial approach to a different level of achievement, but what we are exploring in these pages is what brings us precisely to what we are supposed to be and do, our ultimate calling. If motivation is to take an idea and bring it to an acceptable conclusion, then inspiration is the opposite. When we are in the grip of inspiration, an idea has gripped us from the invisible reality of spirit. Something that seems to come from afar, where we allow ourselves to be moved by a force more powerful than our ego and all its illusions, is inspiration. And being in spirit is the place where we connect with the invisible reality that ultimately directs us toward our calling. We can often identify these times inspired by their insistence, and because they seem to make no sense and at the same time they continue to appear in our consciousness. If we ignore the powerful pull of inspiration, the result is personal discomfort or a sense of disconnection from ourselves. For various reasons, we can resist when we feel called to create, act, visit a strange place, meet someone, express ourselves, help another or be part of a cause. Inspiration is a call to move forward even if we are not sure of the goals or achievements. It may even insist that we go in the direction of uncharted territory. Throughout various stages of life, inspiration is the thought or idea that reconnects us with the energy we are a part of before becoming a microscopic particle. I call this surrendering ourselves to our destiny and allowing ourselves to hear the call. At this point we can differentiate between the demands of our ego and those of ego-dominated people and institutions that divert us from the call of inspiration. As we go deeper into spirit, we stop being guided by the ego demands of others or ourselves. We surrender to the ever-present force that drives us to be in this happy state of inspiration. We are guided by our highest calling, which is truly our life purpose. A force beyond even our own life. The invisible reality, where all physical life originates, is more powerful and meaningful than the little parenthesis in eternity that we call life, or that which stands between birth and death. The spiritual dimension of invisible reality calls us into this material world of beginnings and endings. This spiritual essence is our source, which is magnificent and stupendous compared to our earthly selves. When we are inspired, as I refer to this in this book, we are connected to this force that is greater in all respects than our physical selves. It was in the spirit that our purpose was established, and it is in the spirit that our magnificence is absolute and irrefutable. Before merging into form, we were part of God, with all the inherent qualities of a creator who sends abundance, creativity, love, peace, joy, and well-being. When we feel what Arthur Miller apparently did, we acknowledge and rejoin that more expansive energy field running through us, and we invite the source to participate in our daily lives. We suspend our identification with the ego and rejoice in the idea of trusting the energy that created us. We choose to live in spirit, trusting in something greater than our life as a physical being. When we listen and allow it, the Spirit guides us. When we don't listen, or allow our ego to get in the way and run the show, we won't be inspired. It's that easy. Later in this book there are specific suggestions for communicating and connecting with this part of ourselves. First, I would like to share some of the personal experiences I had when I was in spirit. My experience with being in spirit. When I am in spirit, I have a feeling of satisfaction, but more than this, I experience joy. I can receive the vibrational energies from my source, call them voices, messages, silent reminders, invisible suggestions, or whatever you want, but they are vibrations of energy that I can align with when I go out. Off the road. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, one of the world's great geniuses, once commented, "When I am, so to speak, completely myself, completely alone and in a good mood, say, traveling in a carriage, or walking after a good meal, or during the night when I can't sleep, that's when my ideas flow better and more abundantly. Where and how they come from, I don't know, nor can I force them." We don't have to be a rocket scientist to know what Mozart is talking about. The same force in a different way flows through you and me right now. I have learned to remove resistance to the free flow of this spiritual energy by reminding myself to align with it or to be in spirit in my thoughts and expectations. The spirit does not stop at the impossibility of anything, that is, it does not focus on not being able to create, on things not working out, on expecting the worst, or on staying stuck. When I am in spirit, I want my present moment and thoughts to align perfectly with what I want. I want to offer an inspirational experience to my audience, so I don't give a speech thinking, I will probably disappoint them. I choose to know that if I stumble or forget something in the middle of my talk, the inspiration to get over it will be there. The results are exhilarating feelings of inspiration. When I sit down to write, my desire is to invite spirit to express itself through me, and I encourage ideas to flow freely. Like Mozart, I am connected, so to speak, with my source in spirit, thinking and hoping to be the instrument of my spiritual source. Ideas flow and any help you need just shows up. And like Mozart, I cannot describe how ideas arise and I cannot force them. Staying in the spirit seems to be the secret to this feeling of inspiration. I also find that inspiration flows into other areas of my life when my main mission is like what Michael Berg describes so beautifully in Becoming Like God, Kabbalah and Our Ultimate Destiny. Just as each being is God's business, each being becomes our business also. That is, being inspired requires the willingness to suspend the ego and enter a space where I want to share who I am and what I have in a completely limitless way. At a recent conference, for example, a woman named Rolina da Silva approached me at break to ask if I would visit her teenage daughter, Allison, at the Toronto Hospital for Sick Children. Allison had been hospitalized for many months due to a rare disease characterized by a collapse of the lymphatic system. His intestines had been punctured, so he couldn't process protein and fat, and his prognosis was poor at best. As I sat with Allison on my third visit with her, I took her hand and noticed that a scab was forming on the top of her hand from a minor wound from an 4 injection. Something took hold of me at that moment. I looked the girl in the eye and reminded her that the scab was a gift for her. She indicated that the essence of wellness, our source, was working within her. I reminded him that all he had to do was summon that same well-being to his abdomen. "You're already connected to spirit," I almost screamed, "otherwise you wouldn't get a scab from that cut on your hand." When I spoke with Rolina months later, I asked her if she remembered that day in the hospital when I held Allison's hand and was inspired by the scab. Rolina replied that that day was a new beginning for her daughter, as something inside her opened up. Always before he had had a blank look on his face, yet he gave off an air of intolerance about the entire process. When the girl realized that she was indeed connected to the spirit, evidenced by the presence of the scab forming on her hand, she changed her attitude completely. Today, Allison is back home and is working to raise money for the same hospital where she spent so many months as a critical care patient. If you ever see me speaking on TV or in person, you will notice a little angel brooch that I am wearing, which Allison gave me as a thank you gift. For me, this pin is a symbol of the angel who guided me that day to speak with Allison as I did. I know in my heart that when we remember, we are always connected to the source and that we can summon the well-being from God. It is then when it is said that we are inspired. Whether the result is miraculous, as Allison's was, or our physical reconnection with our source is completed through the death of our body, we live our moment in spirit. It is important to understand that each and every one of us represents God or the Spirit who is revealed here on our planet. Also, keep in mind that our creative force is a proximate energy. I find that when I emulate it, the result is the inspiration that flows through my life, and I am living a life that is my highest calling. If I feel called to something higher and then do nothing about it, I will generally find myself feeling discontent and disappointment. But when I act on that call by being in vibrational harmony with it and being willing to share it with as many people as possible, I feel inspired. When I donate books to a prison or a library, for example, I feel that my actions fulfill my ultimate calling. And this morning I received a thank you call from a woman who had asked me for support for her work. I took the time to respond with an assessment of how her spiritual healing hypnosis practice had benefited me and what I thought it could do for others. She said, "Your words were the best Christmas gift I have ever received. So why am I still inspired by this? Because I left the world of ego and entered the world of expressing spirit to benefit another person. These experiences of being in spirit are available to all of us. I have simply used some personal vignettes here to illustrate ways of discovering the calling for each of us. I felt called to help others and my life has led me in that direction. In which direction are you moving? Being in spirit is a direction we take, rather than a destination to reach. Living our life in spirit requires that we determine that direction, and we do so by noticing our thoughts and behaviors. The thoughts that are in the spirit reflect a vibrational alignment that moves us towards our highest calling and, obviously, this is the direction we want to take. Once we begin to observe our thoughts, we realize that many times we are going in the opposite direction. When we hold on to ourselves, with conscious effort we can turn 180 degrees with new thoughts. For example, blaming something we call evil is thinking in the wrong direction. When we see things in our world that we label evil, what we are really seeing are people turning away from their source, not individuals in the clutches of an evil power. In our world there are many activities that seem to be motivated by evil, but we must be careful not to assign power to a force that does not exist. There are only people who turn away from source with behavior that contradicts the creative energy that is within them. When we have thoughts that reflect hatred, judgment, and exclusion, we turn away from our source. When those unspiritual thoughts explode in the painful form of terrorist activities, for example, we call them evil. While the pejorative labels we use can ease our feelings of anger and helplessness, they do not help us to be in the spirit. It is imperative for all who seek an inspired life to evaluate the direction of their thoughts and behaviors in terms of moving towards or away from the spirit. To condemn behavior as an evil force is to think that it keeps us from living in the spirit. To inspire ourselves on a daily basis, we must be able to quickly identify any thoughts that are taking us away from our source and then change direction. We need to bring love into the presence of hate, as St. Francis advised. When we are consumed by thoughts that we have labeled evil, we should notice that we are headed in the wrong direction. It is difficult to understand because we are used to blaming our problems on external forces such as evil or hatred, but we know better. We can make that U-turn by using the same energy within us that causes us to turn away from God. Evil, hatred, fear, and even sickness are softened with love and kindness when we are in spirit. When we make that U-turn, we make an alignment correction and return to the space of spirit in our thoughts and actions. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: commit to at least one daily experience in which you share something of yourself without the expectation of being recognized or thanked. For example, before I start my daily exercise, meditation, or writing routine, I go to my desk and choose my gift for that day. Sometimes it's just a phone call to a stranger who has written to me, or maybe I ask for flowers or send a book or gift to someone who has helped me at a local store. On one occasion I wrote to the rector of the university from which I graduated to start a scholarship fund, another day I took a calendar to the gardener, on another I sent a check to Habitat for Humanity, and on another I sent him 3 rolls postage stamps to my son, who had just started his own business. It doesn't matter if this activity is big or small, it is a way to start the day in spirit. Be aware of all thoughts that are not aligned with your source. The moment you realize that you are excluding someone or having critical thinking, say the words in spirit. Then make a silent effort to change that thought to match the energy of source. In the morning before you are fully awake, and again when you go to sleep, take a minute or two of what I call alone time with God. Be in a state of gratitude and say out loud, I want to feel good. My life is bigger than me. Remember this statement. Print it out and post it strategically on your home, car, or workplace. The I is the identification of your ego. Your life is the spirit that flows through you unhindered by the ego, it is what you presented here to actualize, and it is infinite. The I that identifies you is a fleeting fragment. Dedicate your life to something that reflects the consciousness of your divinity. You are greatness personified, a resident genius, and a creative master, regardless of anyone's opinion. Make a silent dedication to encourage and express your divine nature. A Course in Miracles quotes Jesus saying, "If you want to be like me, I will help you, knowing that we are the same. If you want to be different, I'll wait until you change your mind." Being inspired is really being like your source. If not, then your source is politely waiting for you to do something as simple as change your mind. Chapter 2. Your life before your birth in a body. All bodies emerge from the soul and return to it. The visible emerges from the invisible, is controlled by it and returns to it. Lau Russell. Quantum physicians tell us that particles do not create more particles, rather, they are said to come from what is described as energy waves. And physicists and metaphysicians agree that, in a physical sense, life as we know it arises from an invisibility that we often call spirit. I'm sure you are not surprised that the invisible world of spirit from which all physical particles originate is neither explainable nor verifiable. Words cannot precisely define what is intrinsically clear to us in moments of knowledge. This is clearly a purposeful universe, with an intelligence that supports its creation and continued evolution, and we are pieces of that intelligence by virtue of having emerged from it. Consider, for example, that the scientific analysis of even a drop of blood reveals all the characteristics of the supply of our entire body. The percentage of iron in that drop is proportionally the same as that which flows throughout our body, so it is easy to agree that the drop of blood is identical to the source from which it was drawn. Now think about what happens to that drop of blood when it remains in the state of separation. It cannot strengthen or heal us, and it cannot circulate freely. Unplugged from its source long enough, it will simply dry out, decompose, and disintegrate, yet it contains all the physical properties necessary to survive than its original source. I believe that our transition from the spiritual source to physical beings composed of particles is similar to that bit of blood in the sense that we have all the same properties as our source, but unlike that drop, we are never completely separated from our source. I know that there are no accidents in a universe directed by a source of energy that creates endless real magic in the form of his creations. I know that we agreed to move from the world of spirit to the world of particles and form, to leave at the exact moment we did and to leave when we agreed to do so. I also know that we decided to bring blissful perfection into this world and share that divine energy with everyone we meet here on earth. It is our nature to do so. Ancient mystical traditions teach that our planet exists as a vehicle for sharing the universal love, beauty, and abundance of the Creator. When we leave the spirit, we do not necessarily have to separate ourselves from our original nature, but that is what seems to happen. Feeling inspired requires us to be curious and attentive to the feelings that arise to help us reconnect with our original selves. The inspiration that flows through us is a messenger from the realm of our non-physical selves, from where we were before entering this visible world of form. We have the ability to return to that formlessness right now, in our body, without experiencing physical death. This is largely a mental excursion, requiring us to think the way we imagine the all-creating energy, or God, thinks. What must it have been like just before transitioning from spirit to form? In the infinite unity that we were, and still are, something happened to allow that aforementioned wave of energy to manifest into a tiny subatomic particle, and then a quark, an electron, an atom, a molecule, and ultimately, a cell. That comprised everything we needed for the physical manifestation of our body and all its searches, achievements, acquisitions, and physical properties. Our life before we became an incarnation of spirit was exactly like our source. We then begin the transition process and become a tiny fetus destined to spend 9 months developing in our mother's womb. I submit that we have chosen to enter this world of particles and shapes. In ways that we do not easily understand now, when we were in our place of origin we knew what we were coming to achieve and we participated in starting this life process. Why put responsibility or blame someone or something that is not part of us? On earth we have been given the gift of will, that is, we can choose, so suppose we had the same ability when we resided exclusively in the spirit realm. We chose our physical body, just as we chose the parents we needed for the trip. And it doesn't seem too far-fetched to believe that we choose this life in concert with our source. The first particle of human protoplasm destined to be ourself was not the architect of our physical being, instead, it was an aspect of an invisible, formless energy field that was our manifesting self. In the particle, and the energy field from which it emanated, were the size and shape of our eyes, our legs, our mouth, etc. So it seems intuitively natural to me to assume that in that energy field, the very shape of our life was also encapsulated. You see, deep within us is the awareness of the shape our life will take. We can hear that voice, the one that wants us to know our calling, if we choose it, but first we must surrender to that divine plan that we signed before our conception. Our first 9 months in shape. Let's take a second to go back to what happened from the first moment of our manifestation in a particle, until the moment we emerged from our mother's womb. Our embryo became a fetus in a space of total faith and harmony. He had no demands, as he was simply carried away by the divine forces of nature. The foundations of our development occurred without our interference. Our brain developed independently of our ideas about how it should be done. Our heart, liver, kidneys, toes, fingers, eyebrows, and all the other features appeared on a schedule that seems miraculous from this side of the womb. For most of us, it was 9 months in the hands of the source of life within a woman's womb, who may or may not have been welcoming us into existence. Whatever energy we need to become the being we sign to flow directly to and through us. How could we get along so well in those first 9 months with only our mother's cooperation allowing us to develop within her? How could everything we needed for the beginning of our human journey be so perfectly aligned with the creative spirit? The seed we came from was so small that millions of them could fit on the head of a pin, and it looked identical to the seed that starts with a giraffe, a palm tree, or any other living organism. So how did it finally become you or me? The seed materialized into what we intended to become under the auspices of creative intelligence, and it flourished with the help of that extraordinary spirit who is responsible for all life. The whole creation process just unfolded. During those months that we lived in the womb, it is safe to say that we were in spirit. We allowed spirit to align perfectly with no effort on our part. We were fully supplied by a life force that none of us can fully describe or explain. We were a small ball of exudate in the shape of a larva that, in a relatively short period of time, became a human being with the necessary apparatus to sustain life outside the womb. We can see that there is a force in the universe that is 100% reliable, one that we trust to bring us here. It creates and manifests out of a spirit of love, cooperation, beauty, and expansion, and it is to this impeccable work of the Spirit that we can return for inspiration. Throughout our life, we continue our development outside of the womb, where we rely on the energy of creation to fuel the light of inspiration within us. Now I would like to share a conversation that I was privileged to have with my original spirit. As I mentioned earlier, this is an exercise that we can all do with our imaginations. It was an incredible experience, which I encourage everyone to look for the opportunity to have, or at least be attentive to the circumstances that will make it happen. My conversation with my spirit before manifesting myself in a physical particle being in a universe created and guided by an organizing intelligence that excludes accidents and coincidences. I have always felt that my presence here at this moment is a component of that intelligent system. In a powerful hypnosis experience, I recreated a conversation between my higher spiritual self and my source of origin to which I am still connected. This imaginary exchange has been a great help to me for most of my adult life. I was conceived on the first day of September, 1939, and I was born on May 10, 1940. The day of my conception was the same day that Adolf Hitler invaded Poland. 2 days later, World War II began. I was born the same day the Nazis invaded and occupied Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, and I saw the Holocaust coming. He knew he was going to play a dominant role in reversing the kind of hatred that precipitated the horrendous actions that resulted in the slaughter of millions. I came here to teach self-reliance and compassion, just like in a previous incarnation in the 13th century when I roamed Europe and Asia with or as Francesco Bernardone, who later became Saint Francis of Assisi, trying to stop the vicious known activities. Like the Crusades. My infinite soul was, and continues to be, tormented by the inhumanity of human beings towards their fellow men and wants to eradicate the suffering caused by separating collectively and individually and using violence to resolve disputes. It seems to me that the answer is to teach others how to connect to their source and remain in this awareness of love, peace, goodness, and oneness. When enough of us make this journey back to being in spirit, our groups and collectives will reflect the inspiration that I am called to promote in one way or another. As I was preparing to make the change from an exclusively spiritual being to the world of particles in 1939, I had the following conversation with the creative intelligence that I will call God. God, what would you like to accomplish on this journey that you are about to undertake? Me, I would like to teach self-reliance, compassion, and forgiveness. God, are you sure this is what you want to dedicate this life to? I do. Now I can see the need more clearly. God, well then, I think we better put your little butt in a series of foster homes and stay there for a decade or so, where you will learn to experience self-confidence. And we will remove your parents so that they do not dissuade you from your mission. I accept it. But what about my parents? Who will best facilitate my life purpose? God, you can select Melvin Lyle Dyer as your dad. Prisoner, alcoholic, and thief, he will abandon you like a baby and will never appear in your life. You will first practice hating him and seeking revenge, but eventually you will forgive him, long after he has left his body. This act of forgiveness will be the most important event of your life. It will put you on the path that you are signing up for. My mother and I. God, take Hazel Dyer, Lyle's wife. Your compassion for all of your children will set you an example to follow. She will work with determination to the bone to reunite you and your siblings after 10 years of her own suffering. Me, isn't that a terribly cruel fate for my father? God, not at all. He signed up for this years ago. He dedicated his entire life to teaching one of his sons the lesson of forgiveness, a noble gesture, don't you think? And your mother is here to show you how true compassion manifests itself every day. Now go down and participate in becoming a particle. In the introduction to my book You'll See It When You Believe It, I wrote about finding my father and visiting his grave in the early 1800s. The events that led me there defy the laws of logic, and visiting it was the last hurdle I had to overcome before starting my career as a writer and speaker, or the mission I had signed up for in 1939. I also visited the Holocaust sites in Europe and read and reread the history of the events that contributed to the hatred that the war created. In the I worked to bring peace to the events surrounding the horrible war in Vietnam, and today my attention is often focused on finding an alternative to violence and hatred in Africa, the Middle East and particularly in Iraq. My vocation is deep within me and it dominates me. Like Arthur Miller, I don't know what I'm going to do next, but it's probably guiding me by what spirit and I decided at the beginning of this journey. One thing I know for sure is that I am inspired. I have described my personal insight into my calling to encourage all of you to examine your own life, including all your trials and successes, as a necessary experience to fulfill your mission. Looking at life from this perspective nurtures the deep inner longing that will call you back to spirit. Looking at life from an inspired perspective. As you can see from my own example, it can be helpful to consider your entire life as developing a plan that you participated in even before you got here. By doing so, you go from blaming others and circumstances to being responsible and feeling your purpose. Everything that appears in your life becomes part of the perfection of this plan. When everything you experience seems unwelcome, for example, you can look for what you get from apparent obstacles. If we can remember that we are responsible for what we are attracting, we can eliminate the negative energy that we wallow in. If what we want is to be inspired and feel joy, but the opposite keeps appearing, instead of cursing fate, we can simply see ourselves as being out of creative vibrational alignment. We can change our vibrations, in the form of thoughts, to those that are most harmonious with our desires, and then we can begin to take the small steps necessary for our inspiration to be felt. The power source will cooperate with us when we seek it energetically. Furthermore, we can begin to re-evaluate our lives for misaligned attractions and imagined bad luck. With a mental shift of this nature, someone might wonder why he chose to come here as a homosexual, when all you do is bring him trouble. Parents rejected him, he was teased as a child, employment opportunities eluded him, and he faced discrimination in all aspects of his life. Well, maybe if you delved into your spiritual origins, you would find out that you signed up to teach others to love and accept those who are not in the mainstream of life. What better way to do that than to have a life in a body that is so easy to stereotype? If this felt true, that person would acknowledge your call to participate in changing prejudiced reactions. Regardless of what happens in the world of form, within himself he would be living in spirit. When we feel at peace within, we begin to attract more of the peace that we desire because we are operating from a spiritual place of peace. When we engage with spirit, we regain the power of our supreme source. Similarly, a beggar on a street corner may have agreed to come to this world of boundaries to teach and generate the awareness that leads to more compassion in this world, or even to teach a single person, maybe you, to be more compassionate. After all, Source shows up in endless costumes. In an infinite universe, there is no time restriction on the number of lives we have. With an infinity before us, spending a life teaching compassion doesn't seem outrageous. Similarly, the autistic child, the blind person, the victim of violence, the aborted fetus, the quadriplegic, the starving child, and you, whatever illness and hardship you have attracted, are part of the perfection of this universe. The desire to change and improve our world is also part of that perfection. Therefore, an inspiring attitude is less critical and more appreciative, with a keen eye on how God, or the source of energy, manifests. And remember, the font cannot be removed from what you create. I love this story that Sri Swami Sachidananda tells in his wonderful book Beyond Words. I had the great pleasure of meeting Swami on several occasions, and he was an extremely inspired being until his transition back to non-physical spirit a few years ago. There was a man a long time ago who prayed every day, "God, I really want you to come in person, so that you have a nice sumptuous lunch with me." Because I was constantly scolding, God appeared one day and said, "Okay, I'm going to go." God, I am so happy. When can you come? You should give me some time to prepare everything. Okay, I'll go on Friday. Before leaving, the man asked, "Can I invite my friends?" "Sure," God said. And then it disappeared. The man invited everyone and began to prepare all kinds of delicious food. On Friday noon a huge dining room table was set up. They were all there, with a large garland and water to wash God's feet. The man knew that God is punctual. When he heard the clock strike 12, he said, "What happened? God, I would not be disappointed. You can't be late. Human beings can be late, but God cannot." He was a bit taken aback, but decided to wait another half hour as a courtesy. There is still no God. Then the guests began to speak. "Fool, you said that God would come. We had doubts. Why the hell would God come to eat with you? Come on, let's go." The man said, "No, wait," and went in to see what was going on. To his great anxiety, he saw a large black dog on the dining room table, eating everything there. Oh no! God felt that lunch had already been eaten by a dog. That's why he didn't want to come. He picked up a large club and began to beat the dog. The dog cried and ran away. Then the man approached his guests and said, "What can I do? Now, neither God nor you can eat because the food was contaminated by a dog. I know that is why God did not come." He felt so bad that he returned and began to pray. Finally God appeared to him again, but he had wounds and bandages all over his body. "What happened?" asked the man. "You must have had a terrible accident." "It was not an accident," God said. "Was you? Why do you blame me?" "Because I arrived on time at noon and started eating. Then you came and hit me. You hit me and broke my bones. But you didn't come. Are you sure no one was eating your food?" "Well, yeah, there was a black dog." "Who is it, then, but me? I really wanted to enjoy your food, so I came like a dog." Everyone and everything contains God or source, so keep an eye out for the strength of God in every living being. Explore how this force has given us many blessings in disguise. We come from a world of pure spirit and allowed that source to take over without any interference or questioning on our part. As long as we were in spirit, our source materialized in a multitude of ways to handle everything. Then, almost immediately after our birth in form, we begin a program to deny spirit and emphasize the ego. But now, as you read these words, you are on the threshold of abandoning the ego identity and returning to a life where inspiration awaits you. Here are some suggestions to help you cross that threshold. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. See yourself as a single cell in a body called humanity, and it promises to be a cell that cooperates with all adjacent cells with a sense of belonging to the whole. Realize that uninspired thoughts and actions affect your well-being and that of all humanity. Make a concerted effort to allow your body's capacity for natural healing and well-being to develop. Refuse to focus on what is wrong with your body and your life, rather, shift your thoughts to those that allow you to remain in harmony with your source of energy. For example, instead of saying, "I feel sick or tired," say, "I want to feel good, so I'll let my natural connection to well-being take over right now." Your reshaped internal dialogue invites the flow of inspiration. Take an inventory of all the people who were negative and/or destructive elements in your past, and look for ways in which their actions could have been useful events and attitudes that were simply disguised as impediments to happiness. For example, my stepfather's alcoholism and drunkenness, which I despised at the time, were powerfully instrumental in helping me deal with my own addictions later in life. Neglect, abuse, and disloyalty can be painfully difficult and valuable teachers when considered to have experienced them for the greater good. Imagine a conversation, just before your conception, with the creative spirit from which you materialized. Review the parents and siblings you selected, as well as the time of their birth. Find ways that those participants in your life aligned with the deep inner urge you had as a uniquely spiritual entity to fulfill a calling. Try to make sense of what at first glance may seem like a jumble of unrelated elements in your life. If this exercise satisfies and inspires you, you don't need to convince anyone else. Be aware of the perfection of the universe and the creative source behind it, noticing every time you hit your elbow, hit your toe, get hit by a falling tree branch, etc. When such events occur, stop and ask yourself, what were you thinking at that very moment and how does it relate to what appeared to be an accident? You will discover a pattern. What you are thinking is often mysteriously related to what is happening from one moment to the next. Do this to create a constant awareness of your source and the direction of your life. In the next chapter, we will explore why we left the world we were in spirit. Note the old and simple truth that the mighty oak was once a small nut that stood its ground. We're all a mighty budding oak tree, and it's okay to be a little wacky as long as we also stand our ground. Chapter 3. Why we leave our full-time spiritual identity. A sense of separation from God is the only fault that you really need to correct. From A Course of Miracles. Now we understand that we were created from the Spirit, so it must be a part of us. We also realize that for 9 months, we totally trusted this original Spirit, and everything we needed was provided, and then we came as a pure representation of the Spirit. So why do most of us change the spiritual identity card for one that wants us to believe in things that do not exist where we come from, such as suffering, fear, anxiety, limits, and worries? The answer lies in understanding why we leave behind our full-time participation in the world of the Spirit. I have used the term full-time to mean that we are always connected to Spirit, even when we think and behave in ways that do not reflect spiritual awareness. What I am offering in this book is the awareness that we can return to a full-time position of inspiration, which is the true meaning of our life. Inspiration can be cultivated and be a driving enthusiasm throughout life, instead of appearing every now and then and mysteriously disappearing, seemingly independent of our desire. And it is everyone's divine right, that is, it is not reserved for high-profile creative geniuses in the arts and sciences. The problem is that, from birth, we are gradually taught to believe exclusively in the world ruled by Club Ego, and we put our full-time membership in Club Spirit on hold. Our initiation to the Ego Club. When we arrive in this physical world, we are immediately cared for by well-meaning people who have been taught to believe in the illusion of what Patanjali called the false self. They think that they are defined not by the spiritual essence from which they come, but by their unique and special individuality, their possessions, and their accomplishments. They see themselves separated from each other, from what is materially lacking in their lives, and from God. You can see why the word ego is often referred to as an acronym for overtaking God. The ego, you see, is an idea we get from our stuck environment, which is full of ego-dominated people. I'm not using the word ego to describe overly conceited people who thrive on nauseating delusions of grandeur, rather, I mean it as a general term to define identification with the false self. From very early on, the ego tells us that we are separate from everyone else, directly contradicting the Spirit, who reminds us that we share the same life force with everyone. The ego scolds us into competing and insists that we have failed when others defeat us or have more than us. And more than anything else, the ego fears that we will live an inspired life because then we will not need it. As we progressed through our developmental years, we were not trained to stay in the Spirit, quite the contrary. We were constantly reminded that we were what we did in life, and failing to achieve the kind of life that others saw for us meant that we should feel dejected. Our culture wanted us to learn early that we are what we acquire, and if we have or want very little, then we are of very little value. Also, we are what others think of us, so if our reputation gets dirty, we are even less valuable. We were indoctrinated in these lessons by family, church, community, school, the media, and even strangers. These ego-dominated edicts were force-fed to us and allowed to silence the deep inner voice that beckoned us to remember why we are here. Over time, we learn to ignore those murmurs in the spirit and replace joy, contentment, and bliss with an emptiness that wonders, what is this all about? We choose to fit in, chasing someone else's dream and counting our earnings and possessions to gauge our level of success. The upsetting feeling that resulted is the result of giving up our true spiritual selves as an active participant in this life. But take heart, he never left us and today he is alive inside us. Dominant ego messages. We can begin to get back in spirit by examining what the ego has accomplished in our life, as well as making a determined effort to resist the powerful ego pressures of our culture in favor of an inspired life. The ego is just an illusion, so ask yourself if you want to continue to be controlled by something that is not true, or do you prefer to look into what is real and never changes? Note that spirit is fixed, permanent, and infinite, while the ego comes and goes with the wind. To continue this discussion, I have adapted the following list from a fascinating book called The Disappearance of the Universe, Hay House, 2004, by Gary Renard, which recounts two spiritual visitors who taught Gary the meaning of A Course in Miracles. Whether you accept the premise or not is your choice, whether these teachings are profound and worthy of consideration. 1. The ego says, you are a body. The Holy Spirit says, you are not even a person, you are like me, your source of being. This teaching shows that our ego insists that we are impermanent, which is opposed to our being what Lao-tzu, the 6th century BC mystical spiritual master, taught, that which never changes. When we think about our life here on earth, we cannot avoid the awareness that everything we experience, including our body, returns to dust to be recycled by spirit. Our ego finds this concept impossible to accept. 2. The ego says, your thoughts are very important. The Holy Spirit insists, only the thoughts you think with God are real, nothing else matters. This teaching explains that thoughts that focus on ourselves, appearance, possessions, fears, or relationship problems are not only unimportant, they are not real. Oh! The ego shudders at such a comment. But if we examine these thoughts from the infinite perspective of spirit, we see that they are truly unreal. When we were totally immersed in the spirit, we only had thoughts of the spirit because that is all we were. When we leave it behind, we opt for thoughts that our ego told us were important. A Course in Miracles tells us that we didn't even have to think about heaven because we were thought of by God. So that we can access permanent inspiration, allowing ourselves once again to be thought of by God and achieve a state of heaven on earth. 3. Your ego says, the Lord gives and the Lord takes away. The Holy Spirit affirms, God only gives and never takes away. When we live an inspired life, we focus on giving away our life and at the same time observing how it is returned, thus strengthening the idea that what goes, comes. The ego constantly tells us to be afraid of losing what we have and warns us of greedy others who will take what is ours, but God does not take it from us. As we learn to think in this way, we attract more of what is lacking in our life. The reason for this is simple, we become what we think about. If we think of giving, as God does, the universe will provide. If we think about having things taken from us, that is what we will attract. 4. The ego says, there are good and bad things. The Holy Spirit maintains, there is nothing to judge because it is not real in the first place. When we accept the ego identification card, we agree to judge almost everyone and everything in terms of good or bad. The problem with this is that we all have the same spirit that we originate from. If I make you bad and myself good, for example, I deny the presence of the Spirit in you, whom I chose to judge. God sees it very differently. Our spiritual source knows that only she is real, the entire ephemeral world of forms and limits is not of his infinite nature. At our core, the place where we all originated and returned to, there is no one and nothing to judge. This takes some getting used to, but once we understand the truth of this observation, we are free to tap into authentic inspiration. 5. The ego directs love and hatred towards individuals. The love of the Holy Spirit is not specific and all-encompassing. The ego directs us to love some, be indifferent to many, and hate everyone else. When we learn to be back in spirit full-time, we discover what we knew in our pre-ego time: there is no they, there is only one. The one source of all-encompassing love knows no boundaries, different customs, geographic divisions, family divisions, or differences of race, creed, sex, etc. He only knows love for everyone. The ego is probably working on you right now as you read, trying to convince you of the insanity of such a thought. You can reply, how can you love those who would harm you and are your declared enemies? When your ego speaks in this way, remember the words of Jesus, you have heard that it was said, love your neighbor and hate your enemy, Matt. 5:43. This is how the ego works, it tells you to divide your love for some and offer your hatred to others. However, Jesus, who lived totally in the Spirit, goes on to say, but I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father who is in heaven, Matthew 5:44-45. Jesus perfectly points out the differences between the ego and the Spirit. When we were in Spirit, we were children of our Father who is in heaven and He makes His sun rise on the good and the bad, Matthew 5:45. This, of course, means that everything is one. The evil, the good, the just and the unjust are the same, some turn away from the Father, others draw closer to Him. This is such an important and powerful lesson to learn as we move toward the inspiration to live in the Spirit. 6. The ego devises ingenious reasons why we should continue to listen to its selfish advice. The Holy Spirit is sure that at some point we will turn to Him and eventually we will return. The ego will promote its irresistible logic to assure us that our body, our possessions, and our achievements are all very real and important. It convinces us by insisting that what is real is what we can see, touch, hear, taste and smell, therefore, the invisible spirit is not real. So the ego remains attached to things and makes the acquisition of money and power a lifelong goal. To that end, he wants us to scorn forgiveness in favor of seeking revenge, a very persuasive logic when we look around and see that almost everyone does just that. However, through the lens of inspiration, we can see how the ego has distorted the message of the Holy Spirit. Instead of seeking revenge, we are more likely to see a very sad nation of fighters and practically no arrivals, a gang of pill takers, searching outside themselves for a resolution for their depressing, anxiety-filled, joyless, and often lonely lives. By returning to the Holy Spirit, we will no longer be under the influence of the absurd counsel of the ego. 7. The ego wants us to repent of our past. The Holy Spirit wants us to practice unconditional forgiveness. The Holy Spirit is not limited by a past or a future, there is only the eternal now. Whatever energy we put into what happened in the past is the basis of guilt, and the ego loves guilt. Such negative energy makes an excuse for why our present moments are turbulent and gives us an excuse, a reason to stay out of spirit. And thinking about where we have been or what we did wrong in the past are great impediments to an inspired life. On the other hand, when we are inspired, we are fully committed to the now. In an infinite universe, without beginning and without end, it cannot have happened. All guilt and regret simply serve as ways to avoid being here in the only moment we have, which is now. This is where we reconnect with spirit, now. If we choose to use this sacred moment with regrets for a past that is just an illusory thought, then we will not be able to be in the present moment that is joyful, loving, and peaceful. Cluttering this holy moment with thoughts of guilt, remorse, and regret is great for the ego, and it keeps us totally resistant to being in spirit. These 7 messages are the dominant ones that the ego talks about. If we don't listen, it will try to stifle inspiration by intensifying worrying and fearful thoughts. I have managed to tame this annoying ego voice so that its influence is almost negligible in my life, and I know that you can too. How I learned to kill the selfish intruder. I realize that the voice of the ego has convinced most of us that we are powerless to manage our own destiny. There was a time when I felt so much kinder to the ego as it plays such a dominant role in so many people's lives, but today I see it as something that needs to be destroyed. I no longer agree that since it is in our lives, we had better learn to love and accept it, however problematic it may be, nor do I think it serves any useful purpose. Knowing that we have been created in the image of our Creator and therefore have the same essence and the same ultimate potential, means that the ego is out of the picture. The ego denies our original invisible reality, so it must be completely removed and banished from our consciousness. The realization that the ego is a traitor to our greatness is what finally freed me from its attraction. I keep reminding myself that the ego is not real, even as it still protests and tries to erase my feelings of inspiration. My higher self responds, "But remember, Wayne, what is trying to bring you down is not real." What also helps me stay on track is parenthood. I am the father of 8 children, so I can remember thousands of cases of being sucked into a black hole of confusion and uncertainty with my children. Discussions with them about schoolwork, questionable friendships, curfews, staying at a friend's house, dress codes, dating, cigarettes, or drugs, what was okay from my perspective, and what was wrong from theirs, and vice versa, and this list could go on. There was anger and hurt feelings, sleepless nights, and of course a lot of happiness, joy, and satisfaction as well. When I look back on those years of conflict between parents and children, I realize today, in this moment of now, that none of that exists. It is not real because it is in the changing world of time and space. Similarly, I now realize that every conflict or struggle that exists, as well as those experiences that I would call good and joyous, are not real from an inspirational point of view. So if something you experience is going to immediately fall into an illusion, why not just stay connected with spirit through it all? While I still have times where I slip, today I can say that every conflict I have with my children, mostly now adults, or anyone else, is not really between me and them, but between me and God. I am looking for a way to be like God and to remain loving, caring, forgiving and at peace within myself, suspending my need to be right and knowing that in the next moment everything will be gone, which is true of everything. What is unfolding in this illusory world? I want to emphasize that I am not suggesting that peace means being in a place where there is no noise or trouble, rather, it means that in the midst of the confusion, I can still feel calm. None of the things that I was so upset and out of control about is the question today, not one. It's all an illusion fueled by my ego's need to make myself important by winning, being right or coming out on top. I will conclude this chapter a little differently by presenting some passages from the Bhagavad Gita, the holy book of the Hindus, on which Mahatma Gandhi based his life. These passages tell us about leaving that world of pure spirit and inspiration and incarnating ourselves in a body and reflect, in an ancient spiritual verse, what I have tried to convey. Note in this highly respected spiritual text that the word I is capitalized. This means the spiritual and eternal self. The I dwells in the house of the body, which goes through childhood, youth, and old age. This is how the being passes at the moment of death. In another body. The wise know this truth. And don't be fooled by it. When the senses come into contact with sensory objects, they give rise to sensations of heat and cold, pleasure and pain, which come and go. Accept them calmly, just like the wise. The sages, who live free from pleasure and pain, are worthy of immortality. As I've tried to express in this chapter, pleasure, pain, trouble, and good times don't last forever. Krishna advises us to accept them calmly, but to remain detached. If we do, we will live in spirit in what I call immortality. Not pierced by arrows or burned by fire. Affected neither by the water nor by the wind. The self is not a physical creature. Not hurt, not burned, not wet, not dry, the self is always and everywhere, immovable and eternal. This spiritual classic reminds us that we are not only physical creatures with egos, we are a self with whom we wish to be married in spirit, who is everywhere and is eternal. This is our true essence. When we move into the space within ourselves and see all our life experiences from this point of view, we will be permanently inspired. Some there are who have realized the self in all its wonder. Others can talk about it. So wonderful. But there are many that they don't understand even when they listen. Immortal is the being in every creature. Know this truth and leave all pain behind. When we do what Krishna advises and realize the self, we live knowing that our true self is immortal. This is a great comfort, as we can leave the pain behind and be inspired. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. Viewing this physical world as an illusion ironically allows you to enjoy it more and stay inspired. Practice laughing at the importance that you and so many people place on everyday circumstances. Look at it from an eternal perspective and you will find yourself lightening that heavy load. I have personally often quoted the words, "This will also happen," to keep me relieved when my imagined problems feel upset. Your ego wants you to live in a state of self-importance, but your Holy Spirit knows that the only thing that is really important is to be aligned with the Spirit. Therefore, anything that is not of the Spirit, such as fear, illness, worry, shame, anger, and the like, is worthy of your laughter. When others try to seduce you into feeling bad, guilty, worried, fearful, or anything that is not of the Spirit, practice stepping outside of yourself and becoming the observer of all transitory things, which is your entire physical world. Repeat feelings like, "This is not mine, I refuse to acknowledge it, and I will not be misaligned with Spirit." At any point in your life, you can practice this observer technique. Just mentally step out of your body and observe what is trying to keep you from feeling inspired. Then make a vow to return to the Spirit by repeating the above statements. Continually remember the physical and metaphysical truth that there is no place in this universe that is devoid of Spirit. Everything and everyone is of the Spirit before, during and after manifestation in physical form. I urge you to seek the Spirit when your ego has convinced you that it is absent. In all your uninspired moments, practice stopping the ego chatter and looking for the good or a reason for what is happening. Even in devastating natural disasters like hurricanes, tsunamis, floods, fires and the like, look for the good. There is no death from the perspective of infinity, so once you've removed the horror of dying from the equation, you'll have a different perspective. The lost lives of others teach us all to be more in spirit, to be kinder, to grow in caring and compassion, creating a greater sensitivity to unity in the universe. We can translate these heightened sensitivities into behavior that is more generous and forgiving, providing assistance and cooperation with each other. You will discover a way to follow your own instincts to be more in spirit and less in fear and anger. Die while you're alive. Live the New Testament words that tell you that you are in this world but not of it. You can be here without being attached to here simply by discarding your bodily identification. Imagine yourself as a decomposed energy field that is impervious to anything other than spirit. Imagine, for example, that criticism and feelings of inadequacy are in this world and therefore cannot enter your body because you have left it, and it is a translucent mass of non-particles that is no longer of this world. This exercise will free you from many of the problems that you have connected to in your mind. You only have it now, and it will even disappear in an instant. Welcome to the infinite world of spirit. As H. L. Mencken, a famous journalist/satirist of a generation ago, wrote, "We are here and it is now. Beyond that, all human knowledge is pure moonlight." Work every day to tame the demands of the ego. Ultimately, make it your goal to shamelessly kill your ego while still in your body. It's doomed to destruction the moment you die and re-enter the realm of reality where you came from anyway. Note that you are not being cruel by destroying your ego, as you are a false self to begin with. The best way I can think of to summarize and conclude this chapter is to go back to the opening quote from A Course in Miracles. For me, this observation helps us understand why we have left our spiritual identification. A sense of separation from God is the only fault that you really need to correct. Now let's work to correct that separation. Chapter 4. How it feels to return to the Spirit. The goal and purpose of human life. It is the unitive knowledge of God. Aldous Huxley. This should be clear by now. We originate from an energy field that has no boundaries. Before entering the world of form, we were in spirit, a part of God, so to speak. We begin to enter this physical world first as a particle, then as a cell, then as a fetus, then as a baby, and finally as a fully developed human being. But our ultimate purpose from the beginning was to experience the unitive knowledge of God, as Huxley so beautifully puts it. Unfortunately, when we began our human training, we were taught to abandon most of our spiritual identity and adopt a new one based on ego consciousness, or the feeling of being separated from spirit. In other words, we came here from a place of inspiration and we intended to stay that way. Unfortunately, we forgot to do so and ended up abandoning most of our inspiring notions in favor of a consensus of reality that did not include spirit. We choose the false self, which is why, inexplicably, we feel out of purpose. In the West, traditional psychology has not wholeheartedly embraced the existence of Atman, the divinity within humans, and our psychological and spiritual teachings do not show us how to achieve the perfect yoga union. For this type of learning, we would have to study with a yoga or organized religion teacher. Now we would like to reconnect with the world of spirit, while at the same time not getting rid of the familiar body that we have used forever. That's where Patanjali's teachings come in. Patanjali was considered a saint in his life, teaching sutras, the essential threads of a philosophy that elevated human beings to their full potential. He taught about knowing God through the practice of meditation and yoga to achieve a point of union with the source. He also described our ability to perform miracles. These feats involved specific spiritual aphorisms and the daily practice of yoga. The remainder of this chapter is devoted to my impression of Patanjali's 2,300-year-old observations on inspiration. When you are inspired. My personal view of the 6 ideas presented here includes my belief in the existence of a God consciousness within each of us. And my purpose in the next few pages is to help you achieve this perfect union of yoga and live from this inspired perspective every day. This is what Patanjali offered us more than 2,000 years ago, which is the most profound statement I have found on the importance of the role of our highest calling. When you are inspired by some great purpose, some extraordinary project, all your thoughts break their ties, your mind transcends the limitations, your consciousness expands in all directions and you find yourself in a new, great, and wonderful world. Sleeping strengths, abilities, and talents come to life, and you discover that you are a much greater person than you ever dreamed of being. Patanjali opens his aphorism with an observation on inspiration and follows it with 6 conclusions. These 6 key points are the foundation of this chapter as they describe how it feels when we return to the world of spirit. 1. When you are inspired. All your thoughts break their ties. As I explained earlier, being inspired is equivalent to being back in the spirit. Before presenting ourselves in form, our mind and the mind of God were synonymous, which means that we were free from the bondage of the ego mind. This is simply how the world of spirit works. It is impossible for them to put self-imposed limits or chains on us. When we are in harmony with the mind of God, we simply do not have thoughts that tell us that we cannot achieve something. After all, our thoughts are of a higher energy. Every desire we have has an energy vibration component. When we release that desire in thought form, it usually coincides with the same energetic vibration from our spiritual source. I want to attract prosperity, I want to experience physical well-being, I want to have a peaceful relationship, I want to feel good about my life, etc. The energy of our thoughts determines whether or not we are living at an inspired level, so any doubt about our ability to manifest our desire or receive spiritual guidance is vibrationally out of tune with that desire. And when this happens, we automatically impose bonds on our minds, which most often take the form of thoughts that jeopardize our ability to be inspired. Returning to spirit results in a great sense of being in tune with our unique divine purpose. Imagine being able to go on and on for hours without experiencing fatigue, hunger, thirst, or mental exhaustion, all thanks to one factor: the will to return to the spirit. Personally, I have found that when I have thoughts of being inspired by some great purpose or extraordinary project, I let go of the fatigue. That is, being in spirit somehow removes the thoughts that send the "I'm exhausted" signals to my body. In the midst of writing, speaking, traveling with my family, playing a tennis match or whatever inspires me, all ties are broken in my mind and fatigue is impossible. Also, matching my wishes with plans and behaviors in the form of my thoughts and actions breaks the bonds of hunger and discomfort. I have literally written for hours without eating or feeling hungry. Somehow being inspired allows my thoughts to remove any of the ties that can serve as excuses for not doing what I know I am here to accomplish. This observation that Patanjali made so long ago is astonishing. Why not practice returning to spirit and allowing all thoughts to agree with that original spirit? Your thoughts will work on your body and your environment, transforming obstacles into the fulfillment of wishes. 2. When you are inspired, your mind transcends limitations. Next, imagine what it must feel like to have absolute faith, an inner knowing that failure is impossible, a complete absence of doubt about your ability to create whatever you put your attention on. I imagine this must be how God feels when He prepares to create. He must have this kind of confidence about the result. Well, when we are inspired, we remember that God is always in us and we are always in God, so we are unable to have limited thoughts. We are transcendent, we have gone beyond the world of borders and entered a space of creative knowledge. In other words, we surrender, we put ourselves under the guidance and control of our purpose-driven force. I can personally attest to this delivery process. Throughout my life I have had unshakable faith in my ability to attract money and prosperity. Even when I was young and living in foster care, I always felt that I had a right to wealth. I just knew that there was an inexhaustible supply and that it was totally neutral, just an energy that goes where it is called. I don't know why I've known this all my life, but I know it even more today. A television interviewer once asked me if I ever felt guilty about getting so much out of my writing and recording. I replied, to his surprise, I would feel guilty, except it's not my fault. When he asked me what I wanted to say, I explained that money has always come to me because I have always felt within myself that I am money. I attract prosperity because I feel entitled to it. In fact, I feel like it's actually a definition of me. Money has always come to me, and as it has, I direct it where I perceive it is needed. It is simply an energy system that my mind has created. It flows into me because it is who I am. I never doubted that it came from an energy field of sheer boundless abundance, and because of my unshakable faith, I have always acted with this prosperity consciousness. I have never known a moment of unemployment, in good or bad economic times. When I was little, I saw that collecting soda bottles brought in pennies and the pennies turned into dollars. I saw that helping women with shopping, shoveling snow, or emptying the ashes from the charcoal ovens were acts of prosperity. And today I'm still collecting soda bottles, shoveling snow, and scooping ashes on a much larger scale. Prosperity continues to haunt me because I am still in total harmony with my original spirit, which is abundance and prosperity. A few months ago, NFL champion Curtis Martin of the New York Jets was in the front row of a lecture I presented at the Westbury Music Fair on Long Island. At the end of the evening, this gentleman, who has reached the top in his own profession, approached me and put a paper in my hand while thanking me for the lecture. Back in my hotel room, I realized that Mr. Martin had given me a personal check for $1, with no restrictions or instructions. You see, like I told the interviewer, it's not my fault. I matched the gift Curtis gave me and contributed a van for a woman in Maui who has been in a wheelchair for over years. In fact, when we are inspired, we attract the abundance of what we originate. And then the mind truly transcends all limitations. 3. When you are inspired, your consciousness expands in all directions. Now try to imagine yourself living in a world that has no direction. There is no north, south, east, or west, there is no up or down, and there is no past or future. In this world, any direction is in all directions. As difficult as it is to imagine a directionless universe, this is exactly what the world of spirit looks and feels like. When we are in spirit, all directions are possible for us at all times because our consciousness occurs within our mind. Now this inner world of ours, reunited with its original essence, does not think in only one direction, rather, it allows all possibilities. Our consciousness is in the absolute state of allowing. All resistance, in the form of thoughts, is non-existent. I'm talking about a feeling that invades us when we are inspired by a great purpose, an extraordinary project, where we experience the bliss of an expanded consciousness with the insurmountable allowing each and every possibility to enter our daily lives. We stop looking for answers in a directional way. They do not come from somewhere north or west of us, nor do they come from above, nor are they impeded by something below. We begin to feel the broader meaning of life, what it is like to be part of everything once again. Is there a place where God is not? And if we come from God, shouldn't we be like God? You see, we are already connected to everything we need when we are inspired. What occurs is a realignment within us that allows everything, each event, and each person to merge into our inspired consciousness. When we resurface in the perfect unity of the Spirit, we see everyone we meet as an ally through our inspired way of life. We feel extraordinarily guided and attract people, events, and circumstances to join us in our inspired state because our world has transcended from the elemental path of cause and effect, from birth to death, to all directions simultaneously. We live to the maximum allowed, with a non-existent resistance. We are back in spirit. 4. When you are inspired, you find yourself in a new, great, and wonderful world. Patanjali was so right with this conclusion. We absolutely enter a new world when we are inspired. We feel different because we are no longer getting over God. We return to the vibrational alignment where limitations do not exist and there are no links, and we have left our body and all its limits to live in an expanded consciousness in our mind. Now we begin to think in terms that miracles are not only possible, they are actively on the way. We soon stop being amazed by all the things that go our way and instead affirm, what is needed is on the way. The phrase "we hope for miracles" is more than a New Age motto, it is how we feel when we live each day in the Spirit. We leave the world of anxiety, fear, doubt, and impossibility and enter a wonderful new world of Spirit, where anything is possible. I made the decision to live in Spirit full-time. I resigned my professorship at St. John's University to teach and write on a much larger stage. I knew within me that I was finally seriously listening to the inner voice that chose my destiny before I was conceived. I incarnated to teach self-reliance and to help our planet move toward a more unified livelihood in heaven on earth, but I was here for 35 years before dedicating myself exclusively to my mission. At the age of 36, I was consumed with my writing and telling the world about my book Your Erroneous Zones. He was full of enthusiasm and passion for what was involved. I have never felt so complete in my previous 35 years. Even though I had an exciting and completely fulfilling career in teaching and counseling. The moment when I quit being an employee to live my dream, when I mustered the courage to be in spirit, lives on in my mind even today, some years later. What happened from then on is precisely what Patanjali suggests. I found myself in a great and wonderful new world. It was as if a huge blanket had been pulled from me and the breeze was allowed to cool me with every step I took. The world became my oyster when I entered the world of inspiration. Suddenly I started getting requests to appear on TV and radio shows to discuss what I believed so passionately. The more he spoke, which I now recognize as inspiration, the more invitations he received. Radio announcers began asking me to participate, sometimes for 6 or 7 hours in late-night shows, and then for a week at a time, in cities across the country. I stayed with my inspiration, loving every moment, working 18 hours a day and being willing to do whatever it takes to stay in the spirit. Soon, the national programs took an interest in me, and in the meantime, precisely the right people appeared to teach me and guide me through this process. Advertisers, publishers, book distributors, talent coordinators, travel agents, bankers, everyone who was needed kept popping up. All I had to do was stay inspired and follow my bliss. In the words of Joseph Campbell, it was as if a gigantic hand was pulling the right strings. Moment by moment, day by day, I was in awe of everything in that moment, and I am still in awe as I write these words many years later. Today, more than ever, I trust Patanjali's advice to stay in the spirit. This is not to say that many obstacles did not arise, as they continue to this day. There are times when I still can't understand why I have to go through so many difficulties. At the age of I thought I was done with heartbreak, but I still have it. A debilitating heart attack, a personal tragedy in my private life, and serious addiction problems within my family have been recent events. Despite all the difficulties that have arisen, I have found all of these experiences to be valuable because of the compassion, forgiveness, and kindness that I have developed. These so-called negative situations have impacted my writing and my speech and have made me reach a much wider audience through public television, where I offer a positive and inspired message. My lesson has been to stay in the spirit and get out of my body and my life circumstances to observe everything that flows to me from a detached perspective. It's not about me, it is about staying in the spirit, knowing that everything that is presented to me is a divine blessing, even the struggles. Here's a story on ways to deal with adversity that I find particularly challenging and inspiring. Carrots, eggs and coffee. A young woman complained to her mother about the hardships and difficulties in her life. She didn't know how she was going to continue and wanted to give up. The young woman said, "I am tired of fighting and fighting. It seems that as soon as a problem is solved, a new one appears." In response, her mother led her into the kitchen and filled 3 pots with water, placing each on the stove over high heat. Soon the water began to boil. In the first pot he placed carrots, in the second he placed eggs, and in the last one he placed ground coffee beans. He let them sit and boil, without saying a word. In 20 minutes she turned off the burners. Then the mother took out the carrots and placed them in a bowl. He took out the eggs and placed them in a bowl. Then he poured the coffee out of a ladle and placed it in a bowl. Turning to his daughter, he said, "Tell me what you see." "Carrots, eggs and coffee," replied the daughter. Her mother approached her and asked her to feel the carrots. She did and noted that they were soft. Then the mother asked the daughter to take an egg and break it. After peeling off the shell, he observed the hard-boiled egg. Finally, the mother asked the daughter to have a sip of coffee. The daughter smiled as she savored its rich flavor. The daughter then asked, "What does it mean, Mother?" His mother explained that each of these objects had faced the same adversity, boiling water, and each one reacted differently. The carrot reached the water strong, hard, and tenacious. However, after being subjected to the boiling water, it became soft and weak. The egg had been brittle, its thin outer shell protecting its liquid interior, but after the boiling water, its interior hardened. But the ground coffee beans were unique. After being in the boiling water, they had changed the water itself. The message: stay in spirit and turn adversity into a component of a great, wonderful new world, just like coffee did. 5. When you are inspired, sleeping forces, abilities, and talents come to life. I love Patanjali for teaching me this powerful truth. Essentially, it is telling us that when we move into the consciousness of inspiration, the forces that we thought were dead or unavailable come to life and are available for us to use to manifest our inspired desires. Could this be true? Does the universe collaborate with us to awaken dormant forces, faculties, and talents? I know it's true, so my answer is a resounding yes. I use this particular insight every day of my life. In fact, I'm using it right now. I'm sure what I'm supposed to say on these pages will get to me one way or another, especially as I live and breathe this idea of inspiration. I am passionate about helping others learn how important it is to listen to their latest calling. I sleep with a pad of paper and a pen next to my bed because much of what I want to convey comes through my dream state. As I walk the beach here on Maui, watching humpback whales and dolphins dancing offshore, I ask for your guidance. I receive it, write it down and share it with you. I know that there are forces to guide me through each stage of this writing. When I pick up a book, I often open it to exactly the right page and exactly what I need appears before me. I smile inwardly and say out loud, "Thank you, God. You are always there for me when I write, apparently alone here in my dining room and looking at the magnificent ocean." I love seeing those latent forces come to life and guide me in my own inspired offerings. I really appreciate the talent that has rested within me for so long, awakening when I do what I know I am here to do. I certainly would not be able to access the forces if I were living in the ordinary level of consciousness that had been traced to me by well-intentioned external forces. I can only access latent forces when I am inspired, that is, when I let go of the demands of my ego and re-enter that magical realm of spirit. These latent forces will come to all of us, they are actually alive and well and have been working on our behalf for as long as we are here. However, they seem dead to us because we have left behind our divine purpose, which we decided long before we took on the crazy ego. I've always loved great synchronicity stories. Here's one, considered an urban legend by some, that illustrates how the universe conspires to guide those who choose a life of inspiration. A poor Scottish farmer named Fleming heard a cry for help coming from a nearby swamp. She dropped her tools and ran toward him. There, waist deep in black mud, was a terrified boy, screaming and trying to break free. Farmer Fleming saved the boy from what could have been a slow and horrible death. The next day, an elegant carriage stopped in the sparse surroundings of the Scotsman. An elegantly dressed nobleman came out and introduced himself as the father of the boy Farmer Fleming had saved. "I want to reward you," the nobleman said. "You saved my son's life." "No, I cannot accept payment for what I did," replied the Scottish farmer, rejecting the offer. At that moment, the farmer's son approached the door of the family shack. "That's your son?" asked the nobleman. "Yes," replied the farmer proudly. "I'll make you a deal. Let me provide you with the level of education that my child will enjoy. If the boy is anything like his father, no doubt he will become a man we will both be proud of." And so he did. Farmer Fleming's son attended top schools and eventually graduated from St. Mary's Hospital School of Medicine, University of London, and became known throughout the world as the celebrated Sir Alexander Fleming, the man who discovered penicillin. Years later, the son of the same nobleman who was saved from the swamp was affected by pneumonia. "What saved your life this time?" "Penicillin." "The nobleman's name?" "Lord Randolph Churchill." "Your son's name?" "Sir Winston Churchill." "What force is operating here?" He is the same one who seeks to work with us when we choose to live the inspired life that we sign up for. 6. When you are inspired, you discover that you are a much greater person than you ever dreamed of being. The act of being inspired by great purpose allows us to feel the essence of a spiritual being having a human experience, and not the other way around. Patanjali suggests that we could never even dream of our greatness because we have been imprisoned by our beliefs about who we are. We accepted the idea that we had a limited capacity to create an all-encompassing life, and we were confident that we had no choice in our own destiny. We defended our need to acquire more and live a scarcity consciousness in which we competed with everyone else for a measly slice of the pie. All of these imprisoning thoughts result when we are not led by the Spirit. Going into a state of inspiration removes all those restrictive ideas. As Patanjali points out, we will discover someone we could not imagine because we were imprisoned in the prison of ego, imprisoned for what we now recognize from our inspired point of view to be an illusion. The poet Rabindranath Tagore, Nobel Prize in Literature in 1913, writes of those who live exclusively in the false identity of the ego. The one who, in the world of men, goes from door to door singing asking for alms, with his one-stringed instrument and his long cloak of rags patched on his back. Tagore is describing how limited our thoughts and our lives are when we are not in spirit. As we move toward heeding the highest calling, we no longer live exclusively in the world of men, so we know that we all have greatness waiting for us. We need to wake up from the bad dream that has stupefied us in the fog of the ego, and live from the blissful perspective that being in spirit offers. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: check your thoughts for something that links to your ability to express yourself. Even a seemingly insignificant one that questions your resolve to live in spirit represents a vibration of energy that prevents you from creating your desires. Changing a thought of this is unlikely to happen because I've never had any luck before that what I need is on the way. I will look everywhere for evidence that I am aligned with the same energy vibrations as my desire. Be alert to thoughts that creep in and reflect on the idea that you cannot express your desires. Repeat this mantra to yourself as often as you can, turning it into a ritual that only you are aware of. I have absolutely no limits on what I intend to create. As you repeat these words, you will find that you slide into the world of spirit, where limitlessness defines all of reality. Try to spend some time each day in a state of meditation, in which you put aside all ideas about time, space, and linear directionality. Allow yourself to be. Imagine yourself without a body or possessions or attachments. In this way, you will begin to emulate the world of spirit. It is from this non-directionality, without going backwards or forwards, up or down, north and south, that you will brush with inspiration. Such a feeling may come out of nowhere, but it will appear when you do your best to emulate the connection with spirit. Develop a private confidence in your ability to activate and attract latent forces. Visualize yourself as a being who can command these seemingly inert forces to work with you. Remember this truth: if I remain in harmony with my original spirit, that invisible force that creates everything will go to work on my behalf. Just know this inside. Then start looking for even the slightest indication that those hibernating forces are waking up from their apparent slumber to work with you. In reality, these forces never sleep, rather, they only work with you when you are a vibrational partner to them. So change your expectations for yourself, hope for the best, wait for guidance, wait for your fortune to change, wait for a miracle. Remember the words of Michelangelo: the greatest danger for most of us does not lie in setting our goal too high and not reaching it, it's about setting our goal too low and hitting our mark. When you were in spirit before you materialized, your goal was high and your expectations were close to God. Refamiliarize yourself with that vision and start living an inspired life. Just turn the page to get started. Chapter 5. Finding the way to an inspired life. If we examine each stage of our life, we find that from our first breath to our last we are under the constraint of circumstances. And yet we still possess the greatest of all freedoms, the power to develop our innermost selves in harmony with the moral order of the universe, and thus gain peace of heart with whatever obstacles we encounter. It is easy to say this and write this. But it always remains a task that must be dedicated every day. Every morning he yells at us, do what you must and trust what can be. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. When I talk about inspiration and purpose, I often hear people ask, but what if I really don't know what would inspire me? Or how do I find my purpose when nothing seems to resonate with me at the level of happiness you speak of? That is why this chapter and the next are dedicated to my heartfelt answers to these questions, which seem most upsetting to those who would really love to hear about their latest calling. The mere act of questioning our ability to live an inspired life represents a resistance that we must examine because it implies that we are deficient in our spiritual pursuit. Of course, nothing could be further from the truth. In the world of spirit where we come from, there are no shortages, lacks, or shortages, and there is definitely no lack of purpose. This is an intelligent system of which we are part. We are divine beings, that we are a part of the whole pie of creation. By questioning our ability to activate a connection to inspiration, we give evidence of our lack of faith in our divinity. With this little reproach in mind, I will now explain ways to believe and connect with our highest calling. First, to set aside any questions about our personal right to live an inspired life, we must reclaim our divinity. The fundamental truth that each of us must affirm is, I am a divine creation. All creation has a purpose. I am here to be like God. We should tattoo this statement on our conscience and wear it with pride. We must begin the process of being in the Spirit with a firm statement that we will never waver from. Here is a poetic reminder of this truth from Walt Whitman: perhaps the deepest and most eternal thought latent in the human soul is the thought of God, fused into the thoughts of moral entitlement and the immortality of identity. Great, great is this thought, yes, bigger than everything else. Yes, as Whitman says, this thought of merging with God is greater than any other we can have. Once we accept this, we can move on to know why we are here and what inspires us. We can start to trust the intelligence that beats our heart 50 or 60 times a minute and at the same time spins the earth once every 44 hours, keeps the planets aligned and creates every millisecond. Our job is to be as close to the source of all being as possible, and lingering questions about what inspires us and why we are here dissolve into this great desire. Once we declare that our holy and divine nature is our essence, instead of something to be verified, it all seems so obvious. The journey to feeling determined and inspired begins with seeking to be like God in all our thoughts and actions. I quoted Goethe at the beginning of the chapter because I consider him one of the most intellectually and spiritually gifted Renaissance men who ever lived. Study his words carefully as you read this chapter, and keep in mind that each of us is capable of being inspired every day of our lives. After all, this is our God-offered right, with whom we collaborated before we got here. Sharing is inspiration. Unity with our source is achieved by becoming like her, and her essence is giving and sharing. Therefore, in order to know our purpose and heed our last call for inspiration, we must also become a being who is more focused on sharing than receiving. This universe works according to the law of attraction, so the more we change the focus of our desires to wanting more for others, the richer we become. When we tell the universe to give me, give me, give me, it responds in the same way, and we find ourselves feeling burdened and unbalanced. But when we ask the universe, how can I share? He will ask, how can I share with you? You are a being of sharing and I give you the same energy. Now this may seem absurd at first, particularly if we've been brought up in an ego consciousness that emphasizes the need to go for number one and get what you can before someone else does. But I assure you that when we make the transformation into a being of sharing, the question of how to inspire us will disappear. So when we find ourselves wanting more, the solution is to do more for society, for humanity, or for the environment. Any act of sharing in response to our desires leads us to feel inspired. The fact is, it just feels good to do something for others. When I finished writing The Power of Intention a couple of years ago, for example, I had such a glorious feeling of having been guided through the writing that I wanted to express my gratitude in some way other than taking credit for myself or thinking of myself. Same. It was then that I thought of my personal editor, Joanna Pyle, who has taken my disjointed thoughts and ramblings and turned them into cohesive books for nearly 3 decades. I knew that in all her years, my friend had never known the joy of having a new car, it just hadn't been a priority in her life. So I arranged for Joanna to receive a brand new motorhome as an expression of my gratitude for all her brilliant publishing, dating back to 1970. In that one act of sharing, I received as much joy and satisfaction as I did from writing the content of a book that consumed me for almost a year. Please understand that it is not necessarily about giving away our possessions or money, rather, it is about living in the same vibrational energy as our source and attracting that energy to each other. It's about thinking of others before ourselves and offering the love we feel throughout life, first in our thoughts and then in our actions, and this is how we connect with inspiration. This is because we have become one with our source in thought and then in action, or as Goethe puts it so perfectly, we still possess the greatest of all freedoms, the power to develop our innermost selves in harmony with the moral order of the universe, and thus gain peace of heart. A being of sharing often thinks in those terms. When we contemplate our Creator, we realize that God simply gives and imparts without demanding anything in return. We are not obligated to pay homage or do anything for God. It is our demands that keep us from feeling inspired, so we must let them go and extend ourselves in an attitude of sharing. I am speaking here of an inner transformation in which extending love outward is our predominant disposition. This can take the form of a silent blessing towards someone we might have previously judged, a loving greeting, a kind comment, or a thought that wishes the highest good for everyone involved. As simple as it sounds, this is the ultimate push to get inspired. Blocking the bliss of inspiration. The most frequent lament I hear from people who want to be inspired is, "I have no idea what I should be doing, so how can I find my inspiration?" My answer is always the same: inspiration is not what we receive from what we do, it is what we contribute to our actions. In other words, when we live in the Spirit, we can be inspired to do anything. Our job is to stay connected to our spiritual essence, rather than seeking a position that we believe will provide us with that connection. When we feel confused about what to do to be inspired, it is time to go to a quiet place. It could be in our house, by the sea, in a meadow, or deep in the forest. It just needs to be a place where we can be alone with God. Once there, we can imagine talking to our beloved Creator, whom He has trusted more than anyone else. Conversing with God will simply affirm the answers we already have within us, and then we can awaken to the understanding of what we need to do. It's not about getting the right job. Whatever we are doing right now gives us a unique opportunity to inspire our workplace. We can do this by becoming a being of sharing and extending the love that we come from to everyone we meet, particularly those who seem to be the most annoying or those we tend to blame for our lack of inspiration. We basically have two options to deal with any problem that seems to be blocking us from the bliss of inspiration. The first option is the path of fragility, in which we make sure that we are weak and incapable. Frustration, pain, fear, and tears are the hallmarks of this choice, in which we try to heal one evil with another. The method of fragility multiplies tensions by focusing on what is missing and often invites the advice of others in an attempt to resolve our inner tension and lack of inspiration. The second option is to go within and know that in our center, beyond all physical and mental factors, resides the spirit that is always connected with God. Any problem, and I emphasize any problem, represents our inability to consciously connect with our source in the moment. With a conscious connection, we do not seek advice from others, we seek information, so our decisions are made between ourselves and our Creator. We often have silent exchanges with God, and we know and trust that spirit guidance is available as an alignment of energy. When we are not feeling inspired, we recognize that we need to make a vibrational adjustment that realigns our thoughts and behaviors with the desire to be inspired. Then when this realignment occurs, we can laugh at the insanity of looking for something outside of ourselves, such as an activity or a job, that inspires us. By simply realigning and harmonizing with spirit, we allow inspiration to flourish in the field of harmony. Hearing the voice of God. When we make the decision to become a being of sharing and practice daily keeping our thoughts in harmony with the energy of spirit, our purpose will not only find us, but will haunt us wherever we go. Since we have aligned ourselves with our Creator, we will not be able to escape from Him. You see, when we live as much life as possible in God realization, nothing can go wrong. What we need and who we need will come to light, and we will notice that we cannot help but feel that something much greater than our individual lives is operating in and around us. Our number one relationship must be with this creative energy of God. When we go to our source, we activate the energy that reconnects us with our purpose. Inspiration appears before our eyes, even when we have stopped thinking about it. Our purpose manifests itself in many ways and will not be limited to a professional position. In fact, it is often something that forces us to leave a particular type of job to pursue something we have never considered. We must trust that inspiration is already here. It only escapes us because we have somehow disconnected from the spirit that was and will always be our essence. I recently received a letter from a woman in Kansas that illustrates this message perfectly. Out of nowhere, she felt compelled to do something she had never contemplated before, and voila! It was inspired and continues to be inspired today. With Gail's permission, here is her letter, which has been edited for clarity. For more information on japa, which is a form of meditation. See my book Getting in the Gap. Dear Wayne, thank you very much for your presentations and tapes. You are often my traveling companion while I am driving at work. I just wanted to add my testimony to the power of japa. I was an intermittent meditator, but I realized how well my days went when I was in. I visited Kenya, Africa, in June 2002, and there I met an 8-year-old orphan girl. As I sat on the floor, she climbed onto my lap and a voice said, "Take her home." I physically turned around, but no one was there. Again the voice said, "Take her home." I asked my 18-year-old daughter, who was with me on the trip, what she thought about my adoption of this beautiful girl. With the speed of a sprinter, she responded, "Go ahead." When we returned to the United States a week later, I realized that if I did not comply with this adoption, I would always regret it. Regret seemed so much bigger than the task of adopting. I started doing japa every morning, and through a series of miracles that special girl was able to come to this country. I called her Nellie, and she has been a blessing to me and my other children. The adoption of Nellie was the second part of God's plan. The first part had been developed a couple of years earlier, when I felt led to sponsor a series of workshops from which I made 10,000 benefits with very little time or work. And guess what the ultimate cost of adopting Nellie was? The first time I heard the voice, I decided to ignore it and or think about it, making lists of pros and cons. But I couldn't rest until I proceeded with the workshops. This is how I explained to my family that I had to proceed with the adoption of Nellie. Obedience had brought abundance into our lives, and now was the time to share that abundance. Nellie has brought an abundance of love and forgiveness to our home. She is truly a treasure. Thank you for sharing your gift of this wonderful meditation. It changed my life and the life of a girl. Sincerely, Gail Bale, Topeka, Kansas. Gail used her meditation practice to stay connected to her Creator and to be open for her purpose in life to find her, and when an orphan toddler in Kenya crawled onto her lap, purpose did find her. Gail calls this God's plan, but it's actually a part of God. She came from God, so it must be like where she came from. Therefore, God's plan is His plan and vice versa. In her meditation practice, Gail heard a voice. That voice belonged to her higher self, the part that never left spirit. It is always inspired and can be heard when allowed to pass. It is a voice that also lives in each and every one of us. Ask and it will be given. It may sound too simplistic, but the old biblical advice to ask and it will be given to you carries a great message for us as we try to find our way to an inspired life. I interpret that asking is identical to allowing guidance from our source to flow back to us. Remember that allowing is an absence of resistance, which means that we are in the process of reconnecting to the vibrational energy of spirit, not pleading with a disconnected being that resides outside of us. When we are in harmony with the spirit, we are like God, so our desires are the same. In this state, we ask our higher self to return to balance and allow our desires to be in this spiritual proportion. The greater our desire, the more horsepower we will apply to its fulfillment. This is what the real question is, a request for help to put into practice what matches our wishes. The more intense our desires, the greater the measure of love in our request and our work, and coming into contact with love is the very essence of spirit and inspiration. Weak desire will attract doubt and weakness, causing us to experience monotony in our endeavors. With monotony, we will give up, but with love, we will be available for abundant hopes. For example, I find it impossible to think in boring terms when it comes to writing. My desire is so intense that I feel love for what I do and enjoy when I even pass by my writing space. I feel a warm sensation throughout my body because my desire to convey these ideas and express what I learn each day is so intense that it matches the spiritual energy of the source of all creation. When I ask, it is because of the intensity of my desire to mate with my spiritual source in order to achieve that desire. Obviously, when I am asking for guidance, my thoughts or inquiries are directed to my spirit, which then coincides with the divine source. The quality that stands out among those who feel inspired is that of an intense and burning desire. It goes beyond talent and ability as a measure of success. We need to ask this higher part of ourselves to align with Source, and for the intensity of our desire to be so great that our love for who we are and what we do excludes the possibility of boredom, or exhaustion. In this way, our inspired vision will come. Creating and holding onto our vision. The desire to find our way to inspiration involves creating a vision of living in the Spirit 100% of the time. Even if we have no idea what we should be doing or what our mission is, we should practice creating this vision anyway. Our inner image has to be based on our intention to feel good, which of course is synonymous with feeling God. If we make this an inner mantra, I intend to feel good, we can imagine ourselves experiencing joy regardless of what is happening around us. We can remind ourselves that everything we want is on its way, in greater quantities than we ever imagine. If we keep this vision first in mind, then before long, the all-creating Source will conspire to bring our vision into our physical lives. Most importantly, we will begin to act on our vision and receive divine guidance. Here is a quote from Lau Russell that I hold close to my heart. Whatever work you do with deep desire, God will work with you doing exactly as much for you as He does to manifest it. Farmers, gardeners, or foresters know this. They know that a little work given by them brings little work done by nature. Giving and receiving are always the same. The more service you provide to nature, the more it will work with you on its regivings. It all begins and ends with our willingness to hold a desire in our inner vision despite what we see around us now. The inner image is what we will ultimately have to act on, so we want to be very careful about what we create and maintain for ourselves. If we find ourselves limited, unworthy, weak, shy, or sickly, we will act on these inner portraits. For example, I was moved by Ram Dass's description of asking me what it would feel like to be old and sick in his book Still Here. He held onto that thought and almost immediately experienced a stroke, necessitating his need for continued attention from others. Thinking old attracted the element of old that he feared so much. The truth is that we react to the vision that we create and maintain, just like every cell in our body. Therefore, it is vitally important to have a clear vision of ourselves as deserving of being inspired, knowing that it is our highest calling and choosing to be in spirit even when everything around us suggests otherwise. We need to choose to be a being of sharing, living as close to God realization as possible. The ancient Persian poet Rumi states it perfectly with the following lines. The garden of the world has no limits except in your mind. His presence is more beautiful than the stars, more clearly than the polished mirror of your heart. Clear your mind of limits and move towards spirit, whose presence, as Rumi tells us, is more beautiful than the stars. Some tips for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. Practice sharing anonymously. The goal is to be one with the Creator, and you do not seek credit, reward, or even gratitude. The more you practice being a person who shares rather than one who continually asks, "What do I get out of this?" more flows to you when you least expect it. You don't have to make deals with God in which you perform acts of sharing in exchange for special favors. Just strive to become a being of sharing without expecting to receive anything in return. You will be pleasantly surprised how inspired you will feel. Give yourself the time and quiet space to engage in a dialogue with your Source. Be willing to ask the questions you need to feel led by the Spirit. The answers you seek will come quickly to you when you are in authentic communication. I found that very early in the morning is such a powerful time for me that I call it my time to be with God. Every morning when I wake up, I lie in bed and say, I am going to spend a few quiet moments with God and ask for guidance for this day, and I always hear instructions to begin by sharing something with someone. I treasure those 10 or 15 minutes of being with my Source as I begin the day in gratitude for being alive, healthy, and able to help others. Keep an open mind about what it takes to feel inspired. It may not necessarily mean a career change. It could simply involve writing his equivalent of Mr. Holland's opus, helping orphaned children, buying a horse to ride and racing, or buying an empty property and planning a place for a vacation getaway. However, it is quite possible that a job and location change is calling you, so stay open and let me find you. Regardless, you must always stay connected to spirit and trust the messages you receive. Remember this simple truth: the answer to how is yes. You may never know exactly how you will achieve the feeling of inspiration, but by saying yes to life and everything that calls you, how it will take care of itself. Eliminate internal references and visions of what you don't want. Instead of thinking, "I will not attract disease to my world," I affirm, "I attract health to my world and I will never allow my brain to atrophy, I will be active throughout my life." Know that you are connected to a continuous stream of well-being and let this knowledge guide you in all your inspirational visions. Here's a question Ralph Waldo Emerson asked that I'd like you to ponder before moving on to the next section. We are very close to greatness, one step and we are safe, can't we take the leap? One step. Surely you can step into your own inspired greatness. The second part. The fundamentals of inspiration. The 6,000-year philosophy has not searched the cameras and magazines of the soul. In his experiments there has always been, ultimately, a residue that he could not resolve. Man is a stream whose source is hidden. Our being descends towards us from we do not know from where. I am forced at all times to recognize a higher origin for events than what I call my own. Ralph Waldo Emerson. From Essay 9, The Supreme Soul. Chapter 6. Essential Principles to Finding the Way to an Inspired Life. Well, every man has a religion, he has something in heaven or on earth for which he will renounce everything else, something that absorbs him, which others may consider useless, yet it is his dream, it is his pole star, he is his master. That, whatever it is, took hold of me, made me his servant, slave, induced me to put aside other ambitions, a trace of glory in the heavens, which I followed with a full heart. Once I'm convinced, I never let go. Walt Whitman. This chapter presents 6 principles that are important to observe when seeking an inspired life. They are a model we can refer to when we rebuild a life in the Spirit. I list them in no particular order of importance because I believe they are equally essential. Principle 1. Be independent of the good opinion of others. To live in the Spirit, we must embrace Arthur Miller's confidence that Source is always working within us, or Walt Whitman's belief that our ultimate calling may be regarded by others as useless, but it is our dream, it is our pole star. In other words, inspiration should be our teacher, although following it may disappoint others. When inspiration makes its presence known, we must pay attention to whether our priority is to be who or what we are meant to be. William Shakespeare's famous question, to be or not to be? That is the question, symbolizes the urgent choices that we have to make, that is, do we become what we came to be or do we ignore that call? In this much-quoted soliloquy, Hamlet deepens by asking, is it more noble in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of scandalous fortune or to take up arms against a sea of problems and oppose to end them? Suffering the consequences of living according to someone else's wishes does not make any sense. Rather, we must oppose external opinions that try to force us to be what we should not be. There are many well-meaning people in our lives who have ideas about what we should or shouldn't do. Family members tend to be specialists in this area. If we allow ourselves to be guided with advice that is inconsistent with our inner calling, we will suffer the anguish, the slings and arrows, of an uninspired life. Each of us can feel what we are called to be. When we listen, we can hear our own impatient voices urging us to listen and complete the assignments we brought with us from the world of spirit. But when we allow the opinions and dictates of others to determine what we will become, we lose sight of our goal of living an inspired life. We need to determine for ourselves how much we have allowed others to decide such things as what we do, where we live, who we live with, and even how they treat us. We must know that absolutely no one else really knows and feels what we are here to achieve, so we must give ourselves permission to listen to our inner guidance and ignore pressure from others. Regardless of how absurd our inner vocation may seem, it is authentically ours and does not have to make sense to anyone else. The willingness to listen and act on our inspiration, regardless of the opinions of others, is imperative. Principle 2, be willing to accept the disapproval of others. Logically following the last principle, this indicates that we will incur the disapproval of many people when we follow our inclinations to be in the spirit and live the life we came here to live. This is not a selfish or cynical attitude. When we begin to follow our last call, there will be a lot of resistance. In fact, the purpose of the slings and arrows they send us is to make us change our minds and be reasonable, which translates to do it my way. However, as we gain the strength to ignore the pressure to conform, the resistance will diminish and ultimately turn to respect. When we steadfastly refuse to think, act, and carry out the mandates of others, the pressure to do so loses its momentum. All we have to do is put up with some initial disapproval, like dogmatic persuasion, anger, pouting, silence, and long sermons, and then we're on our way to inspiration rather than frustration. Here is a recent example of this from my own life. I chose to have most of the royalties and all advance payments for this book go to a scholarship fund, and there were people who tried to make me see reason and not throw away my money, which was how they viewed my decision. I have an inner voice that is overwhelmingly powerful, and I trust what really inspires me. I had known for many years that one day I would award a scholarship fund at my alma mater. For example, the idea that young students with financial difficulties had the opportunity that I had received as a young military veteran inspires me more than I can relate to you here in these pages. So I felt comfortable and was able to ignore the disapproval I encountered, giving responses like, "I know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, and don't waste your time and mine trying to convince me otherwise." And sure enough, the resistance I encountered turned into acceptance. The people who receive the most approval in life are the ones who care the least about it, so technically, if we want approval from others, we need to stop worrying about it and focus our attention on becoming an inspired being to share. A little warning here: when we raise our children according to these principles, and they observe that we live them daily, we will have to deal with their determination to respect their inner calling. For example, when my daughter Summer was about 11 years old and I asked to see her report card, her response surprised me a bit. "Why do you want to see it?" she asked. When I said, "Well, I'm your father and I think I should know how you're doing in school," he replied quite naturally, "But these are my grades, not yours, and if I thought you needed to see them, I would have already shown them to you." I assure you I was not being disrespectful, he just had no need to share his grades with me. Since I knew she was doing very well in school, I let it slide and let her be who she wanted to be. Principle 3, stay away from results. Inspiration doesn't come from completing tasks or meeting goals. In fact, that's the sure way for it to escape us. Returning to spirit, you see, is an experience of living fully in the present moment. Our purpose in life is not to reach a destination where we find inspiration, just as the purpose of dancing is not to end up in a particular place on the dance floor. The purpose of dance, and of life, is to enjoy every moment and every step, no matter where we are when the music ends. Many of us are seduced into believing that having goals is necessary for a successful life, especially since we have been brainwashed with slogans like, "If you don't know where you are going, how will you know when you are there?" And not having a goal is scarier than not reaching it. This kind of logic keeps us from feeling inspired because we live a life of effort while giving up on getting there. A more rewarding spiritual truth is that only now exists, and when this moment passes, it will be replaced by another ad infinitum. Depleting our present now by consuming ourselves with a future now that will only become a then is the recipe for the absence of inspiration. Since there is only now, learning to live in it and enjoy every present moment is the same as being in spirit, while being focused on an outcome to determine our level of happiness and success keeps us away from spirit. Yoga teacher Sri Swami Sivananda offered the only worthy goal I know of when he said that the goal of life is God realization. Here's a goal I can live with. After all, This allows me to live in spirit every moment of my life, while simultaneously thinking about the next God-made moment, and the next. As the great Indian sage Ramana Maharshi once said, there is no goal to achieve. There is nothing to achieve. You are the self. You always exist. Now this is a real inspiration. As I sit here writing, I don't have a goal in mind, but I trust that the book will be finished. I've seen it, although the final product is months away. I live in the joy of creating right here, right now, and I enjoy these moments. I trust that the result will be handled by the same source that inspires these words to appear seemingly out of nowhere. I am here now, in peace, in love, and in awe, and my only goal is to stay in this awareness and enjoy every moment, putting into practice what I accepted when I was in spirit before becoming the particle that began this glorious journey. Principle 4. Know that we need nothing to inspire us. We come to this world of boundaries from a formless energy field of spirit. We come here with nothing without things, we will leave with nothing without things, and our purpose, God realization, requires nothing without things. We are all we need to be inspired and live with purpose, and the things that continue to flow into our lives are just symbols of the limitless abundance of our source. In other words, these things have no value in and of themselves because everything in the physical world is changing and will dissolve into nothingness anyway. The objective universe is not made of things, it is made of waves of motion that simulate the things that teach us to believe that they are real. Once we accept that, from an infinite perspective, everything we see in nature is not really what it appears to be, we can turn what we see with our eyes into a knowledge of all things. Then we can recognize that the objects we thought we needed to be inspired are nothing from the spirit's perspective. This is what distinguishes the physical person from the spiritual, the inspired person from the uninspired. We are beings of the spirit, living off the mind, rather than the body with all its inherent restrictions, so if we communicate with God in the language of light and energy, we will see His tolerant fun of our preoccupation with illusion of possessions. We don't need more of anything to inspire us, rather, we need to divert our attention from what we see and move into the miraculous world of the spirit, where joy and bliss await. Remember, we are already connected to everything we think is missing in our life. Below and above the ranges that our eyes and ears perceive, all the activity of creation remains invisible and inaccessible, but when we move from sensory seeking to relying on what we know, we discover the folly of pursuing anything to feel ourselves inspired. All we need is a conscious realignment for our thoughts to begin to vibrately coincide with spirit, which we know is already a part of us. And our state of inspiration is what allows this realignment. When we tune into what we know instead of what we see, we immediately discover that every thought of God is repeated throughout the universe. We can watch some things come into our life and others go, while remaining in the spirit, knowing that all of these things have nothing to do with our state of inspiration. We don't need anything else to be inspired as we are already connected to spirit. The ancient Persian poet Omar Khayyam offered us these words, which summarize this principle that we do not need anything else to inspire us, all is well here, right now. Forget the day that has been cut off of your existence. Don't bother about tomorrow. That has not yet arrived. Do not rest on what no longer exists. Live happily for a moment. And don't throw your life to the winds. Principle 5, don't die wondering. This principle is extremely important to working for an inspired life because it motivates us to act. After all, we don't want to be filled with remorse for failing to heed our fundamental calling. Trying to do something, even if it doesn't succeed, is inspiring because we don't tend to regret what we do, we regret what we didn't do. Even after a futile attempt, we feel inspired because we know we tried. It's wondering whether or not we should try something that leaves us stressed and incomplete. When I am playing a tennis match and I am trying to lose a point, for example, I have created a situation where I wonder what kind of game it would have been if I really had. It is in these moments that I remind myself, don't die thinking. Inspiration has nothing to do with whether we win or lose. In fact, if we play the game of life, we will have many wins and losses, regardless of our talent level. If we do not even try out of fear of rejection or doubt about our talent, we will go through life wondering, and that is what prevents us from finding and feeling inspiration. Most of us, myself included, can remember the intensity of our first romantic attraction, just as we can remember what happened when we didn't follow our inspiration. I've always wondered what would have happened if I had been able to act on that strong inner call in high school, when I fell deeply in love with a beautiful girl named Janice Nelson. I wanted to ask her out, but I let my fear of being rejected keep me from taking the necessary steps to act on my inner desires. On several occasions I even dialed his phone number and hung up when he answered. I never got over my premonitory thoughts and, in effect, they left me wondering. Many years later, I danced with Janice at our 30-year high school reunion and told her how I felt back then. I even confessed the way I hung up the phone due to my unease. Janice, to my eternal delight and chagrin, said, "I was always in love with you. I would have loved to have gone out with you, and I actually tried to leave you clues to call me. But you never did." Oh, that's a perfect example of regret for what I didn't do. Goethe, writing in Faust, provides a poetic description of the two souls that live within us: one, a spirit that allows us to make the phone call and ask for the date regardless of the outcome, and the other that clings to the world of fear and lives to die wondering. Two souls live in my chest. And one wants to separate from the other. One clings to the world with earthly passion and clings with intertwined tendrils. The other rises with a forceful desire up to the very roof of the sky. If we rise with strong longing to the very roof of heaven, we will never die wondering. Principle 6, remember our wishes. It will not arrive according to our schedule. There is an old aphorism that says, if you really want to make God laugh, tell him your plans. In essence, this means that everything we desire will come into our life when and only when we are vibrationally aligned with the energy of our source. Our ego will not be consulted, nor will it be able to determine the schedule. The Creator reveals his secrets when he is ready and ready. Our job is to take the focus off when and put it in connection with our original spirit. Our job is to stop challenging and demanding answers from God and instead become more like him. Our job is to understand and accept that all the things that appear in our life, which we often find contradictory or problematic, are there because we have them drawn, and we need to have these obstacles to clear an opening for our true spiritual purpose to emerge. This may require a change in thought patterns, which is something Tom Barber knows all too well. Tom is the premier golf professional at Griffith Park in Los Angeles and owns and operates the Tom Barber Golf Center in Southern California. His father, Jerry, was the PGA champion in 1961. Tom is a close friend with whom I can speak directly about just about anything. For example, you once admitted to me that business had fallen and you were concerned about declining income due to fewer customers playing golf in a recessionary economy. It had continued for as long as I was willing to absorb this kind of energy when I finally said, "Tom, you are approaching the whole subject from a perspective that almost guarantees that this financial headache will continue to grow. Try to claim. What I want is on the way. It will arrive precisely on God's schedule, not mine. Everything I am experiencing now is masquerading as a problem, but I know it is a blessing. What I want is on the way, reaching me in even greater quantities than I can imagine. This is my vision, and I will keep it in a state of gratitude no matter what." I received a letter from my friend about 2 months after our conversation, in which he wrote, "Thanks for the pep talk. Once I started saying that the business I'm looking for and the finances I need are on the way, everything started to change. What happened is that Tom decided to align himself with the limitless abundance of spirit energy. As you can see from Tom's example, instead of asking God to follow our schedule to feel inspired, we can let go, surrender, and remind ourselves that everything is in divine order. We are far more successful when we allow inspiration to flow on God's terms than when we are impatient and demanding. As always, our job in God realization is to become more like God. That means surrendering to the schedule that is always perfect, even when it seems to be full of mistakes. Keep these 6 principles handy and access them anytime you're uninspired. Remember also that we are called to this world of inspiration, which invites us to let go and leave God, as they say in the recovery movement. I also love this advice, which was offered by one of my favorite teachers, Napoleon Hill: if you can't do great things, do little things in a great way. Don't wait for great opportunities. Take advantage of the common and everyday and make them great. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: make a written commitment to free yourself from the pressures of people trying to dictate the course of your life, such as, I intend to listen to my own thoughts about my life. I will be receptive to advice, but will do as my conscience dictates, even if I disapprove. By writing down your intentions and having them available to refer to, you nurture the inspiring energy to move forward with your interests. The intention behind the words guides you and reminds you to be steadfast in seeking your own inspiration. Do not use anger or aggression as ways to be independent of the opinions of others. You are the energy of the spirit of a field of love, and you must be love in order to be in the spirit. Small steps will activate vibrations that match what you want. So if you want to live close to nature, plan a visit to your dream place and take the small steps to experience what it feels like. If you can't or don't want to do that, or if you are not ready to get started yet, you can read books or rent movies to get the experience vicariously. But be alert to the vibratory energy of thought and action that you offer to spirit. When my daughter Sky wanted to produce a CD of her own compositions, I found it a daunting task to write, perform, record and organize all the study time and the musicians. She kept moving away from what inspired her, so I encouraged her to take a small step and write just one song. I gave her a suggestion for a title and gave her a deadline, and then I watched her with joy and pride as she sat at the piano, absorbed in her inspiration, creating. One small step put her on the path of inspiration, as Napoleon Hill suggested. Instead of goals, make a commitment to joyfully live in the moment. Stop dreaming about the future and go back to the only thing we have, now. Decide to live fully in the present, withdrawing your attention from the past and the future. Your desire for inspiration activates the world of spirit from which you come. Your imagined future, the material of goals, is an unnecessary way to waste the present moment. Be Here Now is more than just a great Ram Dass book title, it's the essence of inspiration. Being in the now is the way to eliminate anxiety, stress, and even some diseases. As I sit here writing, I can daydream all I want about completing this book, but in reality, all I can really do, which is precisely what I am doing, is listen to my inner voice, offer a vibration commensurate with those prayers. Internal, and I feel the joy of allowing the thoughts to run through me to the pages. The goal has been suspended in favor of being here now, living what my senior partner tells me to do. The end result takes care of itself, especially since I see the end result in my mind and use my present moments in harmony with that vision. Respect the silent and burning desire that is within you, don't make fun of him and refuse to be critical or critical. Create a sacred space within your home, some private corner where you can have an altar for the symbolic residence of your inner vision. As you walk past this altar, offer a silent blessing and express gratitude for the presence of inspiration in your life. The altar can have photographs, magazine articles, artifacts, totems, crystals, jewelry, plagues, anything that reminds you of your own passions. As silly or implausible as this may seem, it is true that when you speak and live with daily reminders of spirit, you become a vibratory complement to your latest calling. When I was much younger, many people ridiculed and despised my vision of being a writer and an actor, but I treated my inner vision with the veneration that the sacred deserves. Holding my inner knowledge in high regard during my teens allowed me to undertake novel writing, regardless of what the people around me were expressing. When you trust your inner vision, you are trusting the same wisdom that created you. Make an affirmation that everything that brings you passion, enthusiasm, and inspiration is on the way. Say it often. It is on its way, it will arrive on time, and it will arrive in larger quantities than you imagined. Then look for even the smallest clue that will help you be a vibrational match to your statement. You will get what you think, whether you want it or not. The words of a man who was both a philosopher and a Roman emperor will close this chapter. Marcus Aurelio disdained thoughts of violence and refused to go to war. In fact, he presided over his empire with a philosophy of peace and respect for all his fellow men. Here, he talks about the things we have forgotten when we are not inspired or focused on the Spirit. When you are worried about something, you have forgotten this, that all things happen according to the universal nature, and I forget this, that the illicit act of a man is nothing for you, and you have also forgotten this, that everything that happens always happened like this and will happen like this, and now it happens like this everywhere. Having forgotten this too, how close is the kinship between a man and the entire human race, because it is a community, not of a little blood or seed, but of intelligence. And you have also forgotten this, that the intelligence of every man is a God, and is an outpouring of deity, and I forgot this, that nothing is proper to man, but his son and his body and his very soul come from the deity. Forgotten this, that everything is opinion, and, finally, you have forgotten that every man lives only the present time and only loses it. Use your words as an inventory of things to remember as you seek to find your way back to inspiration. Chapter 7. Inspiration and its own magnificence. What it takes to change a person is to change the self-awareness. Abraham Maslow. You are a primary existence. You are a distinct portion of the essence of God, and you have a certain part of Him in yourself. Why, then, does he ignore his noble birth? You carry a God within you, poor wretch, and you don't know anything about Him. Epicteto. In this chapter, we will look at our divine magnificence and examine the ways we can see ourselves in these terms for the rest of our lives. It is imperative to eliminate self-perceptions that can cloud our vision or make us question our divine magnificence. The above quote from Abraham Maslow sets the tone for what we can do, if we want to move from disenchantment to inspiration, or from apathy and indifference to passion and enthusiasm. Then it is necessary to alter our awareness of ourselves. I am an observer of people, and every day of my life I observe how others behave and treat their body, what they eat and how they move. I also listen carefully to seemingly indifferent verbal expressions that reflect their opinion of themselves. I am fascinated by what people think of themselves. It is the rare individual that reflects the image that Epictetus describes in the opening quote. So what prevents us from seeing ourselves as containing the essence of God and knowing that we are of noble birth? Only ego, and only when we allow it. A non-ego-based point of view must be firmly grounded in the journey to an inspired and passionate life. We must make the decision to see ourselves in the same way that we knew to be true when we were in the shapeless dimension contemplating our transformation into a purposeful physical being. Who I am is the big question. We are so used to identifying with what we have, what we achieve, what we gain, and what others think of us that we have lost touch with our original selves. The answer to this question is: I am a unique portion of the essence of God. I originated in the Spirit, but I have forgotten this fundamental truth. With this kind of awareness, we would all be determined to pursue our highest calling and live an inspired life. Our perception of ourselves would be that of a spiritual being who is free from limitations and who trusts that divine guidance is available at all times. If we don't currently feel that way, then it's vital that we do what Dr. Maslow suggests and change it. Changing our awareness of ourselves. How would we think and act in daily life if we were truly aware of our divine essence? Obviously, there would be no place to reproach ourselves because we would not question our abilities. In fact, we would never look in the mirror and feel nothing but love and appreciation. We would see ourselves fully capable of attracting everything we desire. We would treat our bodies with reverence and care, giving thanks for its divine design. We would celebrate every thought we have, knowing its divine origin, and we would realize our enormous talents and be amazed at all that we are. We need to foster awareness of our magnificence in all respects. When that awareness has reawakened, the seeds of inspiration will begin to bloom. Here is one way to express these fundamental truths, offered to us by the writings of Baha'u'llah, of the Baha'i faith. This, the greatest, this unfathomable and churning ocean is near, astonishingly close, to you. Look, it is closer to you than your vein of life. Quick as the blink of an eye, if you wish, you can reach out and partake of this imperishable favor, this God-given grace, this incorruptible gift, this most powerful and unspeakably glorious generosity. There is no way to be in spirit without a shift in consciousness, so when we do, we give ourselves the gift of going from being imperfect, limited, lacking, and imperfect to being completely comfortable with our magnificence. This indescribable and glorious bounty is so close to us, all we have to do is make a few adjustments in the blink of an eye, so why not start now? Below are 3 of the most obvious and important consciousness shifts we can make. Shifting awareness of our magnificent talents and abilities. I want to emphasize an extremely important point. I am not writing about self-esteem here, nor am I talking about confidence levels. Rather, I am saying that we must keep the important question, who am I? At the forefront of our mind. This question is not about past life experiences, it has nothing to do with what we have been told our special qualities or unique abilities are, and it is not related to how worthless or worthless we feel about ourselves, it has to do with a simple truth. As Epictetus, a philosopher of the last century said, you carry a God within you, poor wretch, and you don't know anything about him. Like Epictetus, who was born into slavery but became one of our deepest teachers, we come into this world with an inexhaustible supply of talent. Our abilities are as limitless as God's because we are a different part of His essence, and there is a surefire way to begin to entertain those abilities and create as He does. In this way, it is becoming aware that anything that excites us is a clue that we have the ability to pursue it. All that really intrigues us is evidence of a divine talent, albeit latent, that signals our consciousness. Being interested in something is the key to a thought that is connected to our calling. That thought is a vibration of energy in this vast universe. If something really attracts us and we feel excited, but we perceive ourselves to be devoid of the talent that we think is necessary, it is probably an even higher vibration. Anything that is causing us excitement is evidence of a message from Spirit that says, you can do this, yes you can. If we react to this message with anything other than you're right, I can do this, I have the ability to do it, then we select the vibration of resistance and ignore the vibration of excitement and interest that spoke to us. How could it be otherwise? We would not think of things that are interesting and exciting to us if we did not have the inherent ability to act on these thoughts, especially since we are a part of the all-creative, fully able and wise force. The mere fact that we are interested and excited to do something is all the evidence we need. This is inspiration right in front of us, begging us to pay attention to the feeling. Therefore, we need to shift our consciousness to take note of our stimulation, rather than the opinions of others. We need to ignore the scores on some standardized test, or worse, our own inventory of past experiences that led us to conclude that we are incapable and without talent. Our thoughts about who we are, what excites us, and what we feel called to be and do are all divinely inspired and come with the guidance and help we need to achieve these goals. The decision at this point is, are we willing to listen to these divine thoughts that arouse our interest, or do we continue to listen to the false self that has turned us into what Epictetus called a poor wretch? Instead of case studies that I only have second-hand knowledge of, I will use some examples from my own life that illustrate how to listen to the false self. My experience seems unlikely for what I call magnificence. This is how it would look on paper, fathered by an alcoholic who abandoned his 3 children, childhood years spent in foster care, an underperforming classic educated in public schools, grew up at the lower end of the socio-economic scale, without financial advantages. There are no examples or ambitions of higher education, 4 years as an enlisted man in the United States Navy, admitted to a university with provisional acceptance at age 22 due to below-average grades in high school. He worked his way through 3 advanced degrees as a cashier and warehouse manager at a grocery store in Detroit. This is not exactly what you would call a recipe for becoming a best-selling book author and successful public speaker. I couldn't begin to tell you how many creative writing and public speaking teachers gave me low marks for my efforts in these fields. All I can say for sure is that I have always been knowledgeable about my interest in writing and have been excited by the prospect of entertaining and informing an audience, any audience. By all accepted standards, he had no writing skills. What I did have, and still have, was an interest and passion for writing. It inspired and excited me, and I just loved it. From an inspiration perspective, he had the ability to do it, and that's all he needed to know. Then, as now, I was confident that the universe would handle all the details, including, will I be published? Will critics approve? Will my book be a bestseller? Will my mother approve? Will I receive an apology from one of my former English teachers? But really, who cares about all this? The fact that writing excites me is all I have ever needed to know. When I follow that thought and stick with it, I come to the conclusion that I have the ability and the talent, and so do you. Like me, it's easy to find what excites you. What do you find intriguing? Are you interested in learning yoga and becoming an instructor? Then you have your answer. The problem is not about ability, it is about being paired in spirit with your current thoughts and behaviors. I still remember the thrill of being admitted to a PhD program. Despite the fact that no one in my family had considered such a possibility and I did not know a single person who had entered, much less completed, an advanced degree program, I was excited beyond what I can convey to you here. He knew that everything he needed in terms of skill and talent would be there. So what about you? Do you live with resistance or do you allow your enthusiasm and excitement to vibrately match what intrigues you? Note that as one of God's glorious thoughts, it originated from an energy field that only knows possibility. So stay in vibrational harmony with this idea and know that your thoughts, which emerge as interests, enthusiasm, inner emotions, and enlightening sensations, are indications that you have the ability to merge with your magnificent creativity. You came from magnificence and you are still magnificent. Shifting awareness of our magnificent physical presence during the writing of this book, I was involved in a passionate game of tennis when I heard a woman on her cell phone say, "I can't believe she said something like that, she's such a little person." Attractive in itself. I was preparing to serve the ball to my opponent and actually had to stop to take note and write about this incident and the question that arises. How is it possible that a creation of God is not attractive in some way? I was wondering. I thought of an apple pie. One slice must equal the entire pie, suddenly it can't be pineapple or banana. The same logic applies to all of us. If we come from the source, how is it possible that we are different from it? I doubt that the woman on the cell phone would ever deign to call God unattractive, but that's exactly what she was doing without realizing it. And we do exactly the same when we put pejorative labels on our body, the magnificent temple that we occupy. In the previous section, we answered the question, who am I? In spiritual rather than physical terms. Now let's ask a similar question regarding our physical body. Even though we have been living in it since we started as embryos, it is still relevant to ask, what is this body that arose from the spirit? Our bodies are made up of chemicals, too many for us to make here, but some of them are iron, magnesium, calcium, nitrogen, hydrogen, and the list goes on and on. These chemicals are part of a finite supply here on Earth, so what flows through our veins is part of that finite supply. To that end, the iron that is in our blood was once in another place, perhaps in a dinosaur, in the body of Jesus, or on a mountain in Afghanistan, and now it is in our body. And when we leave our bodies, our iron supply will reside elsewhere on Earth as part of that finite supply. In other words, our entire planet is made up of exactly the same chemicals that make up our physical structure. Chemically speaking, there is no difference between humans and distant rocks, trees, orangutans, or stars. Shred them all and their chemical makeup is not what distinguishes them from each other. Our physical presence is a spiritually directed conglomerate of a hodgepodge of chemicals, and the end result is that we are beings composed of the same matter that makes up the stars. We are made of stardust. That's right, the stuff of dreams, sparkling stardust, magical, beautiful and full of light. Remember that the spirit we originate from can create anything, including worlds, so why would it choose ugly or unattractive creations? We are here in the perfect body for our time in this incarnation, and it is a living miracle in every way. It is guided and directed by an invisible force that directs everything and everyone in the universe. Our heart beats, digests our food, circulates our blood, grows our hair and repairs our cuts and bruises, all independent of our opinions. I wrote before about being independent of the opinions of others. Well, we are not beautiful or attractive because of how we compare ourselves to a runway model. We are beautiful because we come from beauty, so we must be equal to what we come from. All labels such as unattractive, ugly, homey, and inappropriate, as well as pretty, attractive, handsome, and beautiful, are judgments designed to compare one person to another using artificial standards set by ego-dominated individuals and organizations. Living in the spirit means that we see our body with all its unique characteristics and are grateful for the perfect temple that temporarily houses our true primary existence. Whether it is short or tall, bald or hairy, plump or thin, spread it out every day with love. If you can't see or hear, live in a wheelchair or hospital bed, have crooked teeth, or only 3 toes, you name it, I love this collection of stardust. A prayerful thought could go like this: I think of my body as a part of the eternal, an individualized expression of God. I live in spirit, inspired because I am equal to the loving energy that created me, which is perfect. Think about the logic of what I am saying here. Obviously, we cannot live a life of inspiration if the physical shell that we carry with us everywhere is perceived as more than just a divine and perfect creation. Our attitude toward our body, along with the way we feed and exercise it, must match the spirit. We come from love, so we must extend that love and appreciation to our bodies at all times to be genuinely inspired. Shifting awareness of our magnificent personal story, this third and final element of our inspiring magnificence, is perhaps our greatest challenge. How can we look at all that we have done, or have not done, and see it through the lens of our magnificence, especially when we have been trained to feel shame and blame ourselves as a result of our perceived failures or shortcomings? At first, we are taught to evaluate our worth as human beings based on how well we fit in, what grades we get, and what merit badges we earn. Then, as adults, we are measured by the amount of money we make, the promotions we receive, who we have pleased or disappointed, and what sins we have committed. It goes on and on, this list of ego-dominated judgments that we have imposed on ourselves and ourselves. At this stage, we need to view our past from the perspective that everything we have done or not done is over. We cannot undo it or redo it. We have the option of looking back at the past, either with eyes clouded by ego judgments or with an inspired point of view. We can forgive ourselves or we can be ashamed. Since our goal is to be more like our creative source, which is to love and give, we must embrace forgiveness, but this is not in the ego's script. We have all reacted to situations in the past in ways that we would not like today. I have personally done many things that I would not choose to repeat, yet every recovering addict looks back with gratitude for the experience that brought him to a higher, more loving, and sober place. As I've said elsewhere, true nobility isn't about being better than others, it's about being better than we used to be. Every experience in my life, up to this day, was something I had to go through in order to be here now, writing these words. What proof can I offer for this claim? It happened, that's all the proof I need. Looking back at our life, we haven't failed at anything, all we've done is produce some results. It is imperative that we send love to those who were hurt by us and forgiveness to ourselves to heal our inner agony. Then we can see it all as what we needed to experience to get to a higher place. One thing I have learned in my 65 years is that virtually every spiritual advance I have made toward closer alignment with God's energy has been preceded by some kind of fall from grace. Such mistakes allow me to write and speak from a more compassionate stance, that is, they always seem to provide me with the energy to propel myself to a higher place. Truly, I bless all these failures because I know I had to go there to get here. Be kind and forgiving to yourself, drop all shame, and refuse to engage in self-denial. Instead, learn from Leo Tolstoy, who said that the most difficult, but essential, is to love life, to love it even while suffering, because life is everything. Life is God, and loving life means loving God. So love every moment of life, especially your past full of mistakes. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: when you see that the people you are used to judging are not perfect, stop in the middle and remember that they share the same divine force as you. Replace judgments of being overweight, dirty, sloppy, disfigured, or whatever other terminology you normally use, with an unbiased thought of pure love, remembering that no one is unpleasant to God. Look for opportunities to replace dismissive thoughts with loving ones. Believe me, every time you extend your love to those who usually receive anything but it is a seed of inspiration. Forgiving yourself for all that you have been ashamed of is very important. Whatever happened was necessary, so stop regretting it and replace your negative feelings with gratitude for what you've learned. If your goal is to be inspired, then you must eradicate your resistance to that magnificent state of being. Once you've forgiven yourself, extend the same courtesy to everyone you feel has mistreated you. There are 3 people in my life that I once felt so much anger and hatred for that it made me sick to my stomach every time I thought of them. However, since I have extended my love to these people, all kinds of great things have flowed to me from the world of spirit. Practice forgiveness every day. The most difficult or impossible situations are the most essential. Keep a list of everything that interests and excites you, no matter how insignificant. Remember that these are indicators or clues that within and around you are both the talent and the necessary assistance of the Spirit to bring you into reality. How about taking the time to give the temple where you reside the utmost love and respect? Your physical body is a sacred space, it is divine, beautiful and perfect, but you can certainly choose to grant it the enhancements you want. There are many beneficial cleansing options you can take, firming it up, removing toxins, even redecorating it, but maintaining an awareness of your blessed, divine, and perfect body that is capable of anything you want from the place of being in spirit. Here is an inspirational thought to keep close to your heart. Just as you will never find light by analyzing darkness, you will never find your magnificence by analyzing what you think is indistinguishable from yourself. Look for opportunities to verify your greatness and broaden your view of yourself as a splendid creation. Whenever a thought of the ordinary occurs to you, stop immediately and affirm something like, "I am a divine being, a distinct portion of the essence of God." This silent reminder will do more for your inspiration than 1,000 books and 100 seminars. Dr. Abraham Maslow, perhaps the most influential person in my life many years ago, is quoted at the beginning of this chapter as saying, "What is necessary to change a person is to change their self-awareness." Consider how you might want to take their advice. You can never be mediocre because you are magnificent in every way. So look for ways to change your awareness of yourself so that you are fully aware of your magnificence and can become receptive to inspiration, your latest calling. Chapter 8. Inspiration is simple. I have lived long enough to know how much I can really do without. He is closer to God, who needs less things. Socrates. For a moment, let's imagine what it would be like to be fully alive without a physical shell or any of the things we need and want to sustain life on Earth. We would have a mental energy that allows us to move forward or backward, up or down, instantly creating whatever we want. We would be free to wallow in an exquisite existence without time and space as we know it. We would be in a state of pure happiness, in love with everything and everyone. We would not have obligations or bills to attend to, we would not be afraid of losing anything, no one would judge us, we would not have possessions to secure, we would not demand our time, and we would not have goals to achieve. What we are imagining is actually the world of spirit, which we experienced before coming here and to which we will return when we shed our bodies, or as William Butler Yeats poetically called it, our tattered coat on a stick. Remember that a central premise of this book is that inspiration is a state of being here now in this material world, while at the same time reconnecting with our spiritual origins. To be receptive to inspiration, we must remove the ego clutter that accumulates too easily for most of us. After all, if we are preoccupied with events and activities that have nothing to do with inspiration, we are unlikely to do so. Observe their summons. So, to achieve a reunion with our highest calling, we need to emulate the clear and simple world of the Spirit. 3 Keys to Keeping Life Simple. While the theme of this chapter is that inspiration is simple, this does not mean that we should sit idly by, waiting for the Spirit to come. Instead, it means having faith that our spiritual connection flourishes in a life dedicated to joy, love, and peace. If our daily activities are so overwhelming that we don't make these 3 things our priority, then we are ignoring the value of living a simple life. Let's now look at each single key in more detail. Joy. A hectic schedule full of purposeless activities prevents an inspirational experience. For example, when we accept mandatory committee assignments or board appointments, requests to write on topics that don't inspire us, or invitations to meetings we don't want to attend, we feel joy escaping our body and spirit. Our life must be open to the guidance of the Spirit so that we feel inspired. When the calendar becomes hectic, full of unnecessary turbulence because we have failed to simplify, we will not be able to hear those long-distance calls from our source, and we will sink into stress, anguish, and even depression. So whatever it is to feel joy, we simply must act accordingly. Regardless of our current position in life, we have a spiritual contract to make joy our constant companion, so we must learn to make a conscious decision to say no to anything that takes us away from an inspired life. This can be done gently, while clearly showing others that this is how we choose to live. We can start by rejecting requests that involve actions that do not correspond to our internal knowledge of why we are here. Even at work, we can find ways to stay on an inspiring schedule. For example, during my years as a university professor, I remember being asked over and over again to participate in activities that did not correspond to my own inspiration. So I came up with a simple solution. I took on more teaching assignments, and in return, my colleagues attended curriculum meetings, participated in research committees, and wrote building improvement reports. I constantly listened to my heart, which always demanded joy. Keep in mind that joy is only difficult or impossible to achieve when we engage in resistant vibrational thinking. If we know that we do not have to live a life full of activities that are not joyful, then we can choose the path of inspiration. Opting for joy involves giving ourselves time to play rather than scheduling a workaholic nightmare. We deserve to feel joy, it is our spiritual calling. By giving us free time to read, meditate, exercise, and walk in nature, we are inviting the patiently waiting guide to call us with inspiring messages. Nor is there any law that requires us to be at the entire disposal of our family members. I see no reason to feel anything but joy when we know that it is right to choose to do what we are called to do, even when it interferes with the calling of another family member. In fact, children benefit from knowing that parenting is teaching them how not to lean on their parents. Raising independent children to find their own inspiration and seek their own joy is important to everyone. We want them to do what they are called to do, ultimately, for themselves, not for us. We can really enjoy attending their soccer games and recitals and being with them and their friends, and when we feel inspired, we really enjoy their activities. But let's help them live their joy and be able to do it with or without us to encourage them. The bottom line is that we can simplify life by reducing the hectic work that keeps us off purpose. We must shorten such activities and listen to the Spirit, being aware of the joy and how easy it is to access. Love. Thoughts or actions that are out of tune with love will prevent inspiration from reaching us. We must remember that we come from a source of pure love, so a simple life means incorporating that love as one of the three pillars of our material existence. This little four-line poem from Omar Khayyam's Rubaiyat, written about years ago, says a lot about staying focused on love. Ah, love. Could you and I with fate conspire to fully understand this sorry scheme of things? Wouldn't we tear it apart and then reshape it closer to the heart's desire? On the fateful day of September 11, 2001, what stuck with me were the cell phone calls made by the people on the unfortunate planes. Each call was made to a loved one, to reconnect in love or to express the last words of love. No one called the office or asked their broker for a final assessment of their financial status, as relationships that were not based on love did not enter the thoughts of those who knew they were leaving this physical world. His top priority was to make sure they closed their lives in love. Tell the children that I love them. I love you. Give mom and dad my love. Just as love is the priority in the final moments of life, so it must be as we simplify life now. We can move toward a clearer life by examining and purifying our relationships with those we love, with ourselves, and with God. What we are looking for are connections that keep us in an energy of love, which is the highest and fastest energy in the universe. Love is also incredibly healing, which reminds me of an article I read recently. Called The Rescue Hug. It detailed the first week in the lives of a pair of twins, one of whom was not expected to live. The babies were in two separate incubators, but nurse Gail Kasparian fought hospital rules to put them together in one. When Gail did, the healthier of the twins wrapped an arm over her sister in a fond hug, at which point the weaker baby's heart rate stabilized and her temperature rose to normal. Even when we are little, our spiritual instincts tell us to love one another. It is such a simple message, but it is so powerful. If we organize our lives around love, for God, for ourselves, for family and friends, for all humanity and for the environment, we will eliminate much of the chaos and disorder that defines our lives. This is a way to simplify our life, but more than that, it is a way to attract inspiration. Peace. Isn't it our highest priority of all time to live in peace? We come from a place of peace, but somehow we have moved further and further away from these origins. When we relate to the ego, we opted for chaos, although peace was there for us. And inspiration and peace go hand in hand. I know that having inner and outer peace is just crucial to me. I avoid confusion, conflict, and turmoil and steer clear of these uninspiring elements at every opportunity. After all, I cannot be the spiritual being that I wish to be or live in God realization when involved in any form of chaos. Somehow I've been directed to keep the peace I long for by making those latent forces that Patanjali spoke about earlier in the book work for me throughout my career. Many people who have a semi-celebrity status similar to mine are surrounded by a long list of people who orchestrate practically every aspect of their lives. I, however, have chosen a simpler route, and the universe has responded by sending me very few people who have supported my desire for peace. I'd like to spend the rest of this section looking at each one of them so that you have some clear illustrations of how these wonderful people have helped me stay in the spirit. Years ago I realized that I needed help managing the affairs of my growing company, but the idea of agents, business managers, consultants, lawyers, accountants, mediators, personal trainers, bodyguards, and any number of people who represented me seemed beyond my tolerance level. Many of those who do what I do, even on a smaller scale, have a large entourage of assistants for all kinds of tasks and activities. And I've had these contemporaries complaining about being burdened by all their representatives and spending more than they earn to support the services of all these people. This is not my way. In fact, I have a person who takes care of almost all my requirements. One day, while conducting a training session for a marathon, God sent me the perfect person to handle many of my upcoming pressures and unforeseen requirements, in the form of a woman who had dropped out of high school in a foreign country to come to United States with her 2 daughters. He doesn't have fancy degrees or specialized skills, but what he does have is a heart as big as heaven, fierce loyalty, and the willingness to do whatever it takes to learn with on-the-job training. Originally from Finland, but now a US citizen, Maya Labos is the ultimate definition of a multitasker. In 3 decades, he never said, "I can't do that, it's not my job." She handles every request, answers my mail, books all my talks and media appearances, takes me to and from airports, maintains my personal privacy by diverting low-energy requests, and takes care of out of the hundreds of appeals I receive for endorsements and written requests. However, she also handles countless tasks including grocery shopping, vitamin shopping, office cleaning, or taking clothes to the dry cleaner. I can count on her to take care of everything you need. When I met Maya almost years ago, she was completely broke. Today she has her own house by the sea and she is my best friend, confidant, and partner. You see, when we are open to matching our desire for peace and simplicity with the peace and simplicity from which we originate, God sends what we need. In my case, I have an entourage of one to handle what countless specialists cannot do for many of my contemporaries. Every writer needs an editor. Almost years ago, God saw this and sent me one in the form of Joanna Pyle, highly educated and competent. She has been my only editorial person for the books I have written. I do not stand for editorial boards. Joanna does for me what many writers ask of their team of editors, editorial assistants, line editors, rewriters, reviewers, proofreaders, annotators, etc. I want to keep it simple and Joanna knows how I write. He is also the only person who can read my doodles, as I write by hand. As the computer age dawned in the publishing world, Joanna trained herself to meet these emerging technological requirements. She didn't ask me to type on a computer or change anything. It knows my desire for simplicity and peace, and it suits me perfectly. When I finish a chapter, I send it to Joanna with complete confidence that she will edit it in a way that is consistent with my original intention. She transcribes it, types it, reorganizes it, and computerizes it, all with a smile and genuine gratitude for being able to fulfill her purpose. Joanna is me, I am Joanna. Once I was able to convince her to quit her unsatisfactory job as a flight attendant and pursue her happiness as a full-time editor, she was finally able to feel the joy and peace that comes from combining her energy with her desires. She lives inspiration and allows me to do the same. I only employ one person who handles any and all matters related to the complexity of taxes, particularly as it relates to foreign royalties. I do not use a team of legal experts who charge by the hour, or tax advisors who receive as much as I owe the government. One man, Bob Adelson, knows my desire for peace by keeping it simple, so he arranges everything for me. She works diligently and thoroughly, doing what she loves, and I treasure her presence in my life. In 1970, after Your Erroneous Zones was published, I decided to move from New York to Florida. I knew absolutely no one in my new hometown, yet I needed an investment person I could trust to help me with the bonuses I had received from the success of my first book. Having been a professor and university professor before this point, with no experience, or money to invest, I knew practically nothing about this world. While contemplating how to start an investment portfolio, I walked into a gas station, filled my tank, and left without realizing that my wallet, which contained $800 in cash, had fallen out of the car and was next to the pump. A few hours later, a man called to tell me that he had found my wallet, including the cash. I went to meet John Darling, who was my angel sent by God to take care of all my investments for the next 29 years, and he remains one of my best friends and confidants. When I needed someone I could trust, the universe sent me a stranger who returned my $800, and I've never had a moment of no peace regarding investing in the last 3 decades. John has handled it all for me, always keeping in mind that I like things to be simple, risk-free, and hassle-free, knowing what my ultimate investment goals were and what I wanted for my family. I left a large and prestigious New York publisher to work with Hay House, mainly because everything in the Big Apple was becoming too complex. My previous editor employed wonderful people, but the company was too big, it had too many tentacles, too many broken promises, and too many departments that weren't in harmony with each other, or me. I felt too often being told, "It's not our fault. The blame is there in finance, or there in marketing, or there in distribution." He was like a monster with a head. I voted once again for tranquility and simplicity, and once again God sent me a gift, this time in the form of the president and CEO of Louise Hay's publishing house, Hay House. When I met Reed Tracy, we clicked almost immediately. This man, who is not afraid to roll up his sleeves and unload trucks, despite occupying an executive position, promised me personalized attention and delivered. Every day we talked about a publishing house that did not grow so much that it forgot to take care of its authors. Reed promised me there were no big conglomerates and said, "If you have a wish, tell me and I'll act on it." I loved the absence of complications, since I no longer wanted to be in the maze of a big business. Simplify, simplify, simplify. It has been a glorious experience for both Reed, who I now consider one of my closest friends, and myself. I wanted peace as a writer, and Louise Hay, whom I admire for a long time, and her excellent president have allowed me to create in peace. As you can see, I have chosen to allow the world of spirit to send me those people who have helped me, rather than hinder me. Without these good people and their cherished friendship, you couldn't be here on Maui, playing tennis and walking on the beach. But above all, I can write from my heart and do it with peace of mind, knowing that the universe has taken care of all the details in its own divine way. When you want peace, simplicity, and honesty, and you send out a vibration commensurate with those wishes, all I can say is, start looking. Is on the way. The Steps to Simplicity program. This chapter will end a little differently. Rather than give you some general suggestions for implementing the ideas contained here, I will give you very specific tools to simplify your life. Get started today if you really want to hear that definitive call to inspiration. 1. Clear your life. You will feel a real surge of inspiration when you eliminate things that are no longer useful in your life. If you haven't used it in the last year or two, recycle it for others to use. Get rid of old, space-consuming files that are rarely, if ever, needed. Donate unused toys, tools, books, bikes, and dishes to a charity. Get rid of anything that is keeping you stuck in acquisitions that contribute to a messy life. In the words of Socrates, he who is closest to God is the one who needs the least. So the less you need to secure, protect, dust, rearrange, and move, the closer you are to hearing the call of inspiration. 2. Clear your calendar of unwanted and unnecessary activities and obligations. If it is not available to spirit, it is unlikely that you know the brilliance of inspiration. If I hadn't been free enough to go for a run every day in the not Maya. If I hadn't moved from the hectic rush of New York to Florida, where I longed to be, not John. If I had spent all my time on a demanding board, not Joanna. God will certainly work with you and send you the guidance, and the people, that you need, but if you have an excessive schedule, you will miss out on these life-changing gifts. So practice saying no to excessive demands and don't feel guilty about injecting a dose of free time into your daily routine. 3. Make sure you have your free time free. Be on the lookout for function invitations that may keep you at the top of the society pyramid, but inhibit your access to light-hearted inspiration. If cocktails, social gatherings, fundraisers, or even get-togethers to drink and gossip with friends aren't really the way you want to spend your free time, then don't do it. Begin to decline invitations that do not trigger feelings of inspiration. I find spending an evening reading or writing letters, watching a movie with a loved one, having dinner with my kids, or even just working out is much more inspiring than dressing up for a function often filled with small talk. I have learned not to be available for such events unapologetically and have more moments of inspiration released as a result. 4. Take time for meditation and yoga. Take at least a few minutes a day to sit quietly and make conscious contact with God. I have written an entire book on this subject called Getting in the Gap, so I am not going to dwell on it here. I will say that I have received thousands of messages, including one from Gail Bale, which I shared with you at chapter, from people all over the world who have expressed their appreciation for learning to simplify their life by taking the time to meditate. I also encourage you to find a yoga center near you and start a regular practice. The rewards are so powerful, you'll feel healthier, less stressed, and inspired by what you'll be able to do with and for your body in no time. 5. Return to the simplicity of nature. There is nothing more inspiring than nature itself. The fantasy of returning to a less tumultuous life almost always involves living in the splendor of the mountains, the forests, or the tundra, in an island, near the ocean, or next to a lake. These are universal impulses, since nature is created by the same source as us, and we are made of the same chemicals as all of nature. We are stardust, remember. Your urge to simplify and feel inspired is fueled by the desire to be your natural self, that is, your natural self. So give yourself permission to go hiking or camping in the woods, swimming in a river, lake, or ocean, sit by an open fire, horseback riding on trails, or skiing down the side of a mountain. This doesn't have to mean a long, planned vacation months away. No matter where you live, you are only a few hours or even moments away from a park, campground, or trail that will allow you to enjoy a sense of being connected to the entire universe. 6. Put distance between yourself and your critics. Choose to align with like-minded people in your quest for simplified inspiration. Give a silent blessing to those who find fault or are faced with a confrontation and get out of their energy as quickly as possible. Your life is greatly simplified when you don't have to defend yourself from anyone and when you receive support instead of criticism. You don't have to endure criticism with anything more than a gracious thank you and a promise to consider what has been said. Anything else is a state of conflict that erases the possibility of being inspired. You never need to defend yourself or your desires to anyone, since those inner feelings are the Spirit speaking to you. Those thoughts are sacred, so never let anyone trample them. 7. Take time for your health. Keep in mind that the number one health problem in America appears to be obesity. How can you feel inspired and live simply if you are gorging yourself on excessive amounts of food and eliminating the exercise your body craves? Remember that your body is a sacred temple that you reside in during this life, so take time each day to exercise it. Even if you can only walk around the block, just do it. Similarly, keep control of the word portions at the top of your consciousness. Your stomach is the size of your fist, not a wheelbarrow. Respect your sacred temple and simplify your life by being a sportsman and a sensible eater. I promise you will be inspired if you act on this today. 8. Play, play, play. It will simplify your life and be inspired if you learn to play instead of making your way through life. I love being with children because they inspire me with their laughter and frivolity. In fact, if I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times. Wayne, you've never grown up, you're always playing. I am very proud of this. I play on stage when I speak, and I play now as I write. Many years ago I had the great opportunity to appear on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. The man who took a chance on me, holding me back even though I was a stranger at the time, was a talent coordinator named Howard Papush. It was my first big break and I appeared on that show more times. Now it's my turn to thank Howard. He has written a wonderful book called When is Recess? Playing Your Way Through the Stresses of Life, which I encourage you to read. Howard also conducts workshops that teach people how to play and have fun in life. In the book, Howard shares this great quote from Richard Bach: "The inner learning creature, the playful spiritual being that guides you through your life, your real self." I couldn't agree more. Of course, get back in touch with your real, playful self, and take every opportunity to play. Watch how she makes everything so sweet and so simple. 9. Decelerate. One of Gandhi's most illuminating observations reminds us that there is more to life than speeding up. This is great advice to simplify your life. In fact, slow everything down for a few moments here and now. Read these words slowly. Slow down your breathing so that you are aware of each inhale and exhale. When in your car, slow down and relax. Slow down your speech, your inner thoughts, and the hectic pace of everything you do. Take more time to listen to others. Notice their inclination to interrupt and end the conversation, and then choose to listen instead. Stop to enjoy the stars on a clear night and the cloud formations on a cool day. Sit in a mall and watch how everyone seems to be in a rush to get nowhere. By slowing down, you will simplify and rejoin the perfect rhythm at which your creation works. Imagine trying to speed up nature by pulling on an emerging tomato plant. You are as natural as that plant, so allow yourself to be at peace with the perfection of nature's plan. 10. Do everything you can to avoid debt. Remember that you are trying to simplify your life here, so you do not need to buy more than it will complicate and mess up your life. If you can't afford it, let it go until you can. By going into debt, you will simply add layers of anxiety to your life. That anxiety will take you away from your peace, which is where you are when you are in spirit. When you have to work harder to pay off your debts, the present moments of your life are less pleasant. Consequently, it is further from the joy and peace that are the trademarks of inspiration. It is far better to have less and enjoy the days of your life than to go into debt and invite stress and anxiety where peace and quiet could have reigned. And remember that the money in your possession is nothing more than energy, so refuse to connect to an energy system that doesn't even exist. 11. Forget about cash value. I try not to think about money too often because I have observed that people who do tend to think about almost nothing else. So do what your heart tells you will bring you joy, rather than determining whether it will be profitable. If you really enjoy that whale watching trip, for example, make the decision to do it. Don't deny yourself the pleasures of life for some monetary detail. Don't base your purchases on getting a discount, and don't steal a simple joy because you didn't get a price discount. You can allow yourself a happy and fulfilling life, and if you are busy right now thinking that I have the nerve to tell you this because of your bleak financial situation, then you have your own barrier of resistance. Try to free yourself from putting a price on everything you have and do. After all, in the world of spirit, there is no price. Don't make money the guiding principle of what you have or do, rather, simplify your life and return to the spirit, finding the value inherent in everything. A dollar does not determine value, even if you live in a world that tries to convince you otherwise. 12. Remember your spirit. When life tends to get too complex, too fast, too messy, too deadline-oriented, or too type A for you, stop and remember your own spirit. You are heading for inspiration, a simple and peaceful place where you are in harmony with the perfect moment of all creation. Go there in your mind and stop frequently to remember what you really want. A man who personified success at the highest intellectual and social levels would hardly seem like someone to quote about simplifying our lives, yet this is what Albert Einstein offers us on this subject: possessions, exterior success, publicity, luxury. For me they have always been despicable. I believe that a simple and unpretentious way of life is the best for everyone, the best for both the body and the mind. Wow! I'd say this is good advice, right? Chapter 9. There is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has arrived. No one dies, no matter how many wounds he has received, unless he has completed his assigned lifespan. No man, even though he sits silently by the fire under his own roof, escapes all the more his predestined destiny. Esquilo. Inspiration requires faith. After all, returning to spirit while in our physical body is unlikely to be successful if we don't believe it is possible. We may even need to focus on renewing our faith before accessing inspiration, as faith allows us to trust and therefore make use of the vast power that is responsible for creating every physical object in the universe. Faith is an inner knowing that the all-creating spirit provides exactly what we need in time. This does not mean that we do not have a voice in what happens to us. We do, but the voice is only activated when we get our ego out of the way and realign with spirit. When our spirit works with the divine spirit, we can participate in creation and truly know the meaning of the title of this chapter. There is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. There is perfect synchronization in the universe, and our arrival on earth was part of that synchronicity. In other words, we were an idea of God whose time had come. This chapter introduces the concept of perfect timing and how to believe in it, notice it, tune into it, and apply it. Faith banishes all doubt. We know that the ego has practically no control over what happens to us. Our body grows, develops, changes and declines regardless of the ego's wishes or opinions. We know that we will eventually get rid of this garment that we have been wearing all our lives, not when our ego decides, but when the time comes for that idea. Reread the quote from Aeschylus at the beginning of this chapter about our allotted lifespan as an example of what I mean. Aeschylus was the most famous playwright and scholar of his day, and he claimed direct divine guidance in his writings. He was also a contemporary of Socrates, Lao Tzu, Zoroaster, Buddha, and Confucius, who lived during the 20th century BC. It's intriguing to look at how many visionaries there were on the planet simultaneously. Basically, it tells us that the way of life you must follow your assigned course and that we are here to do what the Spirit intends. According to Aeschylus, we will leave Earth and shake our physical bodies according to Spirit's plan for us. Either we are ready to age, or he advises us to trust our source. I add to this message that whatever age we read these words, it is the right time to realize that we are in the process of surrendering to the Spirit for the remaining portion of our assignment. The question now is, can we unite with Spirit and play a decisive role in what ideas, events, or people will come our way? The answer is a resounding yes. Remember once again those words of Patanjali that I shared in the opening chapters: when you are inspired, dormant forces, faculties, and talents come to life. This is where faith becomes critically important. You see, we must have faith in a universe created and guided by an intelligence greater than our ego, one in which there can be no accidents. When the moment of an idea comes, it cannot be stopped, but by raising our vibration to match that of the universal source of being, we can achieve the moment of that idea. We can raise our level of consciousness from the domain of the ego and the group to what I call visionary consciousness, in which we reconnect with the mind of God. We remove all doubt with our knowledge, which is a higher level of consciousness than believing. Our vision is God's vision, so to speak. Let me offer you an example of how this visionary awareness develops. One of my best teachers, and a man I now call my friend, is Ram Dass. Live by the spiritual faith I write about, without doubts or fears. He had been a long-distance follower and devotee of hers for 30 years, always knowing that we would connect in person. I had this knowledge without needing to rush or force what I felt was a future connection in his life and mine. And when the time came for that idea, Ram Dass moved to Maui, from where I am writing to you right now. Today I have the great pleasure of being at the service of my teacher, helping him in these advanced years of his life. The following self-explanatory letter I recently wrote is posted on my website, www.drwayndyer.com. I include it here to illustrate precisely how what I relate in this chapter can unfold. One of the truly great men of our time needs our help, and I write these words to encourage his generosity and support. Back in SA, Harvard professor Richard Alpert left the hectic academic world behind and traveled to India, where he met his spiritual teacher, who gave him a new purpose to fulfill along with a new name. He, of course, is Ram Dass. His guru told him to love everyone, feed the people, and see God everywhere. Ram Dass became a person who lived through this mandate, doing what many of us could only dream of. He connected with his spirit and dedicated his life to serving others. In it he wrote and published the signature book on spirituality and heightened awareness, Be Here Now. In keeping with his commitment to love everyone and feed people, he donated all royalties and profits to foundations that did just that. With millions of dollars at stake, Ram Dass simply chose to live his life as a man in God's service. After spending years in India in search of a higher and more enlightened consciousness for himself and for our troubled world, he returned to the United States to give lectures throughout the country. He spoke in crowded places wherever he went, and, as always, he donated the proceeds to causes that would keep him in harmony with his mandate to serve. He was a co-founder of the Seva Foundation, www.seva.org, and his writing and speaking fees were the primary sources for this compassionate and inspired work. For me, Ram Dass was and is the best speaker I have ever heard, period. He was my role model on stage, always gentle and kind, always speaking, without notes, from the heart, sharing his inspiring stories, and always with a lot of humor. I tell you this from my heart. I could listen to his lectures for hours and it always made me sad when they finished. He was the voice of applied spirituality, his life was the model. When threatened by having his own private sexual preference exposed, at a time when a closet was the only place that was even slightly safe, Ram Dass called a press conference and proudly announced his preference to the world. It paved the way for tolerance and love when no one else would dare. Most of us could only dream of challenging conventional life and living out our inner callings to advance a cause that was bigger than our own lives, to leave the safety of a guaranteed career and a country where comfort was assured, all to live in a foreign land with few comforts, traveling and meditating for a more peaceful world. It is what San Francisco did in the 20th century and what Ram Dass did in our lives. When Ram Dass's father, who had largely criticized his son's unconventional lifestyle, nearly died, Ram Dass devoted himself 100% to service in those later years. He fed his father, bathed his father, kept him in and out of the bathroom until the day he died. Why? Because he felt that this was his mandate. I wanted to experience true service on the basis of / and to know firsthand the joy that comes from giving your life to the service of others. Always, for years, Ram Dass was in the service of others. At Ram Dass he was struck by a semi-paralyzing stroke and left in a wheelchair. Still, he wrote about his adventure in a powerful book titled Still Here. He continued to travel, although he could no longer walk, and he continued to speak to the public, although he spoke with a slower body, but still, he did so to serve others. Now it is our turn. Ram Dass's body can no longer withstand the rigors of the journey. He has come to Maui, where I live and write. I speak to him frequently and am often humiliated by the tears in his beautiful year-old eyes as he apologizes for not having prepared for his own elderly health care, which he now perceives as a burden to others. However, he still intends to write and teach without the trip. Now we can go to him. Maui is on the mend. Maui is where Ram Dass wants to stay for now. He currently lives in a house on Maui that he does not own and is in danger of losing. I ask everyone to help buy this home and establish a financial foundation to care for this man who has raised so much money to secure the future of so many others, to live what Ram Dass has practiced with his actions. Be generous and quick. No one deserves our love and financial support anymore. In the end, these donations will help ensure that Ram Dass and his work reach another generation or remind the current generation that it is by giving what we receive. If ever there was a great spirit that lived in our lives, literally dedicating his life to the highest principles of the spirit, it has been Ram Dass. I love this man. It has been my inspiration and the inspiration for millions of us. Now is the time to show him how we feel about doing what he has taught us all to do, being here for him, now. In love and light. Wayne Dyer. In truth, giving is receiving and vice versa. Ram Dass lived a life of generosity. By abiding in the Spirit, I was sent to this man who has meant so much to me. I always had the knowledge that I would be involved in his mission and in his life. It was an idea that I kept in the spirit for several decades, and now its time has come and it cannot be stopped. If you feel called to help, you can send any contribution to the address above, and I'll see to it that it goes directly to Ram Dass. It was Ram Dass's total faith in what his spiritual master told him to do with his life. that allowed all of this to unfold. When we banish all doubt in favor of faith, there is nothing more powerful on this planet. You must believe, and then you will see how it unfolds before your eyes. The time of the Spirit in action. The power of an idea whose time has come is really the power of the Spirit at work. Equality for all is how God is, for example, and we seek to be like God. When enough of us, along with one or two in visionary consciousness, begin to contemplate these ideas in spirit, they cannot be stopped. Let's take some time here to point out some of those ideas from American history. When the time came to abolish the unspeakably horrible practice of slavery, that was an idea whose time had come. This was because a critical mass of people with a new view of humanity began to contemplate something that had been advocated a few generations earlier. We hold that these truths are self-evident, that all men are created equal. It took more than 85 years after Thomas Jefferson wrote these words, but then the idea could not be stopped, even though the slaves represented a small part of the population and did not have the right to vote. When a man with a visionary conscience, Abraham Lincoln, along with many others, approached this idea from an inspiring perspective, it became clear that the time had come to end slavery. This new idea of equality for all is the way of the Spirit. We can also see an idea whose time had come in the granting of the right to vote to women in 1920. Despite the opposition of a non-visionary president, Woodrow Wilson, and despite the objection of a majority of men who had voting privileges, the idea could not be stopped. Several visionary women, who aligned themselves with many other men and women, believed and made it possible, a right we take for granted today. The racial integration of the United States is another example of an idea whose time had come. When this concept began to surface in the visionary consciousness of some individuals like John F. Kennedy, Martin Luther King Jr., Lyndon Johnson, and Rosa Parks, it could not be stopped, despite the objections of millions of people, many of whom held positions of political power. Today, in schools that once practiced segregation, we have a multiracial student body. Racial integration is still in the process of manifesting itself in all parts of our society, and there is still much to do, but make no mistake, this idea cannot be stopped. Gay rights is another idea whose time has come. One of the many reasons I admire Ram Dass so much is the position he took long ago on equal rights for people of all sexual orientations. No individual or group can be denied legal or social privileges because we all come from one source, which excludes no one. An idea whose time has come is always in perfect alignment with our original spirit. Finally, the shift in consciousness from a collective belief that smoking in public places is permissible to one where it is not tolerated was an idea whose time had come. The idea became unstoppable when a visionary airline banned smoking on its commercial flights, and then the rest were spiritually aligned. Since we come from a non-toxic source of well-being, aligning with her is our destiny and cannot be stopped. I could go on and on with examples of such ideas manifesting themselves in our society, but instead I propose that we start looking around us for evidence of ideas whose time has come. You see, when we are ready, willing, and open to it, the divine guidance that we seek will come into play on our behalf. This has been the case throughout our lives. For example, the people with whom we have had affairs, regardless of the duration of the relationships, are all characters in the stream of our so-called life. They come to us for various reasons, such as to help us create a child, or children, to teach us to forgive, or to help us fulfill some other destiny. It is difficult for our ego to understand it, but each person who has entered and left our life is part of our divinely chosen life experience, that is, they are ideas whose time has come. As we move into a life of inspiration, it will be easy and even necessary for us to give thanks for all of these people and take serious note of what they brought us upon arrival and/or departure. In the same way, when we needed to have a certain vocational experience, it was made available to us. Because we were a vibrational match to what appeared, we assimilated it and got precisely what we needed. And when we were no longer up to the task, those people, that city, that house, or whatever, we left. We are in a system run by a supreme intelligence and we are a part of that system. Everything is on purpose. Our vibrational matching determines what we attract and what we repel in our life. We don't need to focus on what has already happened and what we've been through, rather, we must shift our vibration upward to harmonize with spirit, and then, and only then, ideas based on spirituality will knock on our door. These ideas will not give up or disappear because, as we know, there is nothing in this universe more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Our responsibility is simply to become beings who wait and wait for inspired ideas that will not and cannot be stopped. Manifestation of ideas in the spirit. Our expectations are virtual ideas that are manifesting right now in our lives. Remember that we are energized by what we pair with, so if we persist in waiting for our ideas to work, we will create an idea whose time has come. Our job is to change the energy of our thoughts so that they harmonize with what we really want to attract. For example, many years ago I believed in something called writer's block, those moments when ideas just refuse to flow. Today I have a very different point of view. I know that somehow God writes all the books and builds all the bridges. Now when I sit down to write, I hope the ideas flow through me and onto the pages. I feel like it is a vibrational coincidence with the ideas that want to be expressed in the words that I write. Consequently, I know that these are ideas that have reached the moment, they are coinciding with me right here, right now, and they cannot stop. If I ask myself, where does what appears in this paper really come from? I know I don't have them. Words flow from spirit into physical manifestation because I allow myself to be a receiving agent who is willing to transcribe them onto pieces of paper that will eventually become a book. I hope these ideas are here and I know they cannot be stopped. I feel here in awe and in a state of love and gratitude to be able to be used in such an inspiring way, as I write about inspiration, no less. The crucial message here is to match our wishes with our expectations. We need to see how it all comes together and know that it cannot be stopped. We must learn to smile inwardly at those who scoff at our optimism and then continue the task of waiting for our ideas in spirit to manifest by looking for evidence of their arrival. At the slightest hint of their appearance, we can energize them with gratitude. Finding even a penny can be a clue that our expectation of abundance is manifesting. That penny is right where it belongs, so we should treat it like a treasure hunt. That is, we must gratefully assume that it was placed there for us to change our expectations to be compatible with the limitless abundance that we desire. We can say, "Thank you, God, for this symbol of abundance," knowing that we have started a new idea that is so powerful that its time has come. We need to create compatibility with spirit by changing our expectations to align with the central premise of this chapter. There is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Try these words as personal affirmations to tune into this new expectation. I want it. Is on the way. There is nothing to worry about. Whatever, a job, a promotion, a funding, the right person, wellness, a return to health, information, or whatever, tell yourself, it's an idea that can't be stopped because I'm balanced perfectly with my source of being. I am in God realization, and with God all things are possible, so that leaves nothing out. We don't want to ask the universe to be different so that we can feel better, but we can choose to feel better by changing our expectations so that we are vibrating with the universe. We do not have to be like anyone else to achieve this vibrational harmony because we are individualized expressions of God, unique in what we have and what we desire. After all, when we approach a long food buffet, we don't focus on eliminating the things we don't want. Instead, we begin to vibrate in our thoughts towards what we want and ignore what we do not want. Please note that our expectations are exclusively ours. They are ideas whose time has come, and which have always been coming. Unity and similarity. I'd like to take a minute to explain that there is a big difference between unity and equality. We are all one, but we are not the same. If this sounds like a conflict, think about the fact that there is only one light, but there are many colors, there is only one fire, but there are many bonfires, and there is only one water, yet there are many lakes, rivers, and oceans. Also, although we all come from one source, we are individualized expressions of it and therefore unique. We live in a society that often seeks to make us conform and fit in with everyone else, yet Spirit created each of us as a distinct and separate entity that is unique in all of creation. Therefore, to be inspired, we must maintain our unique individuality as we view our connection to our source and to everyone and everything in the universe. Each of us is an incomparable idea whose time has come. We do not claim to be equal to one another, but to be like God and express ourselves as we agree when we merge in physical form. I have always liked the author Leo Buscaglia, and here is a story he used to tell that perfectly illustrates what I am saying. The animals got together one day in the forest and decided to start a school. There was a rabbit, a bird, a squirrel, a fish, and an eel, and they formed a board of education. The rabbit insisted that running be in the curriculum. The bird insisted that flying be in the curriculum. The fish insisted that swimming be in the curriculum, and the squirrel insisted that climbing perpendicular to the trees be in the curriculum. They put all of these things together and wrote a curriculum guide. They then insisted that all animals take all subjects. Although the rabbit was getting in a while running, climbing trees perpendicularly was a real problem for him. He kept falling backwards. Very soon he had some kind of brain damage and was no longer able to run. He found that instead of doing an A running, he was doing a C, and of course he always did an F in perpendicular climbing. The bird was really beautiful in flight, but when it came to digging in the ground, it couldn't do that well. The beak and wings kept breaking. Pretty soon he was getting a C in flight and an F in digging, and he had a blast climbing perpendicular to the trees. The moral of the story is that the person who was the best student in the class was a mentally retarded eel who did everything by half. But the educators were all happy because everyone was taking all the subjects, and it was called a broad-based education. Respect your unity and avoid any pressure to be conformist. Be the being you came to be. After all, you are that powerful idea whose time has come. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: be aware of as many things that affect your reality as you can, particularly what you call nonsensical or circumstantial. Nothing is meaningless in this universe, so remember that everything that appears in your life has been drawn there. For example, an accident is not some kind of karmic revenge or something to feel guilty about. It simply means that you were compatible with him. When you hit your toe, bump your elbow, cut your hand, feel a twinge, a headache, or something similar, remember that it is energy that has appeared on time. Try to realize what he was thinking at that precise moment and be open to the idea that he appeared physically to teach you something. You get what you think, whether you want it or not. So be careful what you think. Memorize this beautiful little homily and post it in a conspicuous place in your home or workplace. Always be aware of your thoughts about what you expect from the universe. Send a silent blessing to everyone who has ever appeared or continues to appear in your life. A surly waiter can trigger a reminder to send love if that's what you want back. A former spouse can be blessed for what they offered you and even for being an ex. A slow driver in front of you is an idea of God that arrived on time. Bless him for giving you a chance to slow down, thus saving you from the speeding ticket you were a vibrating rival with before he showed up. Resist fit, do it smoothly, but do it anyway. Every time someone tries to make you conform, affirm, I am an individualized expression of God. That is all you need to remember. Then, place yourself in the place within yourself where you feel one with God and send love to those who would push you in the direction of uniformity and conventionality. Refuse to be a mentally retarded eel who does everything by half, or worse, the way other people want you to. Most importantly, have faith. Trust in a universe that is infinite and that is constantly being created. Trust that the creative source of everything knows exactly what it is doing. Rely on the awareness that there can be no accidents in such an intelligent system. Look at the immensity of the universe and contemplate the power of its source. Doing so will change your energy. Practice this every day. In truth, there is absolutely nothing in this universe, including ourselves, that is not perfectly in sync. There are no wrongful deaths or mistakes, what appears is ours and was presented exactly on time. Before moving on to part 3, I would like you to think about the simple wisdom ex-slave and philosopher Epictetus imparted to us almost years ago: it is my business to handle everything that happens with care and skill. Now there is a powerful idea whose time has come. Part 3. Give and receive inspiration. We must, to the extent that it is within our reach, aspire to immortality and do all we can to live up to the highest that is within us, because even if it is small in quantity, in power and preciousness, it far surpasses all the others. Aristotle. Chapter 10. Absorb the inspiration of others. It is possible that a man has never entered a church or mosque, nor performed any ceremony, but if he realizes God within himself and, therefore, rises above the vanities of the world, that man is a holy man, a saint, call him what you want. Vivekananda. One of the best available means to heed our highest calling comes from connecting with the saints that the Indian monk Vivekananda referred to more than years ago. The holy people mentioned in this context do not necessarily need to be connected to a religious practice. In fact, they are unlikely to be dressed in devotional clothing or engaged in any theological study. Rather, those we consider inspiring will be the ones that radiate spiritual energy towards us and conform to Vivekananda's brilliant observation. They have reached a higher level of God realization than most, have suspended their ego, and have lived from a high energy perspective. They are spiritual beings who have a human experience, and not the other way around. One of the things we absolutely know about energy is that when higher/faster energy comes into contact with lower vibrations, they become higher energy. Therefore, the light introduced into a dark room not only removes the darkness, but also turns that darkness into light. If this concept intrigues you, I suggest you read my books. There is a spiritual solution to every problem and the power of intention. The parallel I am drawing here is that when we enter the energy field of someone who is connected to spirit, we find ourselves not only abandoning our uninspired ways, but also converting to his higher energy. In other words, we are inspired simply by being in his presence. However, identifying those who actually live their lives in the spirit is often not as simple as it sounds. What inspiring people are not? It is possible for someone to achieve a high standard, earn many accolades, be widely admired and respected, but not live by the spirit. Inspirational people are not necessarily highly motivated in the social sense of the word. After all, these individuals may simply be chasing more symbols of success, satisfying their desire to dominate and control others by acquiring as much power as possible. The people who have motivated us are not necessarily inspiring either. We may have been motivated by those who threatened or hit us, or insulted us and called us fools and cowards for not doing what they thought we should be doing. Clearly, inspiration was not part of her motivation. Nor can we assume that all teachers are living their latest calling. A good instructor can have a lot of knowledge on a certain topic and be extremely effective in passing that knowledge on to students, but they can also be very disconnected from God realization. Teachers often have such low self-esteem that they completely lose themselves in devotion to something that is far from their true calling, especially when great teaching skills can fill a void and appear to be a substitute for that calling. Of course, I am not saying that all teachers lack God realization, but be careful to assume that a gifted instructor lives automatically in the spirit. A person can have the highest intellectual credentials available and still be separated from his spirit. The ability to cite historical sources, speak with distinction, and earn advanced degrees does not automatically mean that someone is capable of inspiring others. Again, it doesn't disqualify that individual, either. The smartest people can put us off with their pomposity and swagger, or they can be so cerebral that it's hard to tell what they're talking about. Beware of confusing intellectualization with inspiration. The journey to our highest calling is not an academic endeavor. There are no written tests, no grades to earn, no report cards or advanced degrees. It is important to understand that any of the traditional measures of success, such as job promotions, wealth, public recognition, expensive clothing, commanding presence, verbal dexterity, voluminous vocabulary, charismatic appearance, fame, etc., do not necessarily mean high marks as an inspirational person. In fact, some people who score very high on ego-based success rates are the ones I find the most difficult to surround, and totally boring. While fame in all its forms seems highly desirable and focuses on countless television shows that discuss the personal lives of those in the news, particularly showbiz, this does not measure the ability to inspire the most. Minimum. When one of my daughters once told me that her goal was to become famous, I urged her to change her gaze to live and act in harmony with her passion and then let fame take over. I have met many celebrities in all fields of activity, and I can assure you that public notoriety is in no way an indicator of a person's connection to spirit. And if I happen to be famous personally, it's not because I chose it or even won it. Fame is outside of me, it is in the opinions that others have of me. However, it is my choice to be inspired, and that always means being independent of the opinions of others. Inspiring people are not interested in winning a popularity contest, especially when those seeking praise and recognition often do so to assuage feelings of insecurity. In general, people who doubt their divinity fear criticism because they see themselves as fraudulent beings. Consequently, they take on the full-time job of trying to please everyone they meet. Despite their obvious popularity, they would be disastrous in the inspiration department. I need to add a disclaimer here: in no way do I mean to imply that a person who has gained great popularity and notoriety is disqualified from being a source of inspiration. Quite the contrary, many of the most inspiring people I have ever encountered have achieved worldwide recognition. I simply urge you not to equate inspiration with recognition. How inspiring people are. Now let's take a look at the qualities we find in inspiring people, that is, those special people who have risen above their ego and the vanities of the world, and how our awareness and association with them helps raise our vibrations. At the level of the spirit. Over the years, as a result of teaching at a major university and speaking to expert audiences, I have had the great pleasure of being in the company of extremely knowledgeable people. I have also been fortunate to associate with a number of very wise people who have achieved enlightened mastery in their own lives and as spiritual teachers. My observation is that the more experience the so-called experts seem to have, the less joy they seem to experience, while those who are genuinely wise constantly have an aura of joy that permeates their being and radiates outward, impacting those around them. We can use this joy index as a measure of unscientific inspiration. When we meet other people who we think might be living in the spirit, we should ask the following questions: do they seem to have raptured hearts, sending signs that they love the world and all who live in it? Are you jubilant about the work you do? Do you see the world as a friendly place? Are they at peace with themselves? Do they appear to be friendly rather than critical? Are they confident without being rude? Are they usually cheerful? They love to play? Are you delighted to be in the company of young children and older people? Do you listen instead of lecturing? Are they willing to be both students and teachers? Do you love nature? Are they in awe of the world? Do they express rational humility? Are they accessible? Do they take great pleasure in serving others? Does it seem like they've tamed your ego? Do you accept all people as equals? Are they open to new ideas? The answers to these questions will help us determine if another person is potentially an inspiring influence in our life. Those who have the gift of inspiration exude something that is difficult to pin down intellectually, but which is undeniably recognizable in how we feel in their presence. We can feel that they are aligned with the source of energy from which we all originate. We perceive a place within them that resonates deeply within us, a vibrational recognition of inspiration, and they have so much to offer us. We recognize its high spiritual energy, which yearns to be active in our life. When we feel this resonance, it is reflected in a sensation that is similar to a warm, relaxing shower that runs deep within us. When I am in the presence of an inspiring person, the first thing I notice is this warm shower that comes over me. It is like a wave of energy that slowly runs down my shoulders and spine, and I know that something is happening with energy. Even though I can't see it, touch it, smell it, or hear it, I know I'm experiencing a change that makes me feel incredibly good, or, as I think, incredibly God. My experiences with inspiring people. In this section, I would like to further illustrate what inspires people by pointing out some people who have particularly impacted my life with their high energy. I vividly remember the days of the Cuban Missile Crisis more than 40 years ago. I had recently been discharged from active duty in the Navy after 4 years and was attending Wayne State University in Detroit. If the United States had been embroiled in a war with the USSR, it would have been at the top of the list to be called back to active duty because I had a top-secret job classification. But more than my concern for my own status, it was what made us collectively bite our nails globally, that is, the idea of the consequences of a nuclear weapons exchange, which would put the entire civilization at risk. I will never forget the scene that the movie 13 Days represented so well. After being besieged by his military advisors to bomb the entire island of Cuba, and encouraged by others to take decisive alternative action that could easily lead to war, President Kennedy retired alone to his quarters in the White House and was reminded to himself what he believed the president's #1 duty was: keep the country out of war. Having already fought a war that had also taken the life of his older brother, Joseph, JFK knew how damaging such a battle with the Soviet Union would be, so he withdrew in solitude and allowed the peace of the spirit to guide him. In the end, the idea of a blockade and a prayer for a peaceful resolution washed over him. He went to spirit in a time of crisis, and his being in spirit instead of being in the ego changed the course of history. President Kennedy was a source of inspiration to me, but not because of his political views or any of his presidential actions. Rather, I embraced him as a man who conveyed love, peace, and joy in his behavior and showed respect for all people by vowing to end segregation in America. As Robert McNamara, Kennedy's Secretary of Defense, once observed, if JFK had lived, there would have been no Vietnam War. That's because he believed that war should be an absolute last resort, and that his main job as president was to keep the peace. I found JFK inspiring in early 1960, and his spirit has moved me deeply all my life. He inspired me. In 1978 I was invited to go to Vienna to participate in a presentation before a group of young company presidents. I was assigned to be on a panel with a man who had been a great source of inspiration to me, Viktor Frankl. Frankl was a doctor who had been expelled to die in a Nazi concentration camp during World War II. While incarcerated, he kept notes that eventually became a book titled Man's Search for Meaning. This work, which deeply moved me many years later, illustrated not only how Dr. Frankl survived the horrors of Auschwitz, but also how he helped other fellow campers to do the same. For example, he taught his fellow men how to find meaning and even joy in a fish head floating in dirty water disguised as soup. He taught them to be with his spirit and infuse it in others who were giving up life. He even practiced sending love and peace to his captors, and he refused to feel hatred and revenge because he knew it was alien to his spirit, that he would not give up. So, 33 years after his release, I was about to address hundreds of corporate presidents who were under the age of 50, like me at the time. I read Man's Search for Meaning when I was a young PhD student and practiced Frankl's logotherapy, which taught therapists in training to help clients find the meaning of their existence regardless of their circumstances. Viktor Frankl had been one of the truly inspiring figures in my life, and being on the same panel, under the guise of being a colleague of this leading teacher, was overwhelming for me. And it followed an afternoon that I have never forgotten, filled with pure joy and inspiration. Viktor Frankl stayed true to his spiritual origins in the face of the horrors that destroyed so many. When I met him, he exuded joy, peace, kindness, and love, and he was not bitter. Instead, he felt that his experience taught him lessons that he would never have known otherwise. I spent a good part of that afternoon in Vienna in 1977, listening and in amazement, and now, years later, I am still very shocked by the presence of this man in my life. Yes, indeed, it inspired me. In 1994, 24-year-old college student Immaculée Ilibagiza came home to be with her family in Kigali, Rwanda, for the Easter break, and inadvertently found herself in the middle of one of the worst genocides in history. As a member of the Tutsi tribe, Immaculée was forced to hide in a tiny bathroom, which was set up in such a way that it seemed inaccessible from home, with 7 other women for a total of 3 terrifying months. As she told me, by the grace of God, we were never found. How that happened, I don't know. All we could hear was the smoke of hatred coming from the men right outside the door. After living in this terror for 90 days, trembling with fear every day, knowing that they would be hacked to death if discovered, the women were finally released from their grave to the protection of French soldiers. As Immaculée relates, when we were finally safe, I learned how most of my family had died. My father was shot by soldiers, my mother was killed with a machete, and my younger brother was killed in a stadium while looking for food. My older brother was executed after questioning him. They said they wanted to see the brain of a person who had a master's degree, so they cut it into pieces. I met this incredible woman in New York after she was granted an asylum visa as a victim of this organized attempt at ethnic cleansing by a gang of thugs. Almost 1 million men, women, and children were systematically slaughtered with machetes or blunt instruments, and the United States did not intervene, something former President Clinton publicly acknowledged was the greatest failure of his administration. Immaculée is not bitter or angry, she just wants to be sure that such a tragedy will never happen again. She has love and faith in her heart, and she applied these spiritual gifts to her storytelling, which has just been published as an extraordinary book through Hay House. I felt privileged to have been able to write the foreword to this incredible work, which is called Left to Tell: Discovering God in the Middle of the Rwandan Holocaust. I am honored to join this divinely inspiring woman as we go to Rwanda and help establish a program to educate and care for the large number of orphans left behind by this genocide. And yes, being in Immaculée's life in the small way that I am inspires me beyond what I can convey to you here in words. In 1999 I was invited to South Africa to lecture before some public audiences. While in Cape Town, I took the ferry to Robben Island to visit the prison where Nelson Mandela had been incarcerated for so many years. In fact, I visited him at the time of the 10th anniversary of his release. Here was a man who spent more than 27 years of his life in prison. Visits were not even allowed because he was a vocal opponent of a system, apartheid, in which an entire race of people was declared by law inferior and unworthy of the same privileges as the other citizens of the country. And he worked all day in a limestone quarry, where the fiery sunlight shone so brightly against the white rock that his eyes became mere slits due to the squinting he was forced to practice in order to survive. I spent 30 minutes in that quarry and my eyes stung all day. Imagine the years of such exposure. Mandela delved into himself, and when he was finally released, he came out with forgiveness and reconciliation in his heart. His stay in the spirit was the force behind the dismantling of apartheid and his final election to the presidency of an emerging South African democracy a few years later. While meditating in the prison outside of this great man's cell, I felt the warm inner shower that I described earlier in this chapter. They then handed me an autographed copy of his book Long Walk to Freedom, which I treasure. Nelson Mandela transmitted the spiritual energy of love, peace, kindness, and tolerance during all his tribulations, and this spiritual energy provided a model that changed the face of Africa, and the world, forever. Yes, it inspired me. Closer to home, I was inspired by Mrs. Olive Fletcher. In 1956 he was studying biology for the second time at Denby High School in Detroit. I had failed the class the year before due to my own stubbornness. I had refused to complete a collection of sheets, which my then 1-year-old self perceived as an absurd requirement. At the time, my mother was divorcing my alcoholic stepfather and I was working at a local grocery store every night during the week and all day on Saturday and Sunday. My instructor for this second foray into biology was Mrs. Fletcher, and she was the first teacher I encountered who seemed to care about me personally. For example, she was there for me after school, called my house to see if I was okay during the tumultuous, including frequent fights and other unpleasant situations, that took place at the time, and allowed me to lower my head and sleep. During study periods. When I completed my assignments. He also encouraged me to tutor other students because he recognized something in me that I had never heard a teacher say before. He told me that I was brilliant and had a mind that could take me where I wanted to go. This amazing person even invited me to go bowling with her and her husband. I had never imagined that teachers were actually human, let alone go bowling, before meeting Ms. Fletcher. He was also the first authority figure to welcome my questions and tolerate my sometimes disturbing behavior. By living by the Spirit, he showed me that it was worth it to be loved by someone in a position of authority. Thanks to Mrs. Fletcher's inspiration, I went from a failing grade the year before to an A. I wanted to stand out just because of her, because she had a lot of faith in me. Now, exactly half a century later, Ms. Olive Fletcher still stands out as the only person in all my school years who changed the course of my life from fighting the system to being able to choose to fit in without having to give in. Yes, it certainly inspired me. Shifting gears a bit here, in 1971 Don McLean read a book about the life of the famous artist Vincent van Gogh and was so moved by the painter's struggle for his sanity, along with his desire to be loved and understood, that he wrote a song about it. Called Vincent, Starry Starry Night. It was written while looking at Van Gogh's classic painting The Starry Night, and every time I hear that song and remember how McLean was so inspired by Van Gogh's life, I feel inspired, too. I am moved to tears and promise to be more understanding and compassionate to those who struggle with sanity as Van Gogh did. It is interesting to note that in 1970 the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam played the song daily, and today a copy of the score, along with a set of Van Gogh brushes, is buried in a time capsule below the museum. I am greatly inspired by people who act on their own moments in spirit and also create similar opportunities for countless souls. Don McLean prompted me to read the same Van Gogh biography as him and to include this example in this book. He inspired me. I could write many more short descriptions of those who have provided me with life-changing inspiration, but I would be remiss if I omitted one person among all those I have met who has been my greatest source of inspiration. Back in 1942, when I was 2 years old, my mother was left alone with the responsibility of raising my two brothers, 3 and 5 years old, and myself. My father, of whom I have no recollection, literally abandoned his family, and not once did he make a phone call to see how we were doing. He did not pay child support as he spent a lot of time in trouble with the law, including time in jail for being a thief. He just walked away and never looked back. After I was born, my mother took me to her little apartment on the east side of Detroit, and discovered that my father had left my 1-month-old brother, Dave, in the care of my 4-year-old brother, Jim. And he had temporarily moved in with a woman in Ann Arbor, about 40 miles away. Try to imagine the scene. It is 1940. A depression has left almost the entire world financially bankrupt. There are no government programs to help support 3 children under the age of 4. An alcoholic husband refuses to work, steals everyone's money, and regularly chooses the company of other women, leaving his wife in charge of their 3 babies. An anemic baby needs medical assistance, which is largely unavailable to those living in poverty. However, out of this seemingly desperate scenario emerged a woman who had a dream that her life could and would improve. After finally going through the divorce, my mother was totally alone. First she worked as a candy girl in a nickel-and-dime store, then as a secretary for the Chrysler Corporation, earning about $17 a week. She was forced to place Dave and me in a series of foster homes supported by the Methodist Church, while Jim moved in with his parents. Her nightmare came true. Her family had been divided, and the idea that this was a permanent condition was too devastating for her to contemplate. But she had a vision for herself that she never gave up. Somehow, one day, I will unite my family and raise my children under one roof. Unfortunately, times were challenging and the years passed. Mom visited Dave and me whenever possible. He had no car or driver's license, and the distance to Mt. Clemens, where we resided, was approximately 17 miles away. But it might as well have been 7,000 miles, since there was no transportation or money to pay for her to get there. But my mom was determined. She even married a man she didn't love as a way to unite her family. In 1949, our family moved into a tiny, and I mean tiny, duplex on the east side of Detroit. Like our father, our new stepfather was also an alcoholic and an irresponsible provider. Drinking became his escape, and frequent and hostile exchanges were the norm. But Mom, who refused to allow her children to separate again, kept working. Every morning she would get up at 5 in the morning, fix breakfast and fix lunch for her 3 growing children. He took 3 buses to work and 3 home every day, standing outside on those endless winter mornings and coming home at 5:45 p.m. to make dinner. My brothers and I had paper routes or we were warehouse boys, but the hard work fell on the shoulders of this always cheerful woman who never complained. Every weekend it was like this for my mother, washing endless clothes and hanging them on the clothesline to dry, prepare breakfast, lunch, and dinner, ironing in the basement on Sundays. The work was never finished, yet this woman was the most joyous, loving, and beautiful soul there was. All my siblings and friends came to our house to hang out thanks to my mother. They loved her, and more than that, they loved being in our home because of the energy she brought to him. This woman lived by the Spirit and offered us all inspiration. None of us would ever have considered answering or being disrespectful in some way. She commanded our respect, but never demanded it. And with all the responsibilities she had, my mother never left the house with her hair in rollers or her clothes in a mess. She was proud of herself and, through her example, taught my brothers and me to do the same. While going through a second divorce from a now out-of-control alcoholic, she never abandoned her role as mother to all of us. In later years, when her own mother was quite ill, I watched with awe as she assumed sole responsibility for caring for her mother, despite the fact that she had 4 siblings. And then, wonder of wonders, when my former stepfather reached a stage where his addiction to alcohol and smoking were taking their final toll, I watched in awe as she cared for this man who had mistreated her greatly during their marriage. She went to his house, washed his clothes, asked for medical help, visited him in the hospital and extended her love to him where he had only received mistreatment and even abuse. Today the mother is approaching 90 years old and still bowls twice a week, lives alone and never complains. To this day, she won't be leaving home unless she's dressed to her high standards of fitness and her hair is nicely styled. She respects herself, and this esteem has trickled down to me, her youngest son, and my 2 brothers as well. She now has 3 children who are eligible for Social Security and Medicare, but she still lives and breathes that loving spirit. In a wonderful book by Michael Murphy called What I Meant to Say, he describes how he said goodbye to his mother when he left home after a Thanksgiving dinner. It's all a small talk while giving polite excuses to have to leave, prompting the following tribute that I include here. I would like to say these beautiful words to my mother. What I wanted to say was, how can I say goodbye to the person who was the first to hug me, the first to feed me, and the first to make me feel loved? From a distance I see you moving, doing the mundane tasks that everyone else finds so routine. But for me, the tasks you carried out with love year after year built and reinforced the foundation, the structure that made my world a safe and comfortable place to grow. Everything I am and everything I have goes back to you. Whatever accomplishments I have accomplished along the way would not have happened without first believing in myself. And you were the person who always believed in me. Now, with my own family, I am amazed at how many times I hear your words flow from my mouth. This ventriloquist phenomenon was very irritating at first, but now it warms me when I have come to understand that there is a part of you that will live in me forever. When time separates us, I pray that you reach out your hand from the other side to touch my face again and whisper in my ear. For your warm and gentle presence in my life, for this, I will always be very grateful. Yes, Mother, you inspire me. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: make a deliberate decision to spend more time in the presence of those with whom you are most closely aligned in spirit. This means looking for higher vibrating people and avoiding those who reflect more ego-oriented patterns of behavior. Keep in mind that higher spiritual energies override your lower tendencies, at the same time converting you to more frequencies in spirit. Use your own hunches to determine if you are in the right places with the right people. If you feel good in their presence, which means that you feel inspired to be a better and more joyful person, then these are the right ones for you. If, on the other hand, you are feeling more anxious, depressed, and uninspired, and cannot wait to walk away due to conflict, then these will not be sources of inspiration for you. Read biographies of those people who reflect their ideas of high spiritual energy, whether they are historical or contemporary figures. Just by spending time reading about their lives, you will feel a great sense of inspiration. In addition, their examples will serve to inspire you to emulate their lives and their greatness. Immerse yourself in movies, TV shows, plays, and recordings offered by individuals and organizations that reflect a relationship with spirit. Simply listening to lectures by great spiritual teachers can increase your level of daily inspiration. Also, notice how you feel during the explosion and chase scenes in the movies that lead to an inevitable overexposure to violence, hatred, and murder. Examine yourself right now: do you feel closer to the spirit or further and further away from him? Use your own intuition to remember when it's time to change channels or leave the theater. You have more control than you might imagine over who and what you allow to enter your mind and the minds of your loved ones, particularly your children. Exercise that control to stay connected to spirit. Invite into your heart only those energies that resonate with the desire to obey your last call to inspiration. Be clear about the distinctions between those you admire for their success in the physical world and those who are inspirational. The more you seek and immerse yourself in ego-dominated energy fields, the more you will feel disenchanted and lacking in joy. Use the principles of the spirit to indicate what you want to emulate, rather than using wealth or success as benchmarks. Now, while a successful person like Bill Gates can be a model of great fortune, it is important to realize that he and his wife have contributed more money and effort to the causes of literacy, healing, and peace than anyone else person in the history of our planet. This is in stark contrast to many of the super rich who use their money and status to further bolster their own ego. The Gates represent high spiritual energy and serve as inspiring role models for me, even though my financial outlook isn't even close to theirs. I learned from his actions and found great inspiration in his philanthropy in spirit. Pick some of the most inspiring people in your life and tell them exactly why you have placed them in this category. As you share your feelings and appreciation, you will be inspired simply by the simple act of acknowledgement. Every time I receive a letter or hear a personal testimony from someone who was inspired to pursue their own greatness because of my efforts, I am moved and inspired. But I also know that acknowledging and expressing that person's feelings means that they will provide similar service to others. And being of service to others is really being more like God. Ramakrishna, a great saint who lived in India and inspired millions of people from his God realization perspective, once offered this observation: saints are like great steamboats, they not only cross the ocean themselves, but carry many passengers to the other shore. May you also be like those great steamboats, but if you are not, allow yourself to be one of those lucky passengers. Get on board by going to the next chapter. Chapter 11. Be an inspiration to others. We are all teachers, and what we teach is what we learn, so we teach it over and over again until we learn. From A Course in Miracles, the true purpose of teachers, books, and teachings is to guide us back to the kingdom of God within ourselves. Joel Goldsmith. Just as we are all students at all times. Life, we are all teachers. In fact, we learn best by offering what we want for ourselves to as many people as we can, as often as we can. And that's one of the reasons I wrote this book. If I instruct enough people over a long enough period of time, I will teach what I most want to learn, which is how to live in the Spirit. Following this line of thinking, it is imperative that we make a deliberate effort to increase our inspiring energy, as this will lead us to be a spiritual learner and a teacher simultaneously. Spiritual teachers have raised the vibrational frequency of their daily life to a point where they can inspire others simply by their presence, and this is the standard to which we should aspire. It is not necessarily an academic endeavor. There are no lesson plans or report cards for the type of teaching I am writing about in these pages. Rather, I'm talking about the things we can do every day to inspire our fellow human beings, which is what this chapter is about. Kindness inspires others. Recently, 3 of my children and I were sitting in a mall food court here on Maui. As we talked and enjoyed our meals, a boy tripped and the tray full of hamburgers and fries that he had just bought at McDonald's flew across the floor. His parents immediately came to his rescue and the restaurant manager kindly replaced all the food at no cost. The boy was embarrassed, but it all worked out, except that people had to dodge what he had dropped as they lined up for their purchases. Neither the boy's family nor the people who worked at the restaurant took any initiative to clean up this mess, which was actually a danger to the crowd in the food court. I watched for a few moments, then grabbed an empty tray and proceeded to scoop up all the food and dump it in the garbage container. I returned to my seat, saying nothing about the incident. About 10 minutes later, a woman who had observed the scene without my realizing it approached our table. To my teenagers he said, "You girls have just received a lesson from your father. He has shown them by his actions what it means to be a caring and helpful citizen." No one else in this whole place thought of doing anything about that mess on the floor, but they did. He inspired me, and I hope his actions inspired you too. She left, and my girls smirked, as this is something quite normal for them to see. The goal of this story is to illustrate that a simple act of kindness and service that is in keeping with our source will do more to inspire others than lectures on the virtues of being a thoughtful citizen. All I wanted to do was eliminate the potential danger of greasy burgers and fries on the floor. I wasn't trying to inspire anyone, and that's the heart of this chapter. When we raise our consciousness above the ego level, which says, "I didn't spill that food, so it's not my job to clean it up," to the level that asks, "How can I serve?" we become an inadvertent source of inspiration to anyone in the energy field of our spiritual actions. We can also be on the lookout for opportunities to be a source of inspiration. For example, when I board a plane, I tend to look for an opportunity to provide some kind of service to strangers. I put the word in quotes to emphasize that there are actually no strangers anywhere in the universe. Helping passengers with vertical problems place their carry-on in the overhead compartment is perfect because others who notice this act of kindness may feel inspired. While, at the same time, heeding my own call to be inspiring and inspiring. I know that someone who needs my help is really a divine emissary standing right in front of me, offering me an opportunity to be in spirit. For example, not long ago I flew from Maui to Los Angeles and then boarded an overnight flight to New York. On the way to Los Angeles, I saw the fabulous movie Chicago. Once on the plane to New York, I noticed one of the stars of that movie, Renee Zellweger, getting on. Vertically challenged with heavy baggage, it certainly met all of my criteria for being both an inspiration and being inspired. I helped her with her luggage and then gave her a copy of my book 10 Secrets to Success and Inner Peace. She was approached by many people on the plane, including flight attendants, and I watched and was inspired by the kindness, patience, and personal concern that Renee showed towards everyone she spoke to. As she got off the plane, she handed me a note that I have reproduced on the next page, exactly as she wrote it, to illustrate how everyday acts of kindness serve as memorable moments of inspiration. Sharing it here with you is a way of expressing my gratitude for your consideration. What a bonus! To this day, Every time I see Renee in a movie or an interview, I remember the extraordinary and gentle kindness she showed towards everyone who approached her, and that inspires me. My moment or two of serving him was a gift to me, not because I'm a celebrity, but because of that double reward of being in the spirit. Gratitude inspires others. Without exception, I begin every day of my life with an expression of gratitude. When I look in the mirror to begin my daily shaving ritual, I say, "Thank you, God, for life, for my body, for my family and loved ones, for this day and for the opportunity to be of service. Thank you, thank you, thank you." If we practice gratitude instead of maintaining an attitude of entitlement, we will automatically spread inspiration wherever we go. Being grateful helps eliminate the influence of our ego, which is sure that we are better than others. An attitude of gratitude allows us to adopt what is called radical humility, a trait that is very persuasive in helping others feel inspired. Most of the people I have met or observed who are at the highest levels in their chosen fields have these attitudes of gratitude and radical humility. After all, when so many winners reach for their championship statuette or trophy, they say, "First, I'd like to thank God." It is almost as if they cannot help themselves. They are very grateful for your praise, but even more than that, they know that there is a force in the universe much greater than them that allows them to act, sing, write, compete, or design. And if we adopt this kind of attitude, we will inspire others. It's that easy. Pomposity, on the other hand, will never inspire anyone. When we meet someone who brags and uses the pronoun I excessively, we will find that we want to get away from him as quickly as possible. Vanity, vanity, and boasting are signs that a person has taken God out of the picture. Gratitude and humility, on the other hand, send signals to all who know and greet us that we are all connected to something greater than life itself. This reminds me of the wisdom I discovered many years ago by reading the Kena Upanishad, whose inheritance does the mind think? Who asks the body to live? Who makes the language speak? Who is the effulgent being who directs the eye to form and color, and the ear to sound? When we know the answer to these questions, we not only become inspiring beings to others, we also gain immortality. Generosity inspires others. It doesn't matter if we call it God, Krishna, Atman, Allah, the universal mind, Ra, Yahweh, or even Anna or Fred. I think we would all agree that the source of all creator is the most generous. To be there is. Along with life itself, it offers us endless abundance in the form of air, water, lungs, heart, kidneys, liver, and everything we need to sustain life. Only on this little planet hurtling through space, whatever name we want to call it provides the ability to feed us all and get rid of all of our waste, which is then used to fertilize new life, and then repeats the process. And again. Again. And remember, this is just one planet in an infinite universe of celestial bodies. Talk about benevolence. Generosity is obviously one of the ways to be more like God. I know that I am inspired when I see evidence of it from others. Very often it manifests itself during or after times of crisis, almost as if God is drawing our attention and reminding us that we must be more like Him when faced with devastating circumstances. A tsunami diverts our carriers from killing each other and takes them to an area where food and shelter are provided. An earthquake motivates us to risk our own lives to save strangers who days before were called enemies, and hurricanes bring out the best in us. Such supposed disasters lead us to the inherent generosity of God that is latent within all of us. However, we don't need a crisis to remind ourselves to give. We just need to be in spirit to remember the joy of giving our energy, time, and possessions to others. For example, my brother Jim and my sister-in-law Marilyn are inspiring because of the time they give to our mother. The days spent going to the movies and playing Scrabble are more than just entertaining activities, they are inspiration in action because Jim and Marilyn are giving their time to be lovingly with a person who lives alone. While I have been blessed to be able to give to Mom financially, they have been blessed to give their time. Generous actions are always inspiring if we just take a few seconds to notice and appreciate them. The message is that we must give everything we have that will benefit others. This is how our Creator behaves, always giving and providing. When we emulate our Creator by giving, we become sources of inspiration for others. When Oprah Winfrey visited Africa and promised to give everything she could, including money and time, to help eradicate poverty and disease from that continent, she inspired me and millions more. When he said, "Now I know why they have given me so much. Now I know why," I also started to say to myself, "Now I know why I have had so many financial blessings. I am so grateful for everything that has happened to me that giving back seems to be the only avenue available." I was inspired by the generosity of a woman I have known for years, who also came from an impoverished background, to establish a scholarship fund at my alma mater, Wayne State University. Oprah's philanthropy inspired me, and I hope that I in turn inspire young people to do the same with their lives. Think of the incredible good that would come if the people who read this book were also inspired to give. Of course, we don't have to be rich to give, but we may need to remember this: if we are not generous when it is difficult, we will not be generous when it is easy. Listening inspires others. Ironically enough, we inspire others much more when we are willing to listen than when we give them advice. That's because conveying to others that we value what they have to say is a way of showing that we care. It is a way of inspiring, a way of listening like God. People who find it difficult to listen to another person without remembering the conversation are convinced by their ego of their personal importance. And as you know, that ego is an illusion that has convinced us to pay attention to a false self. There is no greater compliment than they tell us that we are good listeners. Everyone loves a good listener in large part because it makes them feel loved, cared for, and worthy of being heard. When we leave a meeting in which we feel we have been heard, even if we know that the listener disagrees with us, we are still inspired. Why? Because for a few moments the listener has emulated what it feels like when we pray. In deep prayer, we do not seek the resolution of conflicts or answers that fall from the sky. We just want to feel like we're in touch with someone who cares enough to listen to us. This brings to mind something that Mohandas Gandhi, one of the truly inspiring beings of our time, once said: "The silence of sown lips is not silence." One can achieve the same result by cutting one's tongue, but that would not be silence either. It is truly silent who, having the ability to speak, does not utter an idle word. In addition, these words of Ralph Waldo Emerson have always reminded me to be a listener. I like the silent church, before the service begins, better than preaching. It is a good idea to keep this in mind if we want to be a source of inspiration. Being at peace inspires others. Lecturing or demanding that others live in peace is one of the least effective ways to inspire them. However, when we simply demonstrate that we live in peace, we offer other people a great deal of inspiration by our mere presence. During my first meeting with Swami Satchidananda, for example, he gave off such a peaceful aura that I was inspired just by being by his side. It would have been impossible for me to feel anything other than peace in the midst of him. That day I bought your wonderful book, Beyond Words, and on page 21 I was given an idea of why I was so inspired simply by being in your company. If someone asks me, "What is your philosophy of God?" I say, "Peace is my God." If you ask, "Where is He?" I answer, "He is in me and is everywhere." Everything is at peace, He is all serenity. It must be felt and experienced within oneself. Being at peace with ourselves is a way of living life avoiding conflict and confrontation. When we are in a state of tranquility, we actually send out a vibration of energy that impacts all living creatures, including plants, animals, and all people, even babies. And, of course, the reverse also applies. Belligerent individuals who live in confusion and revel in hostile encounters send out nonverbal energy that negatively impacts those around them. The immediate impulse is to get away from these low energy and non-peaceful people because staying close means tension and a decrease in our energy. Furthermore, we become a force contrary to what we are experiencing, which means that we get angry with his anger and we are arrogant with his arrogance. Practicing a peaceful approach to our life on earth is a way of returning to where we came from. At the same time, it is a powerful source of inspiration for all living creatures. Living passionately inspires others. Did you know that the word enthusiasm originated in the Greek language, which means the God within us? So, by definition, living our passion is the way to convey to others how to be in the spirit. Being excited about life is contagious, it rubs off on others, and it is wonderfully inspiring. I remember a recent whale watching trip I did, where I observed a young woman I know named Beth while she was talking to a group of people about humpback whales. His enthusiasm was palpable to the entire group aboard the ship, and the more passion he displayed, the more he seemed to inspire his audience. I have been aboard other ships and have seen the impact of guides who simply follow the movements. People in this low-energy environment do not leave the experience feeling inspired. Beth, on the other hand, feels a passion that she passes on to others every day during whale mating season. Daily. You see, she studied marine biology in college and has always been fascinated by humpback whales and their amazing ability to travel between Alaska and Hawaii, go 6 months without food, give birth in warm waters, and then sail into cold waters on the way back. For Beth, these whales are part of God's mysterious and miraculous creation. Live your passion and inspire others with your enthusiastic way of being. In fact, everyone in this neighborhood knows that expeditions with Beth are almost a guarantee that not only will you get to see the whales, but they will dance and break and even swim under the boat for you. It's as if the whales themselves are inspired by Beth's excitement. When we live our passion with enthusiasm, whatever it may be, we transmit spiritual signals to those around us that we are in the spirit, we love who we are, who we came to be, and whoever comes into our field of vision. The truth inspires others. Finally, and perhaps most urgently, we need to live and breathe the truth because nothing inspires other people more than being in their energy field. Years ago I wrote an article called Who Do You Trust?, in which I explained that the question of trust is based on who we look for when we want the truth. Are we attracted to those who will tell us what we want to hear or those who are not afraid to be honest with us, even if it may be unpleasant or difficult for us to listen? The answer is obvious. We prefer to hear the truth. Honesty is a must if we want to live in harmony with the spirit and also become a source of inspiration for others. When we hide the truth, a part of our brain registers this incongruity, it appears as a disconnection from God and we are out of balance. Our body reacts by weakening to any falsehood, including our attachment to the false self known as the ego. As we practice living and speaking our truth without being hurtful or arrogant in any way, we reconnect with the energy that we emanated from in the first place. In kinesiology there is a procedure called muscle testing, in which the body is used as a true lie detector. In other words, if a person is not telling the truth, their muscles are weaker than when they answer honestly. They cannot hold their arms up or their fingers together against applied pressure when they think a falsehood. However, when they switch to truthful thinking, with the same pressure applied, they are able to resist the same force. Try it and you will be amazed. It turns out that experimenters have discovered that the body, an instrument of God's creation, is strongest when it is directed by honesty. Since the Spirit creates only from the truth, a thought of the truth is in harmony with the truth of God. The full procedural plan, along with instructions on how to use the body as a lie detector, is easily explained in Power vs. Force, written by David Hawkins and published by Hay House. So let's remember the truth as a means of inspiring each other. We must not be afraid to live and speak our truth. Think about how inspiring we would be to each other if honesty were a prominent feature of our interactions. By demonstrating a 100% commitment to the truth, with no exceptions, we send a signal that we agree with our source, and we will do more to inspire others to live and breathe of their own truth than 1,000 readings of the 10 Commandments or any other written document. Truth and God are one. We don't have to preach it, just live it. By doing so, we will radiate it to everyone we come in contact with. As an ancient Hindu saying reminds us, God's name is true. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: strive to become more peaceful and begin to become aware of how others perceive you. Practice daily meditation to become more peaceful, and then notice how others who previously faced you are less inclined in that direction. Decide for yourself that you are an emissary of peace and that this is precisely the energy that you will radiate wherever you go. By raising your thoughts upward to resonate with the peace that guesses your origin, you will automatically become a person who inspires others to do the same, without having to adopt new strategies and with no effort on your part. Actively work to reduce your inclinations to interrupt others with an I reference in conversations. Just fry yourself, as Archie Bunker used to say. Make a concerted effort to be quiet when you are about to interrupt. Watch the words drown flash on your inner screen, and remember in that moment that you inspire by listening and encouraging, not by referring to yourself or lecturing. Before speaking, check your internal truth barometer and resist the urge to tell people what they want to hear if it doesn't seem true. People respect those who are willing to speak their truth and, even more, to live the truth they feel. When I write an article, for example, I know exactly who to show it to for comment if I want to receive a guaranteed set of compliments, but I also know who is not afraid to come from their truth, and this is where I look. Feedback. It's not that someone else's truth automatically matches mine, but at least I hear from a person who lives and speaks from their own inner fidelity. This type of person inspires me by being aligned with our place of origin, which is, of course, pure honesty. You can be such an inspiring person if you drop your need for approval and replace it with authenticity and integrity. Let everyone you meet know that there is one thing about you that is not up for discussion: you are going to live your passion, and there is absolutely no room for compromise at this point. Act with pride and show your enthusiasm in all your waking hours. Be passionate about all your activities and remember that you will never choose apathy or boredom. Never. By refusing to concede this point, you will become a model for others to live their lives in spirit. When I speak to audiences, I am always aware that by being in spirit and giving them this vibration, I am offering everyone the opportunity to do the same for themselves. When beginning speakers ask me for advice on how to become a sought-after speaker, my response is always the same: speak from the heart with authenticity and be enthusiastic. Truthful and passionate communication is always inspiring. Practice being generous as often as you can. Promise yourself to give some kind of unexpected generosity to someone, preferably a stranger, every day for 2 weeks. Not only will this help you develop the habit of giving, it will also discover how wonderfully inspiring your generous nature feels. The more you practice charity, the more you will impact others in an inspiring way. By letting others know that you are willing to give of your time and possessions, you will serve as an inspirational role model. Who is not inspired by those who are willing to share their time, money, and possessions? We name cities, St. Francis, for those people, and we nominate them, Mother Teresa, for holiness. You too can inspire by being a benevolent soul. Also practice tithing, giving the percentage of what you earn in a given period to support teaching that gives you spiritual uplift, and see if it doesn't come back 10 times more. This has worked for me all my life and continues as I practice my natural instinct to be generous. In an exceptionally inspiring book titled Season of Life, Jeffrey Marks, a Pulitzer Prize-winning writer, recounts a high school football team where a former Baltimore Colts player named Joe Ehrman is on the coaching staff. His coaching philosophy is to help boys become men within the context of sports, that is, without threats, yelling or violence. I expect greatness from you, the team's head coach tells his players, and the way we measure greatness is the impact you make on other people's lives. As the 10 coaches and assistant coaches meet with the team on game day, one of them asks, "What is our job?" "Love us." The team yells in unison. "And what's your job?" the coach asks. "Love each other," the team responds. This is the philosophy these guys were exposed to every day, in practice, on the field and during and after games, and the same goes for all of us who wish to inspire others. We must love everyone else and teach them to love one another. After all, in the Talmud we are told that God said, "You must teach, as I taught, without paying." Inspiring others and inspiring ourselves implies being more like our Creator, since the true teaching is to bring others back to the spirit that is within everyone. Chapter: Transcending the commonplace, without inspiring the energy. Despite our insight, stubborn habits do not disappear until they are replaced by other habits. No amount of confession or explanation can make the crooked plant grow straight, must be trained on the trellis by the art of the gardener. Carl Jung. Habit rules the thoughtless herd. William Wordsworth. Thanks to the world in which we live, we have developed many habits that are the direct result of living almost exclusively on the ego rather than in the spirit. This chapter will emphasize how to become aware of these ego habits, how to immediately protect ourselves from these attacks, and how to develop alternative strategies to ensure we stay connected with spirit, even in the face of a blitzkrieg designed to drive us away. To live an inspired life. I am not suggesting that there is a conspiracy to prevent us from living in the spirit. My argument is simply that when most members of society are educated and persuaded to believe in the ego illusion, then that society will develop and evolve firmly committed to that false self. So it would be natural for such a society to present messages designed to promote the idea of the importance of the ego and all its inherent ideas, and we are completely immersed in such a society. I once heard Swami Sachidananda give a lecture on this subject of the collective ego and its incessant impact on all of us. He looked at the two words heart and head, the symbols of spirit and ego, respectively, and confirmed that we are in spirit when we act from our heart. Swami also observed that the word heart contains two words, he and art, and this leads us to think that he and his art form the heart. The word head, on the other hand, also contains two words, he and ad, which leads to think that he and his ad form the head. Swami reminded us that the head is an advertisement, that is, it is the ego seeking recognition. Then he asked a question that I have never forgotten: why are lovers called darling and not darling? And it reminded us that we should not despise the head or cut it off symbolically, but rather let our heart, that is, our feelings, guide, and the head will follow, rather than the other way around. To that end, this chapter provides 3 steps to help us transcend the uninspiring energy of the ego. They are: become aware, cultivate a defense, and develop our own alternatives. Ego warriors. Let's first take a look at some of the habits that rule the flock, in the words of William Wordsworth. Below are several ubiquitous, uninspired entities that join the ego to bombard us on a daily basis, and of which we must be aware. The media. About a century ago, long before the media became such an active force in our lives, news was received almost exclusively from the village itself. Bad news was rare and usually involved only accidents or natural disasters, such as fire, flood, drought, or the occasional crime perpetrated by someone in the community. For the most part, daily life was consumed by the interaction between work and family. Any type of news was essentially information about the town and was communicated mainly by word of mouth. Today, however, the picture is very different. We have created a society that sends specially trained people around the world in search of depressing newsletters that are sent to us wherever we are. News is now available at home, at work, in our car, at the gym, on airplanes, queuing at the bank, in the hospital, and on handheld devices wherever we go. Now we can tune in directly to the reports of those organizations that are looking for information designed to make us feel bad, that is, away from the spirit, that it is about feeling good, God. An explosion on the other side of the planet? We get a continuous video loop. Does a suicide bomber in the Middle East kill 75 people? We can see it all in lurid detail. A man stabs his wife and children anywhere in the country, and we hear about it on the local news on the dot, thanks to a witness reporter who is interviewing all the neighbors willing to appear on camera. We are constantly subject to this army of bad news gatherers gathering and diffusing low vibration energy for our consumption. Considering that being inspired is about feeling good and returning to our source of love, it is imperative to become aware of what we are allowing into our consciousness. These bad news assemblers are on a mission to convince us of the evil inherent in the world. They cannot believe that we live in a friendly universe, and they seem determined to convince us that their illusion is the truth. As we realize that we are paying attention to uninspiring reports that are addressed to us under the guise of staying informed, we can begin to take the necessary steps to return to the spirit. First, we must be aware that this news is more exactly a constant dose of low energy that is addictive. When we look at or hear such messages, we can simply check with our heart self and ask, is this compatible with what I want to feel? If I continue to connect to these energies, will I feel good, God, or bad? Keep in mind that there are hundreds of cable news channels that must take up 24 hours a day of transmission. Consequently, analysts on these shows must analyze every crime, horrific accident, and fragment of conflict they can find, and they must also maintain a confrontational attitude with whoever they are talking to, or, more likely, arguing. Being compatible with the original spirit of well-being and peace is almost impossible in such situations. I am not suggesting that we remain uninformed or in a state of blissful ignorance. Rather, I am saying that awareness is the key to staying in spirit when we are force-fed a constant diet of low-energy news. We simply need to be aware of what we have decided to allow in our space when we are online, watching television or reading a newspaper. By detecting ourselves when we get nervous, we can begin to defend ourselves against these attacks on our spirituality. And we can start by asking ourselves this question: do I feel good now? Defending against a media bombardment of uninspiring energies is to remind ourselves that we want to feel good, in the sense that good and God are synonymous. We cannot feel bad enough to change the bad news we are exposed to, nor can we eliminate hatred in the world by feeling hateful. We cannot do anything positive or loving by joining with those who have chosen to live in these energies, or even in those that transmit it to us without stopping. However, by feeling good, God, we have the opportunity to be a small force that can transcend and turn lower energies into spiritual ones. Our alternative to feeling discouraged when exposed to a bad news media offense is to instantly remind ourselves that we refuse to be vibrationally compatible with anything uninspiring. So, armed with this defense, we can be informed as well as inspired, and we will eventually reach a point where we remember that we no longer accept energy that does not inspire us. Lo and behold, by being more like God, rather than more like ego, we will actually take a toll on all the negativity that has been conveyed to us through the various faces of the media. By successfully choosing alternatives to bad news and political disputes, we will choose to stay in spirit and feel good, God, regardless of how many others wish to live as if they were in a pitched battle where conflict and turmoil rule. The world of advertising. Wherever we look, we are the target of someone who wants to sell us something. There are ads on buses, in the backseat of taxis, in the movies, on telephone poles, on our cell phones, after every click of our computers, on radio and television for more than a third of airtime. On more than 50% of magazine pages, in most cases, anyway, while we're on hold on the phone, and even in the bathrooms. It is difficult to escape this assault on our senses and also on our spirit. Behind this great bombardment that targets us during every waking moment of our lives is the idea that we need to buy something to be repaired or complete. Madison Avenue keeps telling us that we will overcome our shortcomings and be more happy and satisfied if we just buy whatever they are selling. The essential message behind this monster is that we need more to be happy. Coincidentally, the ego mantra is just that. More, more, more. Ego insists on believing that we do not have enough, others have more, there are newer and better things, we will not like them unless we buy that, we lack status and some designer brand will improve life. This is the exact opposite of what the spirit softly whispers, which is, you are already complete, a product of universal abundance, so relax and enjoy life, what you desire will be shown with less effort and without anxiety. The first step in transcending the uninspiring messages that plague us to buy more is to become aware of what is going on and realize that we really don't need anything else to be happy. After all, there is no way to happiness, happiness is the way. We may have to tell ourselves this over and over again until we sink in, nothing can make me happy. Happiness and inspiration are what I bring to life, not what I buy. This awareness lessens the annoyance of all those commercial messages, and at the same time allows us to enjoy the creativity of the advertising industry, because we have let go of the messages from the ego and we have connected to spirit. Knowing that we don't need more things to have a fuller life means that we can ignore the pressure to buy or enjoy it. With awareness and a reconnection to spirit, comes the realization that the advertisements are not directed at our authentic selves, and when we choose to remain in spirit, this awareness becomes its own defense. What I am suggesting is that we can free ourselves from the urge to convince ourselves that we need more, while still being able to enjoy the material aspects of the world. In other words, we know that we don't need more, and at the same time, we are free to live happily and enjoy our world as it is. I want this distinction to be clear because it is fun to enjoy a new car, well-made clothes, a dinner at a good restaurant, an expensive jewel, or anything else that might be advertised, including this book. What we want to avoid is the internal belief that somehow our true essence is missing if we do not get the things we are encouraged to buy. We must also avoid allowing these things to define our value, which is what advertisers frequently try to convey. When I allowed my conscience to buy only what it wanted, thus maintaining my sense of true inspiration, I found myself less and less attached to things. You see, the more I have, the more it becomes almost burdensome to store it, insure it, dust it off, decide if it's tax deductible, and ultimately get rid of it. These days I am almost amused by the publicity that I am subjected to, and when it appears I press my spiritual silence button and feel even happier to be immune to invitations from advertisers to add their status mark to my life. Another thing that I have noticed to be a considerable impediment to living a life in spirit is the content of the advertisements. They are designed to convince us that we are inherently powerless over illness and stress when it appears in our bodies. To begin with, our body is the most amazing pharmacy ever created, and it is perfectly capable of manufacturing and distributing whatever healing materials we need. Our body originated from a stream of pure wellness, so when we feel depressed, anxious, fearful or whatever, our brain can create whatever recipe it needs. I am not disparaging the magnificent advances that modern medicine has made to help all of us live healthier and more fulfilling lives. However, I am alarmed by the recent phenomenon of big pharma in bed with the medical profession, flooding our radio waves with messages designed to cause us to ask our doctor to prescribe a pill for every real or imagined illness. Almost 50% of primetime television shows are sponsored by pharmaceutical companies, promoting items that can only be prescribed by a licensed physician. They are selling us the idea that we need a variety of pills to feel better, walk better, breathe better, sleep better, play better, and even make better love. Also appearing as 3- and 4-page ads in national magazines, these ads are designed to put our health and happiness in our hands, motivated by the profits of pharmaceutical companies and doctors, at the expense of us leading inspired lives. It is a true invasion of our spirit. We are in an organism that has a natural tendency towards health and can overcome almost anything if we allow it to perform its own magic, so we must be cautious with the motivations of companies that want us to get hooked on medicine that can conveniently be prescribed for life. We probably don't need to depend on something manufactured in a laboratory and sold by a large pharmaceutical conglomerate whose main objective is to skyrocket profits through advertising. Rather, by practicing awareness, we can be in spirit and trust our body's pharmacy and physician in a miraculous spiritual package. Entertainment. As we move into a more inspired life, we will begin to notice that the activities we have called entertainment have actually been leading us away from being in the spirit. Since everything we allow into our life represents an energy that impacts us both physically and spiritually, it is imperative to raise our level of consciousness and defend ourselves from habits that discourage us from being in spirit. Reflect on Wordsworth's observation at the beginning of this chapter: habit rules the thoughtless flock. We certainly don't want to be thoughtless or part of a pack, because, as we know, when we follow the pack, we end up getting into the pack poop. Therefore, we need to sharpen our awareness of the habits we have developed that camouflage uninspiring activities. It is very common in our society to believe that non-spiritual energies are an important part of our entertainment package. It is vital that we are aware of the following big four, which are low-level energies that pose as entertainment and are obstacles to the ultimate inspirational vocation of any person. 1. Violence. On average, children in the United States see simulated murders in their own home on commercial and cable television before their birthdays, and virtually all movies made to appeal to a younger audience have grim murder, explosion, and chase scenes built into the storyline, which seems to consist of guns, 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 and kill, kill, kill. Scariest thing, the best. These decidedly uninspiring messages continually bombard us all when we are supposedly experiencing uplifting entertainment, but we can do something about it. If many of us decide that this is not going to be on our daily menu, then the manufacturers of this type of recreational material would stop it. For example, if many of us were aware of the content of the video games our children play, many of which simulate rape, torture, and even murder, we would not allow them in our homes. Furthermore, sporting events that are supposed to be entertaining for spectators are increasingly polluted by increasing levels of violence. It has become commonplace for athletes to take steroids to make them bigger and fiercer, and fans who applaud heated low shots and encourage melees to pop is considered entertaining. Even the music that is written and performed today often contains messages of violence and profanity. And I could go on and on with an inventory of the violence and bloodlust that is prevalent in the entertainment industry. As you practice being more mindful, I'm sure you'll add examples to this list as well. However, there are alternatives available to us. First on this list is to examine our entertainment options for violence and commit to choosing only those hobbies that are free of any energies that do not match our desire to be in spirit. Our Creator creates out of love, kindness, and peace, so if we remove opposing energies from our lives, we will almost immediately feel inspiration return to our lives. What follows is one of the most moving letters I have ever read, written by my dear friend Ram Dass to the parents of a girl who had been brutally murdered. Even under such dire circumstances, Ram Dass was able to provide inspiration. I reproduce this moving letter with the permission of Ram Dass to help you see how violence can be transcended with inspiring spiritual energy. Dear Steve and Anita, Rachel finished her work on Earth and left the stage in a way that leaves those of us left behind with a cry of agony in our hearts as the fragile thread of our faith is treated with such violence. Is there someone strong enough to stay conscious through the teaching you are receiving? Probably very few. And even they would only have a whisper of equanimity and peace amid the howling trumpets of their rage, pain, horror, and desolation. Words cannot ease your pain, nor should I, because your pain is Rachel's legacy to you. Not that she or I could inflict such pain by choice, but we do. And it must burn its purifying path to completion. Because something in you dies when you endure the unbearable, and only in that dark night of the soul are you prepared to see how God sees and love as God loves. Now is the time to let your pain express itself, without false strength. Now is the time to sit quietly and talk to Rachel, thanking her for being with you these few years and encouraging her to continue her work, knowing that you will grow in compassion and wisdom from this experience. In my heart, I know that you and she will meet again and recognize the many ways that you have known each other. And when you find yourself, you will know, in an instant, what now is not given to you to know, why it had to be this way. Our rational minds can never understand what has happened, but our hearts, if we keep them open to God, will find their own intuitive path. Rachel came through you to do her work on earth, which includes her way of dying. Now her soul is free and the love you can share with her is invulnerable to the changing winds of time and space. In that deep love, include me. In love. Ram Dass. 2. Hate. Much of our entertainment dollar is spent observing malice, hatred, and hostility in some form. Now, in my opinion, there is too much animosity in our world, so I don't feel like sitting down to watch a movie or listen to a song that repeatedly describes how one group hates another. Martin Luther King, Jr., one of my personal heroes, said that the only way to turn a perceived enemy into a friend is through love. Since we know that hatred itself generates more of the same, then being exposed to it, even when it is disguised as entertainment, is something we must take into account when choosing a movie, a television show, a sporting event, a play, theater or book. Any hateful message is unspiritual energy that we are exposing ourselves to, and the more we consciously allow ourselves, the more we are inclined to attract into our life. The moral of all this is that entertainment can be uplifting and uplifting, or it can be demoralizing and degrading. So where do we want our energy to flow, and more importantly, what kind of energy do we want our children to experience? We must be on guard against any entertainment that uses excessive profanity and appears to support hatred and disrespect in its narrative. I love this story told by the Dalai Lama in a documentary called The Yogis of Tibet. It seems that one of the most enlightened Tibetan yogis who witnessed the carnage and annihilation of all Tibetan culture by the Chinese, beginning with Mao Zedong's Communist Revolution in 1949, related a story in which he stated several times, "I was in great danger." This was surprising, as these yogis cared little for their own safety. When the enlightened yogi was asked about the danger he perceived, he replied, "Yes, yes, I was in grave danger. I mean, I was in danger of losing my compassion for the Chinese." This is not only a beautiful story, but it also helps us remember to be careful in accepting hatred as normal in our entertainment activities, as it can put us in the same kind of danger that the enlightened yogi recognized. Even more important to staff, enjoying hate as entertainment can prevent us from reconnecting inspiration. 3. Fear. A quick review of today's morning newspaper reveals that a killer is on the loose. There are new terrorist threats to the US. And more terrorist threats in Spain. Global warming is melting the polar caps. Deaths at railroad crossings have increased 11% in 1 year. Gas prices are rising and car sales are declining. OPEC is cutting off oil supplies. Frequent flyer miles will probably not be refundable because airlines have 9 trillion miles they owe us. The expectation of a heavy-duty wildfire the season is high. Hurricane devastation will increase in the next 10 years, and I'm only on page 3. Every day we are inundated with urgent messages to live in fear from our news gathering agencies, our movies, our television programming, and even our government. Try to buy anything to consume without having to remove layer after layer of protective seals to keep away all the monsters that are trying to poison our food. I remember when I was a child I sipped from a garden hose. Today we fear toxins in the water we drink. I remember riding my bike all day in my Levi's and a t-shirt. Today we fear brain injury and need helmets and protective gear just to ride a bike. I remember talking to strangers and trusting their good intentions. Today everyone is a potential predator. I remember being home when the street lights came on and never having to call home to assure my mother that I was safe. Today all children need a cell phone and live in fear of being kidnapped. We have become a society based on fear, and this fear has infiltrated all facets of our lives, including our entertainment. We sit in movie theaters biting our nails while watching the machinations of a serial killer or watching someone get beheaded by a chainsaw. We are told 1,000 times a day to live in fear and worry about one kind of disaster or another. Someone is going to rob us or set our house on fire, a natural disaster is coming, and the television is begging us to watch the fear factor. I could go on and on here, but I'm sure you get the point. However, I also have a point. When we live in fear, inspiration is practically impossible. Consider what I am writing here with an open mind. In fact, let me offer you this disclaimer: anything bad that comes your way, including victim status, natural devastation, disease, or whatever, is not your fault. There is no blame. You are not being the target of some kind of karmic revenge, rather, what happened is there and it is yours. Since fear is a vibration, you were a vibrational match to whatever came into your life the moment it arrived. Remember that you live in a universe that operates according to the law of attraction, so when you live in fear, you actually bring what you fear. Thoughts themselves are an energy, and it is vital to realize that you must strive not to hold on to those who will weaken you. Keep in mind that you get what you think about, whether you want it or not. There is no fear in our spiritual source, however, we are persuaded to be fearful by continued exposure to the flood of fear-based dispatches arriving at our doorstep. It is possible that our life experiences, which vibrationally matched our thoughts at the moment of their arrival, instilled fear in us. However, this does not make our fear acceptable if we are dedicated to living in the spirit. Franklin Delano Roosevelt was right, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Our universe is created out of love, kindness, peace, and well-being, so when we are compatible with this consciousness and refuse to live in fear, we will attract the protection and guidance that we desire. We can absolutely affirm that we will not attract anything that is harmful to ourselves or our loved ones. We can increase our awareness that we are never alone, and we can have faith that everything we need to experience is on the way and God will not send us anything that we cannot handle. We may also be aware that the word fear is just an acronym for fake evidence that looks real. That phrase can help us remember that the ego is the false self, and identifying with it leads us to believe the false evidence. Even now, after reading all of this, some readers may continue to make fear come true with thoughts like, he couldn't say these things if he knew everything I've been through. But in my heart I know that this is a universe that has a purpose and is supported by a creator who is good. I never doubt it, and not only do I refuse to live in fear, but I also refuse to attract to myself the vibrational energetic equivalent of those fear-based thoughts. As an old German proverb proclaims, fear makes the wolf bigger than it is. 4. Sarcasm. Almost all comedy situations on television have a familiar focus, a dialogue devoted to sarcastic and unflattering remarks between supposedly comedic characters. Sneers are the bread and butter of nearly every primetime show today, so in essence we're asking to be amused by the fact that kids are smarties with their parents and siblings talking to each other with as many derogatory comments as possible. Oh, and these nasty aftershocks are followed by a laugh track to really drive home that we're entertained. Sarcasm designed to inspire laughter sends a message to viewers that is anything but inspiring. Remember, our highest calling is always about being in harmony with our source of being. We are all here as a result of a creator who has great respect for all of his creations. Since no one is inferior in the eyes of our creator, no one deserves to be ridiculed for the purpose of getting an artificial laugh, not in life or on television. When a joking comment is made and there is some kind of clever joke, that is comedy at its finest, but when hostility and disrespect are expressed in almost every verbal exchange, for the express purpose of discrediting and mocking someone else, that's decidedly an uninspiring signal is sent to the audience. We must exercise awareness and choice, so if this tendency towards sarcasm has become a habit, we must begin to explore alternatives to this style of entertainment and family interaction. You may remember that I wrote earlier in this book about my mother. Well, I just can't imagine using her as the butt of a joke to demean or ridicule her. And yet I see this kind of disrespect in almost every episode of every sitcom that airs today. Being courteous to others is at the level of the energy of the spirit. Having fun, telling jokes, and playing with others are all part of being in the spirit, but a sarcastic and hostile sense of humor is an energy that takes us away from the spirit and into the realm of pain and disgrace. Cultural and family influences. I would be remiss if I left this important category aside in this chapter. After all, we meet many people in our daily lives who try to convince us that we cannot live the dream that attracts us. Statements such as "that is not possible" or "we have never done it that way in our family" characterize attempts by our family or community members to dissuade us from following our calling. I have written about these family and cultural pressures in other chapters of this book, but they are worth repeating here. We need to be vigilant so that we are instantly aware of what others are trying to accomplish with uninspiring pronouncements about what we can or cannot do. Practicing greater awareness when we are around uninspiring family and/or cultural messages about our unique inspiration is extremely important. With that awareness, we can smile gracefully and politely walk away from any energies that do not encourage us to follow our inner spiritual convictions to return to the spirit. Many of our cultural influences are very subtle and are not really meant to be a distraction from our calling. However, organized religions will often push us in the direction of fearing God and living life in ways that have been prescribed by ancient theological doctrines and customs that have no merit in today's world. And there are often rules designed to quell the desire that we have to live the life we feel burning deep within us. In these situations we must look inward, consult with our Creator, and make a decision to be in spirit, even if it conflicts with what well-intentioned individuals and institutions tell us, whose mission includes staying in the flock. Institutions of formal education can also discourage any attraction we have to listening to our inner guidance. This makes sense, as school is often designed to teach students to accept without question what is taught and to conform to social standards. There is little room in this type of classroom to follow our own inner callings. The choice is generally between being like everyone else or being labeled a troublemaker. Once again, we are forced to contemplate Shakespeare's dilemma of to be or not to be. The stronger our burning desire to live an inspirational life, the more it pushes us in the direction of being. We can learn to look at social pressures to conform and smile kindly, while choosing spirit over the pack. As I sit here writing, I am looking at a framed photo of Ralph Waldo Emerson, a powerful man of spirit and one of my most inspiring teachers and mentors. I would like to end here by sharing an observation he once made: every man takes care that his neighbor does not deceive him. But there comes a day when he begins to worry about not cheating on his neighbor. Then everything is fine. You've turned your market cart into a cart of the sun. This is a thought worth considering as we move on to the next chapter. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: when exposed to the onslaught of the media that are decidedly boring, listen to your first impulse and tune out. Turn off the television or radio, get out of the movies, put down the magazine and affirm, I no longer wish to be in the energy field of anything that does not vibrationally coincide with spirit. Be aware of blatant attempts by pharmaceutical companies to cash in on your suspected illnesses, with advertising telling you to see your doctor for a new drug. Let the ad be a reminder that it is a health instrument. By doing so, your body will react to the messages sent by your mind. Remember that your body/mind is the largest pharmacy ever created. It has unlimited potential to create wellness, as that's where it originated in the first place. Say it loud. By this I mean that you should not be afraid to make unusual or provocative statements. For example, you can confess, I will not attract more disease into my life. I will never allow myself to feel old, weak, or fragile, and I refuse to allow Alzheimer's, cancer, or any other disease to enter my life. I don't vibrate at frequencies designed to keep me from being in spirit. Always remember that you are a being created out of love. Write this down, put it in a visible place and repeat it to yourself: I live in a divinely inspired universe. I have nothing to fear. I trust myself, and when I do, I trust the same wisdom that created me. Convince yourself, as I did, that when you live with a purpose and be careful not to cheat on your neighbor, then you are watched by a prime partner who knows you are living and vibrating at the same spiritual frequency. Work on developing your faith every day by taking the time to be quietly in conscious contact with the creative source of your being. When you take the time to meditate and communicate with spirit, you will not only feel revitalized, but you will also adopt a defense system that cannot be penetrated by efforts to inspire you, no matter how often others try to do so. Ultimately, you'll find that you won't even bother to invite uninspired energy into your life through the media, or any other source for that matter. On every radio, CD player, and TV there's a wonderfully inspiring little button that says on/off, and it's your choice to befriend it. You can literally press it anytime you want, or you can use an internal shutdown button whenever someone or anything bombards you for the purpose of distracting you from your latest call for inspiration. Don't be afraid to use the off button, it works. Chapter 13. Inspiration in Action. In our era, the path to holiness necessarily passes through the world of action. Dag Hammarskjöld. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Being willing is not enough, we must do. Johann Wolfgang van Goethe. When we feel inspired, we are on the road to holiness referred to by Dag Hammarskjöld above. However, that path can only be paved with actions that reflect the intention of our original spirit, actions that we are capable of consciously choosing, if we are aware of the duality of giving and receiving. Like two sides of the same coin, giving and receiving are inseparable. Other examples of our duality abound. Before we can take a breath, we must take a breath. To give something away, we must first have been willing to receive it, and our ability to feed others is linked to being able to accept food for ourselves. Who has seen a person with a front but no back? How about an interior without an exterior? Or a magnet with a North Pole but no South Pole? So, just as the St. Francis prayer reminds us that giving is how we receive, to receive inspiration we must be willing to give it away, and vice versa. Two examples of inspiring action. As Goethe instructs, reading a book on inspiration is not enough, and certainly waiting for it to fall from the sky into your lap will not work either. Clearly, if you want to be inspired, you must be willing to offer inspiration. You have to act with the desire to inspire others, thus becoming an inspiring person of action. So in this section I would like to share with you two beautiful examples of inspiration in action, along with suggestions for applying them in your life. Example 1. I was inspired by a short documentary called Ryan's Well, about a young Canadian whose actions made a big difference in the lives of some people in Uganda. You see, when he was a first grader in the small town of Kemptville, Ontario, Ryan Hurljack learned that there were people in Africa who did not have clean drinking water. However, building a well that could provide pure water would cost only drinking water for an entire town. This 6-year-old started a campaign to earn the necessary money, only to find that the cost was actually several $1,000s. His reaction was, "I'll do more homework," and he did. In the movie we see Ryan travel to Africa with his parents a few years later. Villagers greet him enthusiastically and declare a day of remembrance they call Ryan's Day, in gratitude for his commitment to helping others on the other side of the world. Turns out Ryan was instrumental in helping raise what eventually became more than $1 million. His inspiration had motivated other schools in Canada to support his project. After the national media caught on to the story, the television networks also came on board. Here was a little boy who decided to act on his strong inner calling to help others. He had no money or other resources at his disposal, but he had a burning desire to reach out and serve those in need. He was willing to do the chores necessary to fulfill his call to be a vibrational match with his Creator and to serve others. In turn, his actions created an immense source of inspiration for all who contributed and were involved in Ryan's foundation. He inspired the children in Uganda, and even the government and school officials of that country, who paid homage to the spirit within Ryan who did so much good, to God, in a remote village far from his small community in Ontario. Ryan himself received more inspiration than he gave away. When I saw the movie, I was so moved that I insisted that all my children watch it and were inspired as well. In fact, I am writing these words with the admitted intention of inspiring others to act as well. Ryan's Well Foundation has a website, www.ryanswell.ca, and with some inspired action, everyone who reads these words can find their way and help make drinking water, something most of us take for granted, be available to others. The inspiring actions of one person will ultimately lead to many, many others. In the duality of inspired actions, giving and receiving inspiration is an endless cycle of living more and more in the Spirit. Applying this example, The moral of the Ryan Hurljack story is that none of us have an excuse for not being an inspirational person. We do not need money or the help of any government or bank. All we need is an inner commitment to be more like God and then act on that desire. Everything else we need will begin to come when we are in spirit. The right people will show up, funding will materialize, those around us will be drawn to our enthusiasm and commitment, and we will inspire others, while inspiring ourselves more. Ryan's story represents our true nature and our ability to be in the spirit on purpose. He found a way to give others the inspiration he desired for himself, and everyone who watched this boy in action responded in kind. To that end, everything we would like in our life to provide us with inspiration is there. We just have to find a way to offer others what we want, and we will solve the puzzle of how to be inspired and give inspiration away at the same time. Example 2. In a recent broadcast of Extreme Makeover, Home Edition, Cassie, a young cancer patient, received a surprise from the show's producers. They built a beautiful mansion where the small bungalow that housed the girl and her large family stood. But Cassie hadn't written to the show to ask for a more impressive home for her family. Instead, he wanted the producers to consider renovating the childhood cancer ward at the hospital where he spent much of his youth. He felt the setting was too gloomy, the walls were bare, and the whole place was daunting, and he felt that a makeover would help cheer and inspire everyone, including his young friends who were also patient. The program agreed to fund and recreate the children's cancer room, and they also involved all children in the project. When completed, the room looked like a fairyland that any child would love. Playrooms replaced old storage closets, walls were brought to life with creative artwork, and sleeping facilities were renovated to make them look no more hospital beds. The entire neighborhood became a place of inspiration, all thanks to the dreams of a very young child who listened to the spirit and took action. But I haven't got to the most inspiring part of the story yet. Without exception, all the children in the cancer ward who participated in the renovation saw their white blood cells increase in the direction of wellness and away from the harmful cancer in their bodies. Imagine, by becoming more in tune with spirit and using this new inspiration to act in service to other children, the actual process of returning to perfect health was activated. The healing power within these young men somehow miraculously responded to the results and actions of Cassie's inspiration by increasing their white blood cells. Using this example, there is much to reflect on in Cassie's story, above all, how taking steps to inspire others can activate something that reconnects us, and them, to a stream of perfect health and wellness. Also, there is the inspiration we receive from giving. Consider these powerful words from Robert Frost, one of America's most illustrious poets: "Something we were hiding made us weak. Until we found out that we were ourselves. Our weaknesses, including our illnesses, may come to us because we are withholding something, which could very well be our conscious and healthy connection with spirit. By taking steps to inspire others in any way, we get the opportunity to turn a weakness into a strength. If a 5 or 6-year-old living with cancer in a ward with other children in similar circumstances can find a way to act that inspires others, then surely we can go inward and find our way to inspiring action." Little Cassie was acting more like God than ego when she wrote for Extreme Makeover, Home Edition. And he also behaved in a more God-conscious way when he got involved in renovating the cancer ward to make it a more healing and good-feeling place. As one of my best mentors and teachers, Carl Jung, once said, "Whatever you do, if you do it sincerely, it will eventually become a bridge to your integrity, a good ship that will carry you through the darkness." Dr. Jung's key advice centers on the word sincerely, which I interpret to mean in collaboration with our essential spiritual essence. By acting from that place of spirit, we become whole again and all darkness dissolves. Cassie and Ryan's examples are not out of reach, no matter who we are or what our place in life is. We all have the ability to be inspired, to act in a more God-conscious way. We just need to take the time to look for the opportunities to do so. How I have practiced inspiration in action. In this section, I would like to present some examples of my own deliberate efforts to put the duality of inspiration into action. I work on this every day of my life. Every human encounter represents a moment of truth for me, one in which I choose to reconnect with spirit and offer others what I really want for myself. Opportunities come in the form of a smile or a greeting or an extension of kindness, even if it is just a silent blessing for a person begging in a corner or a prayer that is whispered to me when I hear a siren. The mermaid reminds me to offer my thoughts of comfort to anyone who needs help. These are habits that I have developed throughout my life. Then there are the days when I go out on a deliberately inspired odyssey, without fanfare or need for recognition. Here's the result of one of those inspirational excursions, and keep in mind that this all happened in one afternoon. I reside in West Maui as I write, and on this particular day I decided to make the 1-mile trip to Costco to load up supplies for 2 weeks of uninterrupted writing. As usual, someone was standing by the road looking for an elevator to the other side. This is a common occurrence here on Maui, and it is my usual practice to pick up whoever is taking it, usually a young man with a surfboard or a couple with luggage that needs transportation to the airport. I always see going for walks as an opportunity to serve someone else, and I can also feel good. If you are thinking about how dangerous this practice can be, I simply never entertain those thoughts, and I never bring people or events into my life that cause me harm. It's just not my way of being in the world. On this day I picked up a 1-year-old Canadian named Raven. Maui tends to attract people with names like that, who needed to get to the airport. As we spoke, it turned out that my passenger hadn't spoken to his father in years, distancing himself out of respect for his mother and sister, who had their own unresolved conflicts with the man. Raven admitted that she felt haunted and incomplete. Furthermore, she found herself repeating some of her father's behavior patterns that had caused this family breakdown in the first place. I brought up the topic of forgiveness, mentioning this quote from A Course in Miracles: "It is true that all anguish does not seem to be anything but unforgiveness." I told the story of my experience at my own father's grave in I, and how that one act of forgiveness changed my life and led me back in the direction of the spirit. When I dropped Raven off at the airport, she hugged me. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I can't believe how much this trip has changed my life. I feel like God sent you here to remove the sword that has been hanging over my head. I know what I have to do, and I will do it soon." It was an inspirational moment for both of us. It would have been so easy for me to keep quiet on that walk across the ocean, but I knew that that day, I was on a pilgrimage of inspiration, and Raven was one of my co-conspirators. I went back to Costco for one of my favorite activities. I love the opportunity to buy large quantities of goodies of all descriptions in the store's open warehouse environment, among many local folks doing the same. In the back of the store that day, a gentleman who recognized me from my appearances on PBS approached me and wanted a date to discuss a problem I was having. I informed him that I was writing a book, so a scheduled meeting would be impossible. But knowing that some force had brought us together in the midst of all this delicious chaos, I asked, "What's the matter?" The man told me that he was a diabetic who had developed a fail-safe method of administering insulin, in a way that would not leave anyone out. "So what is the problem?" I asked one more time. "Why not implement your plan?" He went on to explain how he had been unable to get the necessary government agencies to meet with him. Various layers of bureaucracy were impeding his progress. It went on and on with a litany of obstacles that he felt were being placed on him, until I finally stopped him. "I feel like you know exactly what it takes, since you are also diabetic," I said. "And you know exactly what needs to be done to implement your idea." It lit up like a Christmas tree. Giving me a knowing smile, he said, "Exactly, but I can't." I stopped him in his tracks, reminding him that when we focus on what we don't want, that's what we'll get. We get what we think about, whether we want it or not. Then I asked him to consider staying out of the hurdle system entirely. He should go ahead with his plan, forget what couldn't be done, and just do it without help or resistance from anyone else. If your plan is viable, They will finally come, I reminded him. Just do it and stop trying to get the approval of a bureaucracy. And then I asked him, you know what to do and how to do it, don't you? Yes, I do, he replied, and I will. I feel like this little gathering was organized by God just for me today. After receiving my second hug from a stranger in the last few minutes, the man pushed his shopping cart with a new sense of inspiration. He had returned to spirit, where the idea that anything is impossible is impossible. And I was able to extend some offerings of the Spirit to another. Continuing my way back to West Maui, I picked up a young man named Andy who was on his way to the Hard Rock Cafe. Pretending to be a Rastafarian rap artist, Andy had long dreadlocks and a strong inclination towards using marijuana as a stimulus for his music. As it turned out, he simply wanted to approach the manager at the Hard Rock to see if he could perform there on the weekends. She had run out of funds and without a plan, even her next spontaneous audition had been purely a fantasy, as she hadn't contacted anyone at the restaurant to make an appointment. As we talked, I told him a story that my daughter Summer had recently told me. She has a puppy named Joey that she takes with her every day while she trains horses and gives riding lessons. Her friend Mimi had told her that Joey was a perfect example of being at peace with God, and my daughter agreed. Joey's mantra is, breathe in, breathe out, life is good, he said. That's Joey all day, every day. Inhale, exhale, life is good. Andy loved this story, so I asked him to give me a song with this as the main lyrics. Suddenly my car was filled with the sounds of a Rastafarian rapper playing fast-paced lyrics. It was great and Andy was in heaven. By the time I dropped him off at the restaurant, he had the entire audition planned and had written his first song, Breathe In, Breathe Out, Life is Good. I handed Andy a $50 bill, which inspired him to shout thanks, and left. It was a double dose of inspiration. Andy was aligned with spirit by being a creator of his own music and feeling determined and confident, and I was experiencing heaven on earth by being able to extend love and assistance to another person. And it was my third such gift in the last 2 hours. I then headed to a grocery store to pick up some items in smaller quantities than were available at Costco. While I was in line at the checkout, I struck up a conversation with the woman behind me on the subject of raspberries. I was buying 2 half pints of these precious jewels to put in my morning cereal bowl, and the lady asked me for the price, which I hadn't noticed. He went on to talk about how much he loved raspberries, but their cost was so outrageous, he would never spend that much money, not even on something he loved so much. I responded by telling him about my happy memories of growing up in Michigan and picking berries as a child. To this day, raspberries are one of my favorite foods and I buy them whenever they are available. The woman could relate to my memories as she grew up in Pennsylvania and used to pick the berries herself, coming home with red spots on her fingers and around her mouth. In the log, we saw that the berry baskets went up about $7.99 each. My new friend almost broke down, but he told me to savor each and every one of those little treasures. As I was walking away, I reached into my bag and put one of the containers in her hands and told her to enjoy them as a gift from me. This lady, who was counting her change to pay for a single container of yogurt, was stunned. I finally convinced her that if she did not accept them as a gift from me, I would deprive myself of my own pleasure in knowing how much pleasure I was going to have in savoring these little gems. My new friend was obviously inspired by this unexpected expression of kindness towards a stranger. I could see the gratitude and love in her eyes as she shoved the berries into her straw bag. I, of course, was on the right track, enjoying my fourth inspiration in action appearance that afternoon. And to my surprise, number 5 was evolving right in front of my eyes. In almost every aisle at the grocery store, I'd seen the same woman, dressed in flowery pants and a bright orange blouse. When I went to the bakery to buy a loaf of olive bread for my daughter Serena's arrival the next day, she loves this bread, the woman in the colorful outfit told me about a multi-grain bread that she loved. It's the best I've ever had in my life, he said with a heavy foreign accent. When I approached the cashier, she was in front of me, wondering if I would take her place while I picked up an item that I had forgotten. Then, in the parking lot, he stopped his car to allow me onto the exit ramp. Finally, as I was driving home, I saw her again. Her car was on the side of a green, with the door open and the engine running, and she and a man were hitting golf balls on the green. For me, this was more than a series of accidental encounters, so I decided to turn around and present her with a gift. I pulled up behind the car and walked over with an autographed copy of The Power of Intention in my hand. It turned out that this lady was originally from Poland and was on her honeymoon. She introduced me to her husband and I gave them the surprise wedding gift, for which they were very grateful. I have no idea what happened in their lives after I left. I can't tell you why she kept popping up over and over again, or if the book I gave them made any kind of difference in their lives. All that I can. What I am saying for sure is that these newlyweds were very touched by my gesture, and I had my fifth gift of feeling connected to spirit in one afternoon. As you can see, countless opportunities arise every day to reach out to the lives of others in an inspiring way. We can act on these momentary urges and feel inspired, or we can ignore them and remain in our ego-dominated world. I choose to act, because it makes me feel creatively alive, connected to the good, God, and to everyone else in the world. Acting is how we increase our connection to spirit. If we are heeding our highest calling, we must be willing to act on that mission. We may believe that inspiration is something that comes in some mysterious way that is beyond our control, or perhaps we are waiting for God to send us motivational signals, but clearly it is better to rely exclusively on our decisions to act in ways that heighten our awareness of the Spirit. Try this action plan for a few weeks and see if you don't feel more inspired than ever. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. Before you start your day, spend a few moments with God early in the morning. When you wake up, remember, these are my few moments with God. During those precious seconds, ask, reflect, feel the peace, and most importantly, extend your gratitude. I end my few moments with God each morning with this: thank you, thank you, thank you. When you wake up, decide to do something, anything, that improves someone's quality of life, without seeking any credit for yourself. If you can do it before breakfast, great. A letter, some flowers, a contribution, an unexpected plan to visit someone later in the day, do whatever makes someone else feel good, God. Overcome your inertia. Since being inert is being without action, agree to become a being of movement, plan to exercise, make that call you've been avoiding, or write that letter. Just as the key to the spirit is movement, the key to health is circulation. Spirit is always in a state of creation, so commit to less lying down or sitting and more movement. Listen to your inner voice and promise to take corrective action. For example, if you have been addicted to alcohol or drugs, have eaten excessively, or have been a doormat, listen to that inner voice that begs you to be big instead of small, and take a corrective step. Just for today, throw away cigarettes, hand out candy, walk around the block, or fight back. That inner voice is God pleading with you to join Him in spirit, being pure, strong, and an instrument of well-being. Do not accept excuses. Stop the nonsense and be honest with yourself. Admit your defects instead of defending them. Look in the mirror and talk to yourself sincerely. Affirm, I am a creation of God and I am divine. I have forgotten this, but now I do not accept excuses. I'm going to stop kidding myself and work to be everything I was meant to be. Experience the apprehension and do it anyway. It is doing that takes you to a new level of inspiration, so don't deny your fear. Let the panic come and then move in the direction of facing it. Visualize fear right in front of you. Look at him and tell him how you really feel and what you intend to become. I am stronger than you. I have my Creator here with me as a senior consultant, so I am no longer willing to allow you to dominate my life. I am afraid, but I am also acting. Look for opportunities you are going to create to get inspired. In my afternoon of inspiration described in this chapter, I made a specific decision to act in spirit. It was my choice. He was looking for those situations, and if they hadn't happened, he would have made them come true. Once you master the manufacturing circumstances that allow you to be inspirational, you will begin to see these situations materialize around you every day. Lastly, never give up. Never give up or feel ashamed for not meeting your goals of being an inspirational being. Every fall you receive is a gift and every relapse is a glorious opportunity. After all, without them you cannot manifest the energy to reach a higher place. There it is, a plan to act to live on inspiration. These strategies, as simple as they seem, will take you to a new level of inspiration if they are only adopted one day at a time. But reconnection with spirit can happen in just one day, this day. As one of my favorite Chinese proverbs reminds us, I listen and forget. I see and I remember. I do it and I understand it. If you want to understand inspiration, you will need to do something. So remember what the Dalai Lama says, if you want others to be happy, practice compassion. If you want to be happy, practice compassion. I close part 3 of this book with the simple but profound words of Shakespeare, action is eloquence. Fourth part. Converse with your spiritual source. The greater the power that deigns to serve you, the more honor it demands of you. Socrates. Chapter 14. Your spiritual source can only be what it is. I cannot imagine a God who rewards and punishes the objects of his creation, whose purposes are modeled after ours, a God, in short, who is a reflection of human frailty. Albert Einstein. We are, because God is. Emanuel Sweden. Imagine a warehouse full, from floor to ceiling, of coconuts, and one of them believes and acts like a raisin. Raisin has no idea that it is also a coconut, and the other coconuts have no idea that raisin does not know that it is a coconut. Get the picture? When raisin wonders why everything is dry and wrinkled, the coconuts do not respond, because they only see another coconut, even a crazy one. In order for the coconuts in the warehouse to respond, the raisin will have to communicate like the coconut it really is. All coconuts, like us, cannot be anything other than what they are. If we continue our joyous coconut/raisin metaphor and apply it to our Creator, we can see that if we, and coconuts, cannot be something we are not, then we should avoid asking our Creator to be or speak as if it is something it's not. Pay close attention to the words that follow. They are from The Disappearance of the Universe by Gary Renard, Hay House, 2004, a special delivery agent from A Course in Miracles. Because your idea is not from God, He does not respond to it. To respond to it would be to make it come true. If God himself recognized anything except the idea of perfect unity, then there would no longer be perfect unity. When we understand these words, it changes the way we approach God, who cannot and does not interact with ideas that are false. Then we can begin to clarify our knowledge that the spirit is true and the ego is false by realizing that we must approach God in terms that are from God in our prayers and speeches. We will know that we must put the ego aside and make a new attempt to speak to our source in terms of Him. This can be a sea change, especially if we have always approached prayer and conscious contact with God from the perspective of God. Ego. 5 characteristics of God. Let us now examine the elements that most of us agree that define the essence of our Creator, along with how they can help us to approach Him sensibly. 1. God is love. We come from love and we wish to return to that heaven while we are still on earth. I repeat Emerson's appropriate observation that love is our highest word and the synonym for God. In other words, if we live in love, we live in God. If God is love and cannot be anything other than what God is, and we wish to have a dialogue with Him, then it seems to me that we are reaching our source in love or we are wasting time. God cannot and will not respond to requests for lack of love. Prayers without love, originating from arrogance, hatred, or fear, are the work of the ego, so they will not be answered. In fact, they won't even be heard. God's message is to love all people, without exception, so that we can be in vibrational harmony with Him. As the Bible reminds us, we are all members of one body, smiley face, and let everything be done that you do with love, 7 Cor. 16:14. Now, the way to approach God for guidance and help with anything in our life is to do it from the advantageous point of view of forgiveness, for each and every one of us who perceive that they have wronged us and for ourselves. Think about it, how can we expect God to listen to our request for help to improve a relationship when we have hatred in our hearts due to alleged wrongdoing and mistreatment? God, who only knows love, will have no idea what we are talking about. No matter what our religion is, whenever we want to speak to our source of being, we must do so without malice or hatred in our hearts. In this way, we will change our vibrational energy to a frequency that harmonizes with the highest vibration in the universe, which, of course, is that of spirit. As Saint Francis instructs so simply, where there is hatred, let us sow love. Love and forgiveness will then activate the latent forces that I wrote about in the first chapters of this book, that is, the right people and events will materialize synchronously. This is because we are in spirit, remembering that God simply cannot help if we expect Him to hear more than love and forgiveness. As Martin Luther King, Jr. once said, we must develop and maintain the capacity to forgive. Whoever lacks the power to forgive lacks the power to love. This seems to say it all. So in the private, quiet, and prayerful moments of asking God for help, don't ask Him to help you defeat others in any way, rather, pray, "Dear God, make me an instrument of your love. I want to be like you. I forgave them and I forgave myself." And remember that there can be no forgiveness without love, and without love, there can be no way to be heard by our source. 2. God is peace. One of the most quoted verses in the Old Testament, which may also be my favorite biblical offering, is this, "Be still, and know that I am God." So a corollary to this could be restless and turbulent, and you will never know God. To communicate with our source, it is vital to remember that it can only be what it is. And what it is peace and quiet. After all, creation is not carried out in a violent way, it is actually calm and peaceful. That is, the movement from the invisible realm of spirit to the material world of form is not a noisy, chaotic, and explosive process. In fact, it is done without fanfare. In the time it takes to read this chapter, millions and millions of new life forms will emerge in this world, all without thunder or fireworks. This is because peace is all that the spirit knows. Now, if we approach God in a panic or in a frenzy, fearful, overly anxious, He is not going to help. You see, when we communicate with our source in a way that reflects an absence of peace, we will have these non-peaceful beliefs continually reinforced. By holding on to our panic, we will believe even more in the clutter that our mind and body are used to. Furthermore, we will leave our state of prayer believing that our requests are not being answered, and we will most likely blame God for creating and allowing war and the other evils that define the world. However, blaming God for the absence of peace is like the coconut that thinks it is a raisin, blaming the other coconuts for its wrinkled and dry life. The happens is to live in illusion, and so do we when we blame God for the absence of peace. In addition to praying or communing with our source with peace in our hearts, we must be still. This means taking time to be quiet before meditating and also monitoring our breathing. As we breathe out, we can train ourselves to let go of all our non-peaceful thoughts, and as we breathe in, we can breathe in the Spirit. We can also ask San Francisco to guide us. He had very little peace in his life, but when he prayed, he knew what his source was like. Saint Francis wanted to be in spirit, so instead of asking God to give him a little peace so that he could escape the disorder and chaos that he saw around him, he asked, "Lord, make me an instrument of your peace." In other words, Saint Francis knew that God was peace, so in his prayer, he asked to be returned to a state where he would be like his Creator. We can keep reminding ourselves that all the non-peace in the world is not from God, it is from the ego, then we can ask for help to return to His peace. This approach will attract the help we ask for. It is about matching the vibrational energy of our desire for peace with thoughts and behaviors that are consistently peaceful with those desires. 3. God is all-inclusive. We will not be heard or receive help from our source if we are promoting our separation from our fellow humans. You see, when we seek special individual favors from God, or even when we seek to converse with our source from this perspective, once again we are living an illusion. If God recognized our belief in separation, as Gary Renard suggests, perfect unity would not and could not exist. It is impossible for a source that creates everyone, and therefore is in everyone, even to have a dialogue with someone who harbors ideas of their specialty or separation from everyone else. We must be in a space of loving everyone. More than that, we have to see ourselves as connected to everyone, in order to get the attention of our source. That is why we have to do everything possible to avoid any thoughts that distinguish us from another being, such as requesting to defeat someone, having more than anyone else, winning a contest, receiving special attention on a job application, or being considered first. Among many. These types of thoughts will simply not be recognized by a source that is in all the people that we are asking to be given preferential treatment. Similarly, the great folly of war is incredulous ignorance of the nature of God. When our politicians ask God to bless America, for example, and help us kill more of our enemies and win, it is analogous to our body participating in a war in which our legs and part lower torso fight against our arms and upper torso. Our body consists of all its parts, so any war between them would surely kill the entire body. The body, like God, cannot process any conversation about separation. By conversing with our source, as always, we strive to be more like her. So we need to see ourselves connected to everyone in the universe by entering into prayer. Then we can ask for guidance and help to summon that all-inclusive spirit. Make me an instrument of you. Let me see you in everyone I meet. Help me to see myself in others and to first extend to them what I aspire to myself. I have noticed that this is how you are and I want to be like you. This is the kind of dialogue that activates the latent forces that I have spoken of. The key is to overcome our ego-based idea of separation and instead see ourselves as part of everyone's unity. As Thomas Aquinas put it so succinctly, true peace consists in not separating ourselves from the will of God. 4. God is abundance. Imagine this. A group of gallon containers has the ability to communicate with each other. One of them wants to discuss his emptiness with someone who has always known wholeness. Full gallon will probably not be able to relate to the empty gallon dilemma, since no matter how much the empty gallon experiences are missing, full gallon will not be able to understand why it cannot be anything other than what it is. While this is a crude example, it illustrates our situation when we attempt to engage in a discourse with God, a source that only knows abundance, and we ask Him to relate and correct our perceived deficiencies. Believe me, God knows nothing of scarcity, and there is enough of everything for everyone. All of God's gifts, including life itself, are given as freely and abundantly as oxygen, sunlight, and water. As St. Paul once said, God can give you all the blessings in abundance. So why is there so much apparent scarcity in the world, including people starving and living in poverty, and millions of people having the nagging problem that they have too much month left at the end of the money? Well, what I can say for sure is that God is not to blame. There is more than enough for everyone. After all, we come from a place that does not know deprivation, and we come to a planet that has the ability to grow food and quench the thirst of each of its inhabitants many times over. As a species, we humans have brought upon us the ideas of the deficiencies and depletion of God's gifts, largely by taking actions very unlike God's. God serves us all, but our greed has made us forget others and focus only on ourselves. As people and as individuals, we have brought scarcity into our lives, and we can only fix this deficiency by becoming more like our spiritual source, always in service and infinitely abundant. The answers to solving poverty and scarcity are readily available to us, and they would be resolved tomorrow if we remember that we are all one on this planet, we all share the same origins, and we all end up in the same nowhere we started. When we return to the Spirit in our hearts, our governments will align with this truth and our leaders will emerge from consciousness in the Spirit. We need to pray for the elimination of a perceived scarcity and approach God in the style of St. Francis with words that say something like, "Make me an instrument of your infinite abundance," instead of asking God to fulfill something that is missing. In this way we can summon His energy back to us, instead of staying focused on what we don't have. If we focus our thoughts on lack, we will only attract more of the same. We need to begin to see ourselves as a vibrational combination with the frequency of God's abundance. If our desire is to attract wealth and prosperity, then we must entertain prosperous thoughts that match our desire and that activate the process of manifestation. And the latent forces of abundance will come alive to help fulfill these desires. 5. God is welfare. The Spirit never has a fever and knows nothing about disease, so in my humble opinion, there is no point in praying or engaging in a discourse with God from the perspective of asking to be healed, unless we have a firm understanding of what we want. Say with the word cure. If we want to say overcome an illness or disease, then I feel that again we are violating the obviousness that nothing can be what it is not, including God. As Ernest Holmes once wrote, God's will is always good, which to me means that sickness, disease, and suffering are not part of God's energy. On the other hand, if we use the word heal to mean reconnecting with our source of well-being, then we are open to the potential of receiving help to overcome any illness. And that's how I use the word. I never ask God to help me overcome a feeling of illness. Even when I had a mild heart attack 5 years ago, I asked to become an instrument of God's well-being. I recognized that my body had acquired a discomfort, either because of my lifestyle, diet, and habits, or the toxins that I inhale and exhale. Whatever it wasn't from God. It was from me in this physical world, and I prayed to meet a stream of well-being. I knew that I was a piece of God and that it was as easy for Him to heal a cut on my finger as it was to restore my heart to a healthy state. Since I knew that God's healing power was within me, I just needed to help my body remember this. Similarly, at a recent moment of disharmony in my life, I felt sick to my stomach and unable to sleep, until I remembered that this experience was a gift to me. While conversing with my higher power, I asked for guidance and visualized myself as a magnet attracting abundant well-being. And in this way, the healing was practically immediate. In The Amazing Laws of the Power of the Cosmic Mind, Joseph Murphy offers this magnificent advice on how to converse with God when seeking to be healed. Know that God loves you and cares for you. By praying in this way, fear will gradually fade away. If you pray for a heart condition, do not think of the organ as sick, as this would not be a spiritual thought. Thinking of a damaged heart or high blood pressure tends to suggest more than you already have. Stop thinking about symptoms, organs, or any part of the body. Turn your mind to God and His love. Feel and know that there is only one presence and healing power. Silently and lovingly affirm that the uplifting, healing, and empowering power of the healing presence flows through you, making you whole. Know and feel that the harmony, beauty, and life of God are manifested in you as strength, peace, vitality, fullness, and right action. Get a clear understanding of this, and the damaged heart or other diseased organ will be healed in the light of God's love. These words deserve to be read over and over, especially when you consider that my damaged heart from 5 years ago is now completely healed. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. Before beginning any prayer activity, make a note to remember exactly what your source is and what is not. Ask yourself, am I asking God to be something that He is not? Am I waiting for my spiritual creator to join me in my ego, who has truly surpassed God? This will allow you to stay focused on clearing the channel between you and spirit, rather than sending requests to a source that cannot relate to your ego-driven world. Remember, it is you who have left God, not the other way around. Begin all your conversations with the Spirit with, "Make me an instrument of." Then add love, peace, joy, goodness, abundance, well-being, or any other quality that you know in your heart defines the essence of the Holy Spirit. As you put forgiveness to work in your life, study the ideas expressed in the following 2 observations. If we could read the secret history of our enemies, we would find in each man's life enough pain and suffering to disarm all hostility. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Tolerance comes of age. I do not see any fault committed that I myself could not have committed at one time or another. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Assimilating these thoughts will help you practice forgiveness. We all have moments in our life when we fully understand the common phrase there, "But by the grace of God, I'm going." Try to be that grace of God and extend it to everything you think has hurt you. Make meditation a daily practice for peace, yours and the world. By going inward, you can make conscious contact with God. Then your spiritual energy will radiate to those around you, and also to those on the other side of the world. Remember that the healing power of God is within you. That same power, which made your body, knows how to return it to its original state of well-being. All you have to do is remove all the obstacles erected by you and our toxic world, and allow this healing power to flow through you. Before moving on to the next chapter, let's go back to Emmanuel's observation, "We are, because God is." And add, "not because of what God is not." Chapter 15. Your spiritual source knows it. It is true that the divine will prevails at all times and in all circumstances. You don't need to tell God your requirements. He himself knows them and will take care of them. Ramana Maharshi. What we surrender to becomes our power. Ernest Holmes. As a father of 8 children, he says, "Not to mention that I have witnessed many occasions when a 2-year-old made a request that could not be honored. Oftentimes the request would become stalemate, with the child crying, insisting, and even throwing a tantrum, but since I was an adult, I stood my ground and refused to grant the child's wishes. Running around the block unsupervised, running around the house with a suction cup out of his mouth, playing with electrical outlets, walking up the stairs alone, and putting his fingers in the eyes of a younger brother were some of the behaviors prohibited by me, the father, who just knew better." If we put ourselves in the shoes of young children and give our Creator the same leeway that we, as parents, take with our children, the purpose of this metaphor becomes perfectly clear. Just as it is absurd for a 2-year-old to insist on having his way, our creative spirit does not need to be reminded of what to do for us or how to do it, he already knows. In fact, there is a wonderfully enlightening quote in the Bhagavad Gita that says, "Only the fool whose mind is deluded by selfishness considers himself the doer." When we are about to start a discourse with our Creator, it is crucial to approach with the understanding that we are not the doers. It may sound a bit extreme, but this is how Emmanuel Kant described our situation: God is our owner, we are his property, his providence works for our good. Please do not take the word owner as an insult, it is only the ego that is offended by this concept. In other words, we must not presume to tell our source what must be done to bring us happiness and satisfaction. Life. Instead, it is our job to change our thinking so that it vibrates at a frequency that matches God's energy. And this begins with understanding that it is impossible for God to forget anything. Unlike human parents, God is omnipotent, so it is unnecessary to remind him of our needs. Our creative source never forgets. When he lived in New York, he had a cat named Shlum. Every October and November I noticed that his coat would thicken in preparation for the coming winter months. Although current temperatures could be mild or even warm, Shlum's coat would be in flux. I remember thinking about this fact and being in awe of the great source of all creation. There must be millions of cats, dogs, beavers, rabbits, rats, horses, and other animals with fur that live in the northern hemisphere and go through the same process every year, and our source never forgets a single one of them. One August when I visited a dingo farm in Brisbane, Australia, I was told that the wild dogs were shedding their coats for the coming spring. Spring after August? I thought, before remembering that the seasons follow opposite patterns in the southern hemisphere. Wondering if this would be confusing to God, I asked the farm curator what would happen if a dingo were sent on a plane to New York in August. Would their fur go from thinning to thick, as winter would follow summer? It happens all the time, said the curator. We fly them there, and when they arrive, their coats start to thicken. Incredible, isn't it? Now, if God remembers to fit the coat on a dingo that flies from Australia to New York, surely He is not forgetting us. All of our life experiences, the struggles, the falls, the victories, the lessons, the emerging talents, all of that, is orchestrated by our source. Please note this fact: whatever we have decided with our Creator prior to our manifestation in form is unfolding right now. We must strive to always consciously remember that God has not forgotten us, even though we have surpassed God, because He cannot forget us. Just as everything that makes up decomposes, our infinite self is only here for a few moments in eternity. But even though we are on loan for this temporary human experience, God never forgets us, the source that provides us and all that lives and breathes the energy to sustain life. Therefore, we must continually trust that the organizing intelligence of our source, which is always operating in the universe, is always attentive and provides us with all the blessings in abundance. Trust and surrender. Now, how do we trust a source that we cannot see or touch? Well, we can start by noting the results we attribute to it and saying to ourselves, someone or something is responsible for all the ongoing infinite creation that I witness with my senses, and I am going to trust him from now on. This is the kind of logic that I hope I have been conveying throughout the pages of this book, that it is possible to reconnect with where we came from, and where we come from is not physical, but instead of using blind trust or my attempts at logic to trust the existence and assistance of spirit, I suggest that ultimately each use their own life experience for our barometer of life. Confidence. Returning to the analogy at the beginning of this chapter, most children are free-spirited little beings who do not think to question their parents' judgment. After all, mothers and fathers tend to know what is best for their children, including what is required for successful survival. These older partners care about their children's needs and direct their early life activities, and they do so for as long as is necessary, which is usually until their children begin to develop the ability to trust their own instincts and apply what they have learned. As adults, we can remember our early days with a strong sense of appreciation. We learned not to play in traffic, to avoid eating poisonous food, to get enough rest every day, etc. Today we feel grateful that our parents were there to guide us towards the responsible and independent people that we are now. We can appreciate that they did their best for us and never forgot us. I trust the analogy is clear. Our relationship with God, our all-knowing and never forgetting primary partner, is like childhood's relationship with our parents. As we did with our fathers and mothers, we are now choosing to trust the wisdom of our Creator. In other words, we don't need virtual parents to tell us what's best for us, and we don't have to rely on so-called religious superiors to keep us online because we're no longer needy little babies. We now trust our source because we have matured to a point where faith has replaced doubt. Sometime between childhood and maturity, we surrender and trust our parents, just as we now surrender and trust the loving and all-knowing source of creation. Surrender in Southeast Asia. As we begin the process of turning our lives over to a higher power and staying connected to spirit in an inspired life, we become more observant and less attached to our ego-driven beliefs and attitudes. A life-saving example of this emerged from the devastating tsunami in which people died or were reported missing. This gigantic tsunami affected people in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and even as far away as the coasts of Africa. Months after this tragedy, reports came in of a nomadic tribe of people living on the water, traveling back and forth between a series of remote islands off the coast of Thailand. Their villages and ships had been destroyed, but they did not suffer a single casualty. It seemed like a miracle. It turned out that these people had a history of orally transmitting the wisdom they had acquired while living on ships and on secluded islands that were far removed from modern civilization. They had lived in water their entire lives, just like hundreds of generations of their ancestors. Because they lived so closely with nature, they knew water and how to fish with rough wooden spears, but mostly they remained connected to spirit. And they passed on what they learned from generation to generation. Tribal elders had passed down stories of tsunamis in ancient times, so when one of them noticed a sign of the changing patterns of the water, he immediately knew what was coming. As a beneficiary of ancient knowledge, he alerted everyone on ships and in villages to move to higher ground immediately. No one doubted his wisdom. All, without exception, left their boats and villages and moved to higher ground. When the tsunami hit, it destroyed all the boats and homes, yet the entire tribe watched confidently from a distance as the water did what they knew it was about to do. I believe that these nomadic people survived because they lived lives defined by being in spirit. There were no words for ego awareness in his language. They lived in the realization of God, grateful for all that was given to them. Consequently, they were able to join in the knowledge of God and make it their own. I suggest that we can do the same, even while living in a world where many have chosen to be in the ego rather than in the spirit. Just as the tribe in Southeast Asia surrendered to their spiritual source and allowed the ego to stay out of the picture, we too can become more observant and aware of what to do when in spirit. We just have to stop believing that we are the doers and instead learn to listen and trust our inner intuition, which of course is guiding us in collaboration with the creative power of the universe. Communicate with the omniscient. Imagine a camera that can perform photographic feats that no camera has done before now. For example, you can take pictures through concrete walls or in the dark without the benefit of a flash. But the most ingenious thing is that it can record a person's thoughts, producing an exact pictorial image of what any subject is imagining the moment the shutter is released. And inside the camera package is an invitation to speak to the creator of this extraordinary device. The printed material says that you will be happy to discuss how and why your invention works, along with the amazing results it can produce. The conversation we'd have with the creator of our new miracle device probably wouldn't start with the things we thought he had forgotten or should or shouldn't have done. And it is unlikely that we will complain about the price or how it is marketed, or that we will try to convince you that we have more experience. Instead, we would probably take the opportunity to maximize our ability to work with our new camera and get as much pleasure as possible out of performing the tasks for which it was designed. It is safe to say that we would approach the creator of something that we can see, touch and wear, but we have no idea how it came about, with deference, respect and awe because we would be so eager to absorb all that it has to offer. If this analogy is unclear, you may want to stop reading at this point and find an expert to remove your blinders. Clearly, I believe that we must approach our creative source with openness and a willingness to maximize our ability to be in spirit. When we finally understand that our source is omniscient, we can approach the act of spiritual communication from a completely egoless perspective. Our discourse must begin by recognizing that we cannot be ignored. We can link ourselves to omniscience by thinking like God, that is, being an energetic combination in our thoughts and actions, being grateful and thinking of others and offering them what we want. As we know that when we ask, it is given to us, we must ask God for what we want. I am not implying that we should beg or think that we have been overlooked, but rather ask in a way that takes the form of a vibrational shift in energy. So we would ask to be an instrument of God's abundance, for example, instead of asking for cash. We would simply match what we want with the all-encompassing abundance, which is our spiritual source. Keep in mind that anything that prevents us from appreciating our spiritual source is an impediment. This includes in particular trusting another person or some organization without examining the truths that they insist we believe. While this may come as a surprise, Jesus was not a Christian, Buddha was not a Buddhist, and Muhammad was not a Muslim. These were divine spirit beings who came here as emissaries of truth, yet when their truths were organized, we saw the horrors of inquisitions, mass killings, crusades, holy wars, and jihads, all in the name of God. Those who claim to represent these divine beings of truth often do so from a decidedly unspiritual perspective. When an organization includes some but excludes others, they are announcing that they are not actually preaching or teaching the truth. Since God does not exclude anyone, any religious organization that does so is not affiliated with Him. God knows everything. No one else is, unless they experience pure God realization, and those beings who have once lived among us belong to a very small club. No one else can intervene for us in our efforts to commune with our source of being. We should not depend on organizations, gurus, rituals, temples, or any other external source as a means of making conscious contact with God. Instead, we must approach the omniscient source in silent communion and be willing to listen and receive guidance. We must speak in words of our own choosing with statements that tell God, "I know that you know everything and you will never forget me. I want to align myself with your omniscience, have the faith that I can attract into my life all the goodness, peace, and abundance that you are. I will stay in this place of trust, because I am here to serve. I am grateful for all that you are and all that you allow me to be." Co-creating with the Spirit. Please note that we cannot co-create with anyone, including our spiritual source, unless we are in a place of harmony. To that end, we must suspend our false self, ego, and stop all thoughts of resistance before we can participate in creating the inspired life we desire, in perfect symmetry with Spirit. Everything that we ask of our source in our communion of prayer will no longer be a wish or a hope, it will become a reality in our mind, just as it is in the mind of God. The how and when of its arrival, which have always preoccupied the ego, are no longer problems. We maintain our optimism with thoughts as "I wish," is in harmony with my source, or is on the way, there is nothing to worry about. And then we can relax and surrender to our knowledge. As Ernest Holmes reminds us, what we surrender to becomes our power. I know that the term surrender is generally associated with defeat, but there is no victor or victim when surrendering to God. It is not about winning or losing. You see, what we're doing here is giving up our false selves in favor of going back to the real thing. And when we do, we will meet our spiritual Creator and will be empowered to live in the same vibration with Him. We will become co-creators by surrendering and joining the omniscient and creative force that allows everything to come into being. Then our knowledge replaces our doubts, and the divine will prevail at all times. Only now are we in harmony with that divine will. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice. Put into practice some of the most familiar words of the recovery movement in your life. Letting go and letting God is a wonderful phrase to repeat to yourself when you feel under pressure, overloaded with taxes, frustrated, or just plain angry. By saying these words, you will free yourself to allow the only real maker in existence to take over, and you will become an observer instead of feeling the futility of trying to control things. Try it now. Let it go and let God. Relax in the awareness that you have an omniscient partner. Now what is there to worry about? When you begin to question God's omniscience, remove that doubt from your mind. Shakespeare reminds us that our doubts are treacherous and they make us lose the good that we could often gain for fear of trying. Notice that he says lose the good, which is another way of saying lose connection with God. In other words, your doubts prevent you from joining the knowledge of God. Think about it, how can you know and doubt at the same time? God knows, and you want to be like Him to be inspired. So when you communicate with God, do so knowing that He is there, listening, and ready to take action with you. When you pray or otherwise communicate with your creative spirit, do not assume that just because you are omniscient, it will take care of all problems for you. Remember that you are a co-creator and that you have the free will to choose whether or not to be consciously connected to that creative spirit. When you consciously surrender to the co-creator, it will help you in a trillion mysterious ways. Here's a suggestion from one of our great common sense ancestors, Mark Twain: stay away from people who try to belittle your ambitions. Little people always do that, but the really great makes you feel that you too can become great. Your ambitions are from God, so as you communicate with Him, ask for the strength to ignore those around you who would slander or belittle what you and your source have placed in your heart. Remind yourself as often as you can that giving up is a sign of enlightenment and strength. What you are surrendering to is responsible for all creation. It is to this omniscience and omnipotence that you are surrendering, and it is here that you will draw your power to live an inspired life. Many years ago I copied this observation from the brilliant Ramesh Balskar, an enlightened scholar. I still ponder this frequently, and I feel it concisely sums up what I have written in this chapter. Most near-perfect actions or performances, and almost all works of creativity, occur in this egoless state, when the principle "Thy will be done" is put into practice. As you pray to the omniscient source, it only makes sense to close your communion with these 4 words, "Your will be done." But keep in mind that your will also includes you. Chapter 16. It's all about remembering. The remembrance of God comes to the calm mind. It cannot come where there is conflict, because a mind at war with itself does not remember eternal sweetness. What you remember is part of you. Because you must be how God created you. Let all this madness unravel for you, and return in peace to the memory of God, who still shines in your calm mind. From A Course of Miracles. I hope you have gathered now that the inspiration is not achieved by attending workshops, learning new techniques, or following an expert teacher. It can only be achieved by returning to spirit or by returning to a place where we experience bliss. After the chapters that emphasize this point, there should be no doubt that we originate from the love and peace of a spiritual creator. This chapter will focus on our communication with God from a perspective of remembering Him, rather than trying to make friends with some unknown spiritual presence. That is, we need to fine-tune our prayers and speeches to help us remember who we really are and what we were like before we came to this physical world. Most of us will probably find it difficult or even impossible to remember what we gave up so long ago when we adopted the ego as our self-definition. But this image of 8-month-old Tyson Humble, one of my grandchildren, in a bathtub has to inspire anyone who looks at it to see the relevance of remembering. What a joyous creature in rapturous harmony with life. Tyson's expression reveals pure and complete happiness, and just looking at him is enough to make us smile, especially when we think about what we surely must have felt when we were his age. This beautiful baby also communicates something about ourselves. By remembering our spirit, we want to remember Tyson's state of utter joy and satisfaction. It is not just a smile and a burst of laughter that is responsible for that happy expression on my grandson's face. There is an invisible force that runs through what we see in the photo, and that is what we want to return to. If we could see our spiritual source with our eyes, we would be witnesses of pure joy, ecstasy, happiness, and peace. The photo you see on the previous page is an embodiment of that. It is also important to note that we arose from the same vibrational energy as Tyson, and we had the same inner sensation that is unmistakably evident on that baby's face. No one is denied. If we train, we can remember to feel the joy that is on my grandson's face and that inspires his entire personality. Everything we have experienced is still stored as an invisible memory, and we can access it if we wish. For example, when my grandmother was near death and doing what some called involuntary hallucinations, she was pulling all kinds of data from her early days. Street addresses, the names of the neighbors, places of family outings, relationships with her own mother's friends, who were only there in my grandmother's childhood. Everything was somehow available to her. It turned out that in some mysterious way, Grandma was drawing on memories that everyone else thought they couldn't remember because she was just a baby at the time. I have no idea how he did this. All I know for sure is that we search our own personal history and bring to the present thoughts that impact our state of mind as well as our level of inspiration. You see, the mere memory of something in the past that we call memory is capable of positively or negatively affecting us in the present moment. Therefore, they are extremely powerful tools for our current state of mind. Obviously, there are some negative memories lurking somewhere in the deepest regions of our minds, but why access them if they are going to make us feel uninspired? Instead, Let's think about how to return to that delusional happiness represented by the joyous Tyson, who is only a few months away from being 100% immersed in the rhapsodic arms of his original creator. What I am trying to clarify here is that we have to figure out how to return to where we came from to commune with our spiritual creator. So being self-inspired will require us to step back and make an important memory. Remembering your spirit. At the beginning of this chapter, there is a powerful quote from A Course in Miracles that I think sums up everything we need to know to facilitate going back all the way back, that is, before our baby days, our birth, and even our conception. It is about remembering our origin. I memorized this passage many years ago, and I use it as a way to remember who I really am and where I really come from, particularly when communicating with my Creator to stay on purpose and in spirit. Now I'd like to go over each of the messages in this course observation one by one. 1. The memory of God comes to the calm mind. We come from a quiet and peaceful place that is the very essence of creation, so when our minds are filled with noisy dialogue, we close the possibility of remembering our spirit. Incessant talk keeps us attached to the physical world and produces anxiety, stress, fear, worry, and many of the emotional reactions that definitely pull away from God realization. A calm mind is open to remembrance because it allows us to open a space within ourselves where we experience a sense of familiarity with spirit. Intuition sharpens, we access higher energies, and what we think of as information about God is complemented by an unmistakable memory. Knowing God is very different from actually knowing God, so it takes a calm and disciplined mind to be able to remember and consequently return to a state of being in the Spirit. We must minimize distractions when we want to communicate with God, so being in nature, away from the artificial noises that invade our space, is of great help. But the most important thing to consider is how to keep our mind free from the dizzying and disconcerting cascade of thoughts that flow through our head from morning to night, and even into our dream state. It is estimated that we have something like separate thoughts every day. The real problem is that today we have the same 6,000 thoughts as yesterday. I have made the practice of meditation part of my daily life because it is a way to quiet the mind so that the memory of God is accessible. So by learning to meditate, or at least turning off the self-talk produced, directed, and acted upon by your ego, you can open a space to remember and return to spirit. 2. It cannot get where there is conflict. For a conflict to exist, there must be two opposing forces at work, that is, one force in the form of an idea, point of view, desire, or contribution directly collides with another. Conflict defines our lives in many ways, as we oppose our partners, our children, our bosses, our neighbors, and even our countries. In politics, it is always one party against the other, and the entertainment industry portrays conflicting points of view that usually turn into violent scenes. Essentially, conflict requires docility. However, remembering where we came from involves returning to the unity of being in the Spirit. After all, there are no battle powers in the divine realm of spirit, there is only perfect unity, and this is what we want to unite. We want to become one with our Creator again, and we cannot recover this remembrance of God with a conflicting mind in any way. Imagining unity is often a difficult process because we are so immersed in our beliefs about duality and dichotomies. If God, who is perfect unity, could recognize our beliefs in conflict and duality, then unity simply could not exist. Therefore, we must put all conflict out of the picture to be successful in remembering God and achieving unity. In our mind's eye, this is done by imagining ourselves fully integrated with our source. Visualizing fusion in the oneness of God will lead us to a sense of fusion until we can no longer make a distinction between ourselves and Him. And this consolidated state is where our memories of God become bright and clear. 3. Because a mind at war with itself does not remember eternal sweetness. Conflicting thoughts tend to fill our conscience with endless talk, including plans to retaliate against those we label as the source of our discontent. It is not at all unusual to carry out an imaginary dialogue that says something like this: "First I will tell you this. Then when I say that, she will respond with this." But she always says that, even though I know she's lying. So this time I'll trip her up by answering like this. You will have to agree that I am right, but you never do. I know I'm right and I'm going to force her to admit it. I'll tell you that even your own mother agrees with me. This could go on all day and night, and it often happens. We carry out this internal combat over and over again, and the only advantage is that we almost always win. The discussion that is being waged because it exists only in our minds. The second part of this course teaching reinforces that a combative mind cannot remember where it once resided in eternal sweetness. Obviously you cannot wage war and at the same time focus on peace and gentleness, and it is eternal sweetness that you want to remember and reunite. It is really very simple to do this, just close the battlefield and surrender. Remove all the artillery, send the soldiers home, and replace the instruments of war in your mind with thoughts of peace, tranquility, and surrender. Making your mind a place of peace is accomplished of your own free will, so firmly refusing to have conflicting thoughts allows you to activate the glory of remembering your spirit. I can remember times in my life when I have cluttered my mind with that internal dialogue back and forth with my children or my wife. I would literally reach a point of exhaustion silently repeating my side by his side and vice versa, until one day I made the decision to leave this battlefield in my head. I started to practice putting the word cancel on my inner screen, stubbornly refusing to go through these absurd sparring matches in my own mind. After a few days of practice, my automatic response turned to go to eternal sweetness and peace and divine guidance were my rewards. 4. What you remember is part of you. Every memory I have is me. What a glorious feeling it is to know this. Each of us has the power to reclaim any part of ourselves that we desire and experience it right here, right now, in this present moment. The great Danish theologian Søren Kierkegaard once observed that life can only be understood backwards, but it must be lived forward. In other words, if we can't go back and remember the spiritual bliss that defined us before the beginning, we will have abandoned a part of ourselves. As we enter into communion with God, we must know that our inability to remember our spiritual origins is another way of saying, I cannot know myself because I have no recollection of my spirit. In fact, the corollary to this line from A Course in Miracles that we are currently processing would be, what you don't remember is not part of you. In other words, if we don't remember the spirit, it is obviously not a part of us. The most effective thing we can do to remember our source is to affirm without hesitation, first of all, I am an eternal spiritual being, I can be nothing more than this. I will never doubt it, and I can go inward and try to be like God in all my thoughts and actions. When we begin this inspiring practice, the memory of our spiritual origins will emerge from behind the clouds and become unquestionably clear. 5. Because you must be how God created you. I have made the following point repeatedly throughout the pages of this book. We must be where we come from. Just as that drop of blood must be like the rest of our blood supply because that is what it comes from, we must be from God because that is what we come from. It is only by overcoming God that we come to believe that we are our false selves. As you communicate with your source of being, know that you are awakening a part of yourself that is like God. In fact, you should try to approach communication with God by aligning yourself as closely as possible with the way you were created, that is, becoming a vibrational match with the all-loving Creator. Come to the quiet moments in consultation with God in love, in peace, and without judgment. As the Course says, you must be how you were created, so why put on a fake mask and pretend to be anything or someone else? In this way, you can open the channel of communication because you have finally remembered to be the way you were created, and that is the key to effective prayer. And, as Gandhi once said, prayer is not the idle amusement of an old woman. Well understood and applied, it is the most powerful instrument of action. 6. Let all this madness unravel for you, and return in peace to the memory of God, who still shines in your calm mind. Let's take the 3 suggestions in this teaching one at a time. First, the Course says let all this madness unravel. The insanity here is living in a state of conflict. In other words, we must try to transcend dichotomies in our lives because division creates a lot of suffering and prevents us from living an inspired life. I remember a Ram Dass lecture where he said, "I have come to the firm conclusion that there are no those for me anymore. You can't tell me who to hate, who to fight, who to subdue, I only see we in my heart. All those messages to spread our world are crazy. All of our self-centeredness only fuels our ego's insatiable appetite to make ourselves special and look down on other people. All of our inclinations towards violence, even when it is acceptable, such as supporting war in the name of patriotism or supporting hatred in the name of the performance of our duty, are wrong. The Course encourages us to end this madness once and for all, both in our minds and in our actions. Secondly, we are told to return in peace to the remembrance of God. Once again, we know in our hearts that we come from a place of peace, so any discord cannot be the result of the actions of our Creator. God cannot come to us when we pray without peace, so the solution is to return to the remembrance of Him and ask to be an instrument of His peace. When I feel bad, I remember it. And what I remember is turning to peace right now in prayer. I become peace, rather than anguish, and I feel the calm I long for wash over me like a wave of pleasant relief. We always have the power within us to change peacefully. And when we respect someone, we can be at peace in their presence by suspending our inclination to be arrogant. For example, I remember seeing John McEnroe behaving rudely on the tennis court, hitting his racket, hurling profanities at the umpires, and generally being in a very non-peaceful state, but he never behaved this way when he performed to his rival, Bjorn Borg. Surprisingly, McEnroe was almost always able to control his outbursts of negativity whenever he played this cool, easygoing, nonviolent, and brilliant tennis player. Because he respected Borg so much, McEnroe came to his presence in peace. Finally, the Course reminds us that this peaceful memory still shines in our calm mind. Notice the word still and silent, regardless of where we are in life. If we are breathing, we are connected to our source of being, even if the connection has corroded a bit. We still have the memory of God shining within us, it cannot be otherwise. Our job is to access those memories, and it will help if we keep them in our quiet minds. This memory does not shine in the mind of our ego, in our noisy mind, in our conceited mind, rather, it shines on a calm, peaceful, loving mind. When we go to stillness, that glow is a luminous reminder of how to draw closer to our creative spirit by remembering. One of my favorite teachers is the Russian mystic Leo Tolstoy. In his powerful book The Kingdom of God is Within You, I was impressed by the words he used to implore his 20th century readers to pay attention to nonviolence in his war-torn country. If you believe that Christ prohibited murder, do not heed the arguments or commands of those who ask you to help yourself. By so steadfastly refusing to use force, you invoke upon yourself the blessing promised to those who hear these words and keep them, and the time will come when the world will recognize that you have helped in the reformation of humanity. What Tolstoy is saying is that it is incumbent upon us all to return to the peace from which we came. We must refuse to use force, especially in our thoughts, and, above all, we must remember our spirit. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: find a picture of yourself as a very young child where you were lost in your bliss. Put that photo in a conspicuous place and let it serve to remind you that the same spirit that you are expressing in the photo is alive and well within you right now, and that you will remember and relate to it every day. Train your memory. By doing so, you will be able to return to the memories of love, peace, and joy from early childhood, and go even further back to your spiritual origin. Recalling the early events of your life will help you discover that you have more access to your past and your spiritual beginnings than you might have thought. It's all there, so discipline yourself to become a retriever. Pray alone. Make peace with silence and remember that this is where you will come to remember your spirit. As Blaise Pascal, the great French scientist and philosopher, once said, all man's miseries stem from not being able to sit quietly in a room alone. When you are able to transcend the aversion to silence, you will also transcend many other miseries. And it is in this silence that the remembrance of God will be activated. Promise to have less conflict in your life. Your goal in reading this book is to get inspired, therefore, you want to stop your feeling that conflict is normal and unavoidable. You did not come from any conflict, and you can return to that heaven right here on earth by denying that your inner world is in conflict with anyone at any time. Affirm it over and over again, I don't draw conflict to myself. Try this visualization that I reproduce here from the Book of Runes. Visualize yourself standing in front of an entrance at the top of a hill. Your whole life is left behind and below. Before you walk through the front door, pause and review the past, the learning and the joys, the victories and the sorrows, everything it took to bring you here. By doing this exercise, you will be practicing the virtue of remembering, and it will almost force you back to spirit. You do not need to learn anything new to communicate and make conscious contact with your source, everything is already in you. All you have to do is remember. Chapter 17. The Language of the Spirit. When asked where God is, people point to the sky or some far and distant region. It's no wonder then that He doesn't show up. Realize that He is in you, with you, behind you, and around you, and He can be seen and felt everywhere. Satya Sai Baba. In the previous 3 chapters I have tried emphasize that it is our job to take responsibility for opening the channel to communication with God, rather than seeing Him as a cosmic button whose job it is to listen to our whims and respond just because we ask Him to. But how can we recognize when our spiritual source is contacting us? The messages of the Spirit are not necessarily going to be in our mother tongue, since it is in no way restricted by words, written or spoken, as the exclusive means of communicating with us. Remember, the world of spirit contains the highest and fastest energy in the universe. It vibrates so rapidly that it manifests the invisible in particles and then in the forms that we see, touch, taste, hear and smell with our senses. All you need is to activate the immensely mysterious power of creation and send us guidance and assistance through your high-energy vibrations. As Jesus said in one of my favorite quotes, which I have shared thousands of times in my life, for man this is impossible, but for God everything is possible, Matt. Smiley face. I would like you to read the ideas I am offering here regarding the language of the Spirit with this quote in mind. As strange as some of the communication patterns I speak of may seem, and as much as your ego is tempted to dismiss them as mere coincidences and meaningless, remember that with God all things are possible. We are communicating with an energy source that creates worlds, one that knows no restrictions and certainly does not use the low energy, slow language methods that we use. Spirit communicates instantly, tapping into our higher faculties of intuition, telepathy, perception, psychic awareness, spiritual insight, clairvoyance, the sixth sense, and even beyond. The brilliant poet Rainer Maria Rilke put all this in perspective when he made this observation: we must accept our existence to the greatest extent possible, everything, even the unprecedented, must be accepted. That is basically the only case of courage that is required of us, to be brave in the face of the strangest, most capricious and inexplicable that we can find. Be prepared for the teacher. It has been known for millennia that when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Well, our teachers are always there because they are gifts of the Spirit. The real issue is our willingness to tune into what they have to teach us. The key word here is preparation, that is, we must be open to all possibilities and trust our intuitive hunches. Asking ourselves if something could be a message from God is evidence that we are open to our intuition. Our thoughts are sacred and corroborate our connection with the divine, so they do not need to be corroborated by anyone or anything else. Our Creator is listening and responding in ways that do not necessarily correspond to the laws of the material world, that is, we will not hear from a physical source that is aligned with cause and effect, the laws of physics, or even whatever. We believe it is possible. It is our job to do all we can to vibrationally match that spiritual energy. Once we were perfectly together with our creative force, and now we are called to return to it. It is vitally important to be open to the language of alignment. Most of us need to begin the process by recognizing our tendency to dismiss such messages as mere flukes. In an infinite universe, with an organized intelligence that supports it at all times, there can be no accidents. For the remainder of this chapter, I will offer some of my own hunches about how the omniscient creative spirit communicates. Some of these forms fall into the category of inexplicable alignments, which means that there is meaning there, but our ego mind, chained as it is to its belief in the material laws by which it has always lived, refuses to see the hidden messages that are staring us straight in the face. The 4 alignment messages. For many years I have felt what I considered the language of the Spirit speaking to me in ways that often defied my logical mind. These feelings are more than hunches and even beyond intuition, and I sincerely believe that they have contributed to my leading an inspired life. The following 4 examples are not rules or laws that apply to everyone, but if they work for others, I will be even more inspired because my intention is to be in a space where I can give others all of that I know. I also offer these ideas with the constant reminder that when one listens to Spirit, anything is possible. And although I offer them in a numbered sequence, they certainly don't fit any line array. 1. Feelings alignment. When I feel good, God, I am aligned with Spirit. As I tell my children, we must rely on how we feel to determine our health, rather than looking for our answers in a medical print full of numbers. Feeling energetic, content, excited, and happy are better indicators of our health and well-being than having our bodily functions evaluated by a distant laboratory. An honest and positive answer to the question, will this or this make me feel good? It tells us immediately if we are aligned with our creative source or not. For example, I had had an uninspiring relationship with my cell phone provider. For weeks I had not been able to resolve the conflict. Every morning I would launch to call the company again, leaf through the endless recorded messages, stay on hold for sometimes half an hour and finally communicate with a supervisor who had read this from a manual of the company. We are doing our best and we apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you. We cannot give you a timeline of when this will be resolved. Every day I heard the same words read, so it was obvious that I was getting nowhere. But what bothered me more than this lack of progress was my unmistakable misalignment. I was so upset that I didn't feel well because my writing, my exercise program, and even my health were being negatively affected. And then I remembered to take my own advice. The next time I started doing my morning ritual with the cell phone company, I stopped and told myself that I intended to feel good about this. Then I hung up the phone, went for a swim in the ocean, and thanked God for a renewed sense of peace. And sure enough, a voice within me said, by not being able to receive your calls, you have been given a unique opportunity to be at peace, something you have complained about in the past due to so many riots. Also, the phone company is doing the best it knows how, so surround them with light and let the problem solve itself. And finally, the most amazing thing I heard was you are protected from receiving messages that would not serve you well. I put his incoming calls on temporary pause so he can break free from what will only make him feel bad. So enjoy your peace. Since then, I have allowed Spirit to handle the problem, and now when I think about what was a source of internal annoyance and confusion for me, I feel good, God. This may seem like a small example in a book on a topic as broad as inspiration, however, I urge you to ask yourself the question, does this make me feel good? And pay attention to the answer the next time there is a similar insignificant situation in your life. You may be surprised to find yourself realigned. 2. Alignments with nature. Everything in nature is in spirit, it is not spoiled by the ego, nor can it ever be. So when nature speaks to us, we must listen carefully. When a wild bird touches us, for example, or a fish schemes when we are swimming in the ocean or in a lake, I believe it is a direct communication from our source of being. Since these creations of God instinctively maintain their distance, when they stray from their DNA patterns to actually contact us physically, I think we should pay attention. A few times in my life, a bird passed through my body, and each time I felt a deep sense of connection with God. Each time I stopped and re-examined my thoughts at the precise moment of contact, and I was able to interpret that connection as a message to pay more attention to my writing mission. Just today, as I was walking along the ocean and thinking about writing this section on nature and spiritual alignment, a bright red cardinal flew inches from my face and stopped right in front of me. He looked directly at me, nodded, and flew away, very close to my body again. At the time of this encounter, I was considering whether to include these bird stories, considering that they might be misinterpreted or perhaps even criticized by the professional community. In those moments, I always decide to listen to my own inner knowledge, condemn the critics. I also remember other ways that nature has caught my attention and let me know that I was in contact with spirit. For example, I recall that I was once met by a fierce wind and it blew a leaf into my face, almost hitting me as I thought of a decidedly unspiritual thought of revenge. On another occasion, while I was full of anger, a tree branch collided with me as I got out of my car, and it was a calm day with no breeze, and nothing was visibly disturbing the tree. And I have a piece of driftwood that snaked into my open hand as I meditated at one of the 7 sacred pools near Hana, on Maui. When he touched me while my eyes were closed in deep meditation, I was startled, but I knew he was telling me something. This wood, which I have kept for over 22 years, is a reminder to me that the spirit is alive and at work. To this day, when I look at it, I think of God, and as you know, thinking of God and becoming like Him is precisely what it takes to live a life of inspiration. Pay attention to episodes in nature that awaken the spirit and ignite an inner spark of wonder and admiration for you. You don't have to discuss it with another being. If it has meaning to you, it is valid. In fact, this is the first time I've shared the story of my holy driftwood piece. Listen to the winds, the creatures, the clouds, the rains, and the oceans, hear it all. Here is a Chinook blessing litany that reveals Native Americans' awareness of the spirit language inherent in all nature. We invoke the earth, our home planet, with its beautiful depths and soaring heights, its vitality and abundance of life, and together we ask, teach us and show us the way. We invoke the mountains, the waterfalls, and the Olympics, the high green valleys and the meadows full of wildflowers, the snows that never melt, the peaks of intense silence, and we ask you to, teach us and show us the way. We invoke the waters that border the earth, from horizon to horizon, that flow in our rivers and streams, that fall on our gardens and fields, and we ask them to, teach us and show us the way. We invoke the land that grows our food, the nourishing land, the fertile fields, the abundant orchards, and we ask them to, teach us and show us the way. We invoke the forests, the great trees that reach the sky with force, with the earth in their roots and the heavens in their branches, the fir and the pine and the cedar, and we ask them, teach us and show us the way. We invoke the creatures of the fields, the forests, and the seas, our brothers and sisters, the wolves and the deer, the eagle and the dove, the great whales and the dolphin, the beautiful orca and the salmon who share our home in the northwest, and we ask them to, teach us and show us the way. We invoke the moon, the stars, and the sun, which govern the rhythms and seasons of our life and remind us that we are part of a great and wonderful universe, and we ask them to, teach us and show us the way. We call on all those who have lived on this earth, our ancestors and our friends, who dreamed the best for future generations, and upon whose lives our lives are built, and with thanksgiving, we urge them to, teach us and show us the way. And finally, we call upon all that we hold most sacred, the presence and power of the great spirit of love and truth that flows throughout the universe, to be with us to teach us and show us the way. In fact, nature has a lot to teach us and will help us show the way. All we have to do is align ourselves with its perfection and notice how it aligns with ours. 3. Alignment with events. Strange occurrences and seemingly inexplicable events may actually be our all-creating source lining up the coincidences to teach us and show us the way. Recently, for example, I was recommended to read a particular book that had been on the bestseller lists for several months. I looked for it in various airport stores, but finally gave up because it was time to board my flight. The title was still spinning in my thoughts when I got to my seat. A woman who had her seat changed twice ended up sitting next to me carrying the same book she was looking for. And when I got home and turned on the television, a talk show guest was talking about it. I couldn't help but notice the 4 alignments in a few hours regarding this book. My friend told me about it, my search at the airport, a fellow traveler reading it, and a talk show discussion about it. When I experience these types of alignments, I have learned not to dismiss them as accidental. I'm still not entirely sure what was going on here, but I bought the book, The Secret Life of Bees, by Sue Monk Kidd, and while reading it I came across a story that I quoted in it. Perhaps all the events aligned appeared so that the message of that story was read and shared by someone reading this work, or so you would have this example. The possibilities are endless. One of my favorite quotes is from Winter's Tale by Mark Halperin. In the end, or rather, how things really are, any event, no matter how small, is intimately and sensibly linked to all the others. It is exciting to observe the pattern of events that repeatedly appear in our conscious field of experience. We can notice the chilling awe we feel as we remind ourselves that this could very well be the Spirit inviting us to reconnect with Him. The language of Spirit will proclaim your creativity in producing repeating sequences to align us with our source. When we have an idea about starting a new project and then we read about it in a magazine that mysteriously appears in our hands, and then a stranger in the cinema line starts talking to us out of nowhere on this very topic, that it is mentioned in the movie itself, and over dinner we overheard people at an adjacent table discussing this very topic, guess what? We are in an alignment attention grabber, written and carried out by Spirit. In other words, this is not an accident. The teachers are not just showing up, they are practically hitting us over the head. The reason we begin to notice all of this aligned synchronicity is because we have tuned into it. The teachers have always been there, but now we notice them. And our attention indicates a new level of readiness to hear our highest calling. In fact, these alignments can take really interesting forms. The same numbers appear. For example, we wake up at exactly 4:44 morning after morning, and then we see those numbers appear on the odometer, on the radio, as a checkbook balance, at the deli counter, and as an assigned number. For a charity walk, it makes us ask, what's going on here? The answer is that the universe asks us to be receptive and pay attention. It's not about playing on all fours in a casino or the lottery, it's about knowing that these seemingly accidental replays are actually invitations from Spirit to join Him. Over the years I've been writing books. I can't tell you how many people have told me, a book just fell into my hands from the shelf, and it was exactly what I needed at the time. I would bet that virtually everyone has had a similar experience more than once in their life. I rely on this kind of spiritual communication every time I write a book. I feel guided to pick up a particular article, and I know that I am aligned with Spirit as these types of messages continually materialize throughout the months of preparation and actual writing. When a book literally falls into our lap or is sent to us by several different people, or even when we keep seeing the title and others mention it to us over and over again, we must take notice, stop our resistance, and surrender. When we finish reading the content and applying what it offers, we align ourselves and become a vibrational match with the same source that sends us these signals. 4. Alignment with people. We commonly receive alignment when our thoughts are strangely tied to the actions of another human being. For example, we think of someone we have not seen in several years. In fact, we can't seem to get rid of our internal visions of him or her, especially when someone else mentions the same person for no apparent reason, or we come across an image of that individual. Then the phone rings, and it's the same person we haven't been in contact with for years. The language of Spirit works by aligning our thought energy with the vibrational energy of another. When people align with our thoughts and mysteriously connect their physical presence with our private inner meanders, we must take note. We must say to ourselves, the Spirit is aligning my thoughts with the events that are happening. I will stay alert to what they offer me here because there may be a reason. That's it, just be aware of what might be going on, and by being open to what can be puzzling and perhaps indecipherable, we are likely to find out what they are guiding us to learn. A few weeks ago I was reading a book that I had written 16 years ago. In it, I mentioned a friend, Erlene Rentz, with whom I attended school from 4th grade through high school. I put the book down and went for a run, but Erlene was still on my mind. I thought, I'll call her next time I'm in Detroit. After all, we will both turn 65 this year. That same night, he was scheduled to receive the Maui Unity Church's Martin Luther King/Mohandas Gandhi Peace Prize, which will be attended by approximately 1,000 people. As I completed my speech and walked into the lobby to sign autographs, I saw the girl who sat next to me in elementary school, who was my first love and who occupied my thoughts throughout my school years. Believe it or not, as I thought of her over half a century later, Erlene was thousands of miles from home and she hugged me in the lobby of a theater in Lahaina. Turns out, I was visiting Maui, had seen the ad for the award in the newspaper, and had come to the auditorium to surprise me. It was one of those synchronous alignments of spirit in action. Somehow, on an unconscious level, I was already reconnecting with Erlene without realizing that she was in the area. Note that the same people appear in different settings, meeting people we haven't seen in a while after we just heard their names, and repeatedly seeing an individual's name in magazines, on television, or in a local bookstore are also synchronous alignments. Spirit is lining up these sequential events for a reason, we just need to be open to learning the reason, and it will most likely reveal itself. Maybe it's a dream or a sudden moment from Eureka. Or maybe it will become clearer when you just let it. No matter how the message comes, we will look at it with a renewed perspective and the benefit of not being more closed off to such possibilities. It may be helpful to consider that even with all our sophisticated technology, we cannot reproduce an eyeball that can compete with those created by our Creator. One little eyeball and we're all baffled. And our Creator is producing them at the rate of 6 million a day, and that only takes human eyes into account. If a spiritual Creator can do that, then aligning our thoughts with the people we need as teachers now is less of a task. Again, with God, anything is possible. Some suggestions for putting the ideas in this chapter into practice: always remember that when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Stay in an attitude of readiness at all times, and the teachers and teachings will manifest for you. Write or print these words and post them in a conspicuous place: I'm ready. Once you have declared your readiness, do not make fun of anything or anyone that may have any connection to your return to spirit. Even an overheard conversation between 4-year-olds can be a message for you. If it signs up with you in some small way, then drink it up and allow yourself to process it like divine communication. Trust your own intuition. No one else has to agree with you or even understand you. In fact, I urge you to resist defending your inner inclinations to anyone with an attitude of resistance. Remember, you want to feel good, God. Now begin the process of looking for ways that Spirit can communicate with you right now. When these unexpected synchronicities appear, as they will happen more and more often when you are open to them, ask what you are going to learn from them. When you ask your Creator peacefully in meditation or silent prayer, you will see what it is that is guiding you. There are angels of spirit surrounding you, so don't hesitate to ask. And of course, when you do, you will receive it. Be prepared to make major changes in your life after you get used to what these alignments tell you that you are experiencing. Personally, I received many messages from the Spirit telling me over and over again that I should stop my addictive ways. However, for years I ignored them at my own risk. Today I look back at the obvious nature of what I was encouraged to do, and now I know why I had to ultimately follow those energy alignments or die. They may lead you out of a job, a city, or even a relationship, all of which may sound scary right now. However, if the signals keep coming and resonate within you, take the step and, as you do so, know that you are being guided into a life of inspiration. Whenever you seem to be receiving an unexpected jolt from the universe, do your best to accurately jot down what you were thinking about at the time you received the message. That bird that touches you, that leaf that hits you in the face, that toe that you hit for the third time, anything, take note of your thoughts in that moment and see if you can detect any connection with what just happened. Your thoughts are energy, and spirit communicates by aligning with you, by drawing your attention and allowing you to move on or ignore it. What I know for sure inside is that there is no separation between us and everything we find in the universe. One of my favorite poets is William Butler Yeats, and he sums up the ideas in this chapter perfectly here. O chestnut tree, great flower of roots! Are you the leaf, the flower, or the trunk? O body balanced to the sound of the music, O luminous gaze, how can we distinguish the dancer from the dance? You are the dancer and the dance, just as God is. In other words, those messages of the Spirit are you if you feel them, because it is impossible to separate the dance from the dancer, the root of the flower and you from God. The only place separation takes place is in your mind. But since you are now paying attention to your latest calling, you are on your way to living an inspired life. Part 5. A personal look at inspiration. There is a way of living in the world that is not here, although it seems to be. He does not change his appearance, although he smiles more often. Your forehead is serene, your eyes are calm. You walk this path as others walk, nor do you seem to be any different from them, although in fact you are. So you can serve them while serving yourself. From A Course of Miracles. Chapter 18. What life looks like when I'm inspired. Give me a man to sing at work. Thomas Carlyle. They can because they think they can. Virgil. In this final chapter, I offer my own very personal take on what the world looks like when I am inspired. I would like to acknowledge from the beginning that I do not live at this level of being in spirit 100% of the time. Like most others, I occasionally have lapses and don't feel inspired. However, these moments have become increasingly rare. In fact, it's hard for me to remember a day in recent years when I felt completely uninspired. What follows is a personal account of how I feel inside and what seems to happen in the world around me when I feel connected to spirit the way I have written on the pages of this book. Jack. The same day that I finished chapter 17 and read it over the phone to my editor, Joanna, in Bainbridge Island, Washington, I had the most deeply mystical experience of being in spirit in all my 65 years. The photograph on the cover of the book is a recreation of what happened. When I was done with Joanna, I went for my daily hour-long walk along the beach, but for some reason I chose to take a slightly different route along a grassy area adjacent to the beach. I was remembering my friend Jack Boland, a Unity minister in Detroit, who crossed over a decade ago. Jack loved monarch butterflies, and he often told stories of how he marveled at these paper-thin creatures that migrated thousands of miles in high winds and returned to the same branch of the same tree where they first emerged from their cocoons. Before Jack passed away, I presented him with a beautiful paperweight containing a dead monarch that I had found in perfect condition. When he died, his wife gave it back to me, telling me how much Jack loved that gift and how much he admired these incredible creatures who had such mysterious intelligence built into their brains that they are the size of the head of a pin. Jack would always tell me to be in a state of gratitude and end each sermon with this message to God: "Thank you, thank you, thank you." 3 times since his death, a monarch butterfly has landed on my body. Since these creatures deliberately avoid human contact, every time this has happened, I have thought of Jack and said to myself, "Thank you, God, thank you, thank you." Anyway, as I walked, feeling grateful for having completed the penultimate chapter of this book, a monarch landed on the ground, not a meter in front of me. I said to myself Jack's magic words, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," and felt a deep appreciation for my life and the beauty of the day. The butterfly stayed there until I got closer, then flapped its wings several times and flew away. Thinking of Jack and feeling a bit puzzled and immensely grateful, I saw this creature in flight, now 40 or 50 meters away. As God is my witness, the butterfly took a U-turn and not only headed in my direction, it landed right on my finger. Needless to say, I was surprised, but not entirely surprised. I must confess that it seems to me that the longer I stay in spirit, the more I experience synchronicities similar to this. But what followed was borderline unbelievable, even for me. This little creature became my constant companion for the next 2.5 hours. It sat first on one hand and then moved to my other hand, not even getting close to flying. It seemed to be trying to communicate with me by flapping its wings back and forth, and even opening and closing its little mouth as if trying to speak, and crazy as it may sound, I felt a deep affinity for this precious living being. I sat on the floor and just stayed with my frail new friend for about 30 minutes. I then called Joanna from my cell phone, and she too was shocked by the synchronicity, insisting that I somehow get a picture of this event. At this point I decided to go home, about a mile from where I was sitting, with my new partner. I returned along the beach promenade, where the winds were strong. The wings of the butterfly were pushed by these strong gusts, but it clung to my finger, and even passed to another hand without making any effort to leave. As I was walking, I came across a 4-year-old girl with her mother. The girl was sobbing from some perceived tragedy in her young life, and when I showed her my pet butterfly, her expression went from sad to happy in a split second. She grinned from ear to ear and asked me all about the winged creature on my index finger. When I got home, I was talking on my cell phone with my friend Reed Tracy as I walked up the stairs. He laughed with me as I related the strange synchronicity at play right now. I said, "Reed, it's been minutes and this little guy has adopted me." Reed also encouraged me to get a photograph of this, as it was obviously in complete harmony with what he was writing. I left my new friend, whom I was calling now Jack, sat on the handwritten chapter on my lanai, and went downstairs. I found Cindy, a young woman who works nearby, and asked her to run to the store and buy a disposable camera. She did, and I went back to the patio, put my hand next to Jack's and watched him jump right at my finger. The photo on the cover of this book is a recreation of that magical moment. It seemed that my butterfly companion had decided that now he was going to live with me forever. After an hour or so of meditating and communicating with this little creature of God, and regarding this event as the most unprecedented and out of the ordinary spiritual episode one have ever encountered, I gently placed Jack back in my mind. Handwritten as I proceeded to take a long, hot shower. When I got back to the patio, I put my finger close to my winged friend as I had done many times in the previous 150 minutes, but now he looked like a totally different little creature. It fluttered away, landed on a table, flapped its wings twice, and flew into the skies. The moments with him were already history, but I still have the photographs, which I treasure. The next morning, I decided to watch one of my favorite movies, Brother Sun, Sister Moon, which I hadn't seen in over a decade. And indeed, in the opening scenes of Franco Zeffirelli's interpretation of the life of Saint Francis, there he was, with a butterfly perching on his fingers. Inspiring vibes. When I live my life in a way that is open to the language of the Spirit, I find that an almost overwhelming ecstasy takes hold of me. For several days after my experience with Jack, people kept telling me that I looked so calm and content, and one woman even suggested that I was walking gracefully. This episode with my butterfly friend and the spirit releases moved me to an unprecedented level. From the perspective of being in spirit, I have seen his hands embrace me and I heard him say, "You are not alone. You can count on me to guide you, and whatever you do, do not doubt my presence." This makes me feel safe, comforted, and that I am not alone. I feel good, God, because I am living in almost perfect harmony with the source of my being, living on purpose and writing from my heart. The reason I'm inspired is not because the world looks perfect. Rather, it is the other way around. The reason the world seems perfect to me is because I am in the spirit, a person who chooses to live an inspired life. I can remain in a state of gratitude from the moment I wake up early in the morning until I close my eyes while falling asleep, and throughout each day, I remember that staying in spirit is really about staying in vibrational harmony. I don't find it necessary to change anyone or anything that I come across or read in my daily life. Every time I am tempted to do so, I recover and return to a mindset that calls me to be more like God, here and now. I stay inspired by making an energetic shift within myself. When I do, the world looks completely different and I move inwardly towards peace and goodness. Energy shift is simply a way of processing people and events from the perception of being unified with the source that creates all, that is, avoiding judgment and allowing the world to be as it is, rather than as I think it should be. I stay inspired by encouraging others to live their destiny and allowing the world to unfold as it may, and I am much more likely to feel at peace. In fact, when I live my life from this inspirational perspective, my vibrational energy is more in tune with that of the creative energy of the universe, and I find that my effect on others is much more spiritually aligned. Also, I know within my own being that I am doing something very powerful to make this world a more spiritually oriented place for all of us. You see, when I resonate with anger, shame, hatred, or revenge, I add to these decidedly unspiritual energies by joining in what I find so objectionable. But when I remember bringing non-judgment, love, tolerance, and compassion to these lower ego-dominated energies, I see how different the world looks, and even how different those around me act in the presence of these God-made energies. I feel optimistic when I am in spirit, with an inner knowing that nothing can interfere with an idea whose time is coming or has already come. I trust that our Creator knows what He is doing and that good triumphs over what the ego believes to be bad or evil. I feel like we are all moving into a world that will no longer know the horrors of war or practice our long-established habits of inhumanity towards our brothers and sisters around the world, who may have different cultural views and their own unique physical uniqueness. As I abide in the Spirit, I am truly inspired to see the potential for greatness in all of us, as one people, and move from heartbreak to faith that I can at least live from a place of God realization and practice. Being a force for good, God. Staying in vibrational alignment with Spirit allows me to be more present in all activities of my life. I find myself less concerned with goals, results, earnings, and accruals, and much more involved in the process of enjoying the activities of my life. Reaching seems to replace effort, and being in a state of fluidity is much more common than my old state of uninspired worry and anguish. I remind myself that the Spirit is only here and now, not yesterday, not tomorrow, only now. Keeping my vibration spiritually aligned, I see ecstasy in the present. Everything else that was once a source of concern does not come to my mind, as the results are already handled by me in my own mind. What will be, I remind myself. The world looks so much more peaceful when I approach it this way, and my ego, which once needed to win at all costs, is relegated to a distant seat in a stadium in another galaxy. Choice of inspiration. My experience with Jack, as well as many similar episodes in my life, taught me that the laws of the material world do not really apply in the presence of God realization. And I know that I have a choice to live at this level of inspiration. When I do, the world seems to change. Animals behave differently than their biological genetics seem to allow, people at a distance seem to hear me telepathically and respond to my higher thoughts, objects seem to materialize in defiance of what scientists say is possible, and healing takes place. Carried out despite modern medicine saying otherwise. In other words, miracles seem to be commonplace. The world seems like a place where everything is possible, where restrictions and limitations are non-existent, and where the power of our Creator seems to roll and land at my feet, begging me to come aboard and witness the infinite possibilities it offers. This is how I feel when I align myself with Spirit, conceited on the inside because I know something very few ever realize, but humble and amazed on the outside by the miraculousness of it all. When I remember staying in the Spirit, I have realized that when one thing seems to be going wrong, I can clearly see that 10 things are going right. For example, If my cell phone doesn't work, I can notice that my health is fine, my family is safe, the ocean is calm for swimming, my bank account is in surplus, my electricity is fully functional, and so on. From a being in spirit perspective, I automatically divert my attention from what is wrong to what is right. This becomes my point of attraction and I attract more of what I am focused on, whereas at an earlier point in my life, I would attract more of what was going wrong because that was my point of attraction. How sublimely beautiful the world seems to me now from this magnificent place of inspiration. I no longer stay focused and attract more of what is wrong because I have learned to focus on what is right, what is working, and what is aligned with the all-creating spirit. From this place of inspiration, I ask, what if I looked deep within myself and found no original sin at all? That is, what if I discovered original innocence instead? What if the same were true for everyone? I know that our creative source is one of the good things, and I also know that we must be exactly like where we come from. Therefore, everyone, including me, is a part of God. We come into this world from innocence and love, not from a place of sin or weakness. When I see the consciousness of Christ in everyone, even those with whom I differ greatly, I can feel good, God. When I know that there is no original sin in anyone, I can think like Mother Teresa, who told the world, in each patient I see the face of Christ in one of his most distressing disguises. When what I'm looking for is goodness, instead of sin and weakness, that's what I see. Then I see goodness in the old lady driving slowly in front of me, the old man groping with his change and slowing me down at the grocery store, the kids screaming loudly as I try to focus on a book, the teenagers screaming along to their deafening rap music, or the hammer operator Dyer whose deafening sounds fill the air with chaos. When I'm inspired, I see God realization disguised as a little problem, and the world looks good, happy, and even at peace. I remind myself of Rumi's sage advice, if every touch irritates you, how will you polish yourself? When I feel inspired, I notice how much enthusiasm I have for life and everything I do. I play tennis exuberantly and without fatigue, I write from the heart, I feel good, God, and this inner feeling radiates out in everyone of my waking moments. Inspiring means doing what I love and, most significantly, loving what I do. It is my willingness to bring love and passion to the activities of my life, rather than looking for love to emerge from those events and activities. It's an attitude, and knowing this, I remember to pick a good one as often as possible. I know being enthusiastic feels good, God, and I also know that I have the option to select these attitudes at any time. When I remain in the Spirit, these perspectives on life become second nature to me. By deciding to live an inspired life, I choose to be in balance with a creative force that responds to my thoughts in spirit. I also believe that I live in a friendly universe rather than an evil one, and I feel supported by Him in a similar way. Being thankful for all that God sends me, I am not surprised when synchronous events occur in my life. When I have someone in my mind who lives some distance from me, I actually expect them to call me, and that happens over and over again. I know that thoughts are energy and that those that harmonize with spirit will align to activate the process of creation. I love to see all of this flow so perfectly and be in harmony with the force that is responsible for all of creation. I know deep within me that I can participate in the activation of this force to make the manifestation of my spiritually aligned desires come true. Instead of hoping, wishing, and even praying for an outcome, my inner world aligns itself with the idea that what I want is doable and on the way. This kind of inspired knowledge frees me from anxiety and worry. I affirm, is on the way, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. And I leave the moment of his arrival in my life in the hands of the omniscient and ever-creative spiritual source. I find that I no longer question the creator of the universe because I am at peace with the timing of everything. Now I know enough not to push the river, not to demand that my ego's schedule be the same as God's. I know that by staying in spirit, I am actually participating as a co-creator, and that the longer I remain in this aligned space, the more it seems to speed up the process. I have found that since I became more aware of staying inspired, and all that this implies, the time between what I think and what actually appears in my physical life has become shorter and shorter. I am aware that the ultimate manifestation is the total absence of any delay between a thought and its physical manifestation. What has been called the gift of the loaves and fishes is what is the 100% true realization of God. That is, think about the food and it appears, think of the welfare of all and the disease dissolves. While I know that this Christ consciousness is available to all of us, I have many more glimpses of it as I remain more in the Spirit. Singing my song. The greatest change that has taken place for me in this manifestation of my inspired desires has been the awareness of my own ability to activate the creative force to work with me. Today, as I consciously live in spirit, I feel more and more capable of being an activator of this divine synchronous force and making it work with me, rather than with me. I see these mystical moments as holy moments in which my ego is suspended and the spirit, along with my own divine desires, has become the teacher. As my sense of inspiration grows within me, I find myself wanting to do more for others and focusing less on myself. What I want is realized through the paradoxical means of wanting it for others even more than I want it for myself. As I reach out in this way and deliberately seek ways to inspire others, I feel closer and closer to spirit, and ironically I feel that more than I want seems to flow to me as a result of this exchange. At this point in my life I feel that staying in this glorious state of inspiration practically forces me to avoid condemning others. I look at the behaviors of others, even those whose actions are anathema to an inspired world, and I send love to them. I know deep inside that declaring war on the problems of violence, poverty, cancer, AIDS, and drug addiction is not the solution. I'm not interested in adding to those problems with violent, angry, or hateful thoughts or behaviors. I know that I cannot get sick enough to make a person better or angry enough to end violence anywhere. I also feel very strongly that by staying in spirit and bringing higher mental energy into the presence of these lower ego-based energies, I am a force for change, one that helps bring the world closer to spirit. I anticipate a planet at peace, along with health, abundance, and love in my life and in the lives of everyone else, and I know that it is moving in this direction. I know that for every act of apparent evil, there are a million acts of kindness. That is where I put my attention, and that is what I choose to give away. By doing it for most of my days, my reward is the feeling of being in tune with purpose. I watch the myna birds sing every morning, and I know they are not doing it because they have the answers to all of life's problems. They have a song inside of them that they obviously feel compelled to let out. I too have a song to sing, and staying in the spirit I can sing it all day, every day. I know the answer to what should I be doing. It is seeing the word yes on my inner screen. Yes, I am listening. Yes, I am paying attention, and most importantly, yes, I am willing. I realize that those around me who feel uninspired are unwilling to say yes to the feeling at the core of their being. As I do so with every hunch, burning desire, and thought that won't go away, I feel the hand of a guiding spirit who is with me simply because I've been willing to say yes. By saying yes to life, I see the world and all its inhabitants in a whole new way. As a result of being more and more inspired, I see the spirit in just about everyone I meet. And I feel much more connected to everyone as a result of feeling their spirit rather than noticing all the accumulations of success they have accumulated. I call this seeing with my mind and not with my eyes. Now it seems that my identity is associated with experiences that are not exclusively of this world. And I love what my mind sees, possibilities and openings for miracles. Look beyond the limitations of my eyes and know that we are all one in an infinite world. My mind no longer sees death as something to fear, rather, he lives in an infinite place and is able to move away from this corporeal world and be an observer. With each passing day, I feel what my mind knows to be true, and I search for this all-encompassing loving essence everywhere. Properly conveying how I feel when inspired is probably impossible. What I want to share so sincerely here is that the feeling of being completely in harmony with our source creates miracles everywhere. I have the delicious, chilling sense of bliss watching and interacting in this world from the wonderful view of being inspired. These words from A Course in Miracles ring true to me. However, all you have to admit is that birth was not the beginning and death is not the end. This is the knowledge that I have from this infinite perspective in spirit. There are no conflicts, everything is as it should be. The things I want to improve will not be achieved by fighting, but by focusing my attention on staying connected to spirit. In Corinthians, St. Paul says, "The mere fact that you have judgments among yourselves means that you have already been completely defeated." Living from a place of inspiration, I see that conflict is no longer possible for me, and I understand what Paul was trying to tell the people of Corinth in that letter. I will not be defeated, I cannot, because for me, there are no longer them, there are only us. I have turned my mind to spirit. I know that God created me to be like Him, and I must be where I come from. This idea, more than any other, inspires me beyond what I can share on these pages. My intention is to stay inspired and live what my mind knows, rather than just what my eyes see. And my mind knows that we are all in a universe that has a creative and organizing intelligence behind it. I know it flows through me, and God willing, I will abide in the Spirit and help you live that inspirational life that you came here to live. There can be no greater blessing. I send you love, I surround you with light, and I invite you to live with me in spirit. End. Inspiration. Wayne Dyer.